accrue. One of the other benefits of utilizing Rukisha is you also have access to other solutions within the CPF group of products, among them being investments through the CPF asset managers. You should be able to save towards a specific goal under the CPF asset managers. You should also have access to the CPF insurance products under the laser insurance brokerage services, as well as the real estate products within the laser property management services. For more information on Rukisha, visit www.rukisha.com. You can also access it through the short code *391# or download it in the Google Play Store as the Rukisha app. Talk to us, reach out to us, and we shall help you achieve your retirement goals.
CPF Financial Services, we've been able to package the solution for both for the individual, for the corporate, and also for groups. At the individual level, we've come up with products that are able to take care of the member both at before retirement and after retirement. For before retirement, we have training for the member to be able to prepare themselves to go out there and be able to save for themselves. Also at that particular level, they can be able to save individually on a continuous basis with as low as 50 shillings every day or 500 per month to be able to take care of themselves at the point of retirement. At corporate level, we have solutions where we carry out fund administration for corporates that have already existing schemes, or they can be able to join our umbrella DC schemes within this called TAIFA. We also do gratuity administration to assist corporates be able to administer the gratuity plans for their different staff within the organization. We also have solutions for chamas where we can be able to open up opportunities for them to be able to save and invest as chamas and also enjoy welfare solutions which are always covered under our trust fund called the Momba Trust Fund. As part of our solutions under the management and training arm, we also do management consulting. Under management consulting, we consult for you to do governance audits, we do strategy development, among other consulting services that you might request. We also do trainings. Under trainings, we have trainings that are bespoke to the organization, or they can already be able to come in at best prices to attend some of the trainings that have already been packaged by the CPF arm. For more information, visit our website on www.cpf.or.ke, or you can be able to access the information on the CPF app on the Play Store or the iOS Store.
Bwana, asante kutupeleka holiday bwana. Lakini na swali, uliniambia tunasave na CPF. Kwani ukisave unapata pesa wapi?
Boni, unajua first una save, halafu una spend. Nilikuwa nishaweka kitu CPF kabla sherehe.
Oh, okay. Na kama sina kitu this month nafanyaje?
Usistress. Ukiwa na CPF, unaweza convert Safaricom Bonga Points zinakuwa contribution yako kwa M-Pension. Na ni rahisi sana. Dial *289# au piga 0111 114 000 na CPF watakusort.
Hello, my name is Faith Wanjiru Kinyanjui. I'm a fourth-year student here at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. I'm pursuing a degree in horticulture, and this is my final semester. So I lost my dad in 2018 when I was in first year, second semester, and it was a 1-week illness. After his death, my life was kind of difficult because I didn't know if I was going to continue with my studies because my mom is a housewife. And so when I joined second year, my first semester, my mom introduced me to Lab Trust after she received some phone calls from my dad's workplace. And so we went with her because I'm usually here in Nairobi. So when we went, they assured me that they were going to pay my school fees and I didn't have to worry. So that was like a saving grace for me. And since then, my school fees has always been paid. My upkeep is always in check and my house is always in check. I've never lacked anything since then. In second year and up to now, I'm in my fourth year, final semester. And as you can see, due to lab trust, I'm able to carry on my project. Here is one of them, and I'm studying the plant diseases, and I'm using a treatment known as silicone. Then I'm controlling the disease to see if it is going to be controllable. And this has become my passion, and I love agriculture so much. Right now I'm in my final semester, and by next year in January I'll be done with school. And my plan is, if I'm going to get a job, I can join the scheme, the lab trust scheme, and ensure even if when I'm going to have kids later in future, their lives are going to be catered for even in my demise, because CPF has done that for me, and I'm very grateful, because if it weren't for them, I don't know if I could be even here in school. And thank you so much, CPF, for fulfilling our lives. I have 2 sisters at the moment, one in college and the other one is in grade 4 in primary school, and they have been paying for their fees as well. And we can say our life has never been the same, and we are so happy for CPF and how they have helped us. And thank you, CPF, for fulfilling our lives and making us smile again after everything.
In an uncertain world, trust is everything. Introducing Tamka Security Services Limited, your trusted partner in security solutions. At Tamka Security Services Limited, we understand that security is not just about protection, it's about peace of mind. That's why we specialize in providing comprehensive security solutions for homes, residential areas, and malls. Our team of highly trained security guards equipped with state-of-the-art technology ensure round-the-clock surveillance and protection. From guard services to canine units, from installing electrical fences to providing quick response in times of emergencies, we also offer bodyguards and event security. Tamka Security Services Limited is your one-stop solution for all your security needs. With our commitment to excellence and swift action, you can rest assured that your safety is our top priority. Choose Tamka Security Services Limited for security you can trust. We are located at Rimpa along Magadi Road, and you can contact us on 0202 595098. Tamka Security Services Limited, protecting what matters the most.
His Excellency Mike Mbuvi Sonko, the Good Deeds Ambassador, crowned for his generosity in helping the needy. Sonko's move to help the needy is his way of life and started way before he joined politics. Hundreds of needy people from all walks of life can attest to this. Mariam Abdallah has been in and out of hospital, but Governor Sonko has always been there for the family.
Namshukuru sana mheshimiwa, yeye na familia yake, anawaombea sana kila nikiswali Mwenyezi Mungu awajalie kila la khair.
Natoa shukrani zangu kwa mheshimiwa Sonko kwanza. Mwenyezi Mungu amjaze kila la heri. Amuondoshe matatizo yake, mazito amfanye mepesi. Familia yake Mwenyezi Mungu aijalie salama. Amenifariji mimi na amenisaidia mtoto wangu. Sikupata usaidizi wowote Mombasa zaidi ya kwamba ni hao katika wataja. Hamna mheshimiwa yote alikuja kunisaidia. Lakini nasema Mwenyezi Mungu yuko pamoja na yeye. Tumekuja naye kanikarimu vizuri. Alhamdulillah, na ubaguzi. Ni mwanamume ambaye sijui niseme nani. Anifadhili kwa kila kitu.
Tunakwambia rudi after 2 months, lakini umetupatia karatasi ile kule Mombasa. Unajua wameshona na chuma ile kutumia. So watamtoa.
Umeshakatia ndege?
Ndege kila kitu waziri alipasha shughuli.
Sawa. Kidogo ya dawa na supu damu ile kidogo. Haya, shika tuenda kununua naye dawa. Sawa.
Kwa majina naitwa Mariam Abdallah Kombo kutoka Mombasa. Nimeshukuru sana kusaidiwa na mheshimiwa. Operation zile zangu za kwanza alinisaidia nikafanyiwa, na hizi za pili tukarudi tena pia amenisaidia yeye. Namuombea Mungu sana yeye na familia yake. Mwenyezi Mungu ampe afya, ampe umri, ampe nguvu na amlinde na azidi kuwa na imani ya kusaidia.
Not once or twice has Governor Sonko intervened when the elderly are being neglected by the community.
Wewe nani mheshimiwa?
Hapana, hapana, wewe kuja mama.
Wacha kufanya hivyo.
Hapana, mama, wacha mama ingia ndani. Hapana, hapana. Hapana, haiwezekani. Twende mami.
Sasa ile
hapana
hapa.
Nimembariki huyu hapa. Nimempa baraka na mbariki zaidi. Apande juu. Amen. Amen. That's good. Ile yote tutaweza. Barikiwe na Mungu. Tusikutane nangu. Asante. Asante sana. Baraka kubwa.
Hakuna mtu atakutoa hapa. Sasa uko na tunashukuru naye.
Times society neglects elderly people. A 100-year-old granny in Embo was forced to spend nights in jail for contempt of court, unable to pay a fine of 100,000. Sonko came to her rescue. Same story for a 106-year-old granny who was evicted from her land in Pangani, but Sonko helped her get it back. Several other people have also gotten back their grabbed land through the help of Governor Sonko.
Itakuwa registered kwa hiyo title yako na utarudishiwa hii shamba. Shamba yako itarudishwa kwa sababu tunaregister hii imetoka kotini. Kwa hivyo itarudisha hiyo shamba kwako sasa. Yes. Please. Hiyo tutafanya mara moja na itarudi.
Sawa.
What I have to say is that today I have managed to have access to Mheshimiwa, which not many people can have. I think it was God's grace that maybe our dad had done something very good for us for today Mheshimiwa to be standing here and assisting me, because we just seen Mheshimiwa in the papers, we hear about him, but today I've seen it with my own eyes what work he does.
He has such a compassionate heart.
Ninaguzwa sana na moyo wake wa huruma.
You know there is politics.
Kuna siasa.
And there is a call.
Na kuna mwito.
This man is not a politician.
Huyu si mwanasiasa.
When I watch the way he handles the poor people,
ninapoona jinsi anawashughulikia watu maskini,
then I know
basi najua
there is something extraordinary in his life.
Kuna kitu kisicho cha kawaida ndani yake.
Governor Mike Sonko, through Sonko Rescue Team, has continued with his charity work, which he began even before joining politics. Meet baby Kyla, a 1.5-year-old baby. Governor Sonko met Kyla's mother in Westlands, who narrated her daughter's woes to the governor. Sonko was touched by the story of young Kyla, who had lost her eyesight at a tender age and vowed to help her seek medical attention in India. Weeks later, she is back after the surgery. Kyla was received by Nairobi County First Lady after landing at JKIA.
Wow, you can see God is good. This is a miracle. Wow. Baby Kyla, bless you. Wow.
Since the day she was born, I noticed that she had some problems with the eyes, and I came to meet Sonko, and I told him about my story, and he decided to help me.
Beautiful baby Candy Chelangat, whose life was threatened by a cancerous tumor in her eye, Sonko took the initiative to pay for her medical attention in India. She is now a happy child in school. It is a story of joy.
Happy today, so thank you Sonko for everything you've given me. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Late March 2019, Governor Sonko donated tons of relief food to the drought-stricken counties of Turkana and West Pokot. The governor traveled by road to donated foodstuffs and set a medical camp for the needy.
He has brought a lot of food. We have gotten maize meal, vegetables, fruits, water. He brought bowsers full of water, rice, sugar, all different types of food. We want to also appreciate the quality of food because people who are hungry and weak are not able to chew hard food like maize. And so the maize meal that he has brought and other softer foods are going to be of help to these people.
Ningependa kutoa shukrani yangu zaidi pamoja na viongozi wengine wa Aloima na Turkana County na watu wa Aloima kwa jumla. Tunataka kutoa shukrani wetu kwa Sonko, Mike Sonko, Mbufi. Tunataka kumshukuru zaidi kwa sababu ya mazuri ambayo ametutendea.
Welcome to Heaven Trinity Motors, your premier destination for quality cars and exceptional service. At Heaven Trinity Motors, we bring you a heavenly experience in the world of vehicles. Discover a world of possibilities with our range of fresh import used cars. Each vehicle meticulously inspected and handpicked to ensure you drive away with confidence. Whether you are looking to upgrade, trade in, or sell on behalf, Heaven Trinity Motors is your trusted partner. We offer competitive rates for your trade-ins and ensure a hassle-free process when you choose to sell with us. Explore convenient bank financing options tailored to suit your needs, making your dream car more accessible than ever. Call us today on +254 707 073 551. Heaven Trinity Motors. Your journey starts here.
Introducing Champion Security, where protection meets peace of mind. In an ever-changing world, security is paramount, and we're here to ensure your safety with unmatched expertise and cutting-edge technology. Whether it's securing your home, business, or event, our team of dedicated professionals is committed to deliver top-notch solutions tailored to your specific need. With 24/7 monitoring and rapid response capabilities, you can trust us to be vigilant guardians. Don't leave your security to chance. Choose Champion Security and take the first step towards a safer tomorrow. Contact us now to learn more about our comprehensive security service and join countless satisfied clients who have made the smart choice for their protection needs.
In an uncertain world, trust is everything. Introducing Tata Security Services Limited, your trusted partner in security solutions. At Tata Security Services Limited, we understand that security is not just about protection, it's about peace of mind. That's why we specialize in providing comprehensive security solutions for homes, residential areas, and malls. Our team of highly trained security guards equipped with state-of-the-art technology ensure round-the-clock surveillance and protection. From guard services to canine units, from installing electrical fences to providing quick response in times of emergencies, we also offer bodyguards and event security. Tata Security Services Limited is your one-stop solution for all your security needs. With our commitment to excellence and swift action, you can rest assured that your safety is our top priority. Choose Tata Security Services Limited for security you can trust. We are located at Rimpa along Magadi Road, and you can contact us on 0202 5950. Security Services Limited, protecting what matters the most.
CPF is a financial services company that offers a whole host of solutions to the Kenyan public and across the globe. We have been recognized both locally and internationally as a trusted brand, and the following are some of the reasons why you should be working with us. Currently, we provide fund administration services to the largest schemes in the country. One of them is Lab Trust, which is the oldest. Having been established in 1929, it currently has a fund value of 30 billion Kenya shillings and membership of about 20,000 members. The County Pension Fund, which is also one of the largest in the county space, and the Public Service Superannuation Scheme. Overall, we have total assets under management of 100 billion. One of the biggest challenges in the social security sector has always been enabling people save towards their retirement. And one of the solutions that we have developed internally as CPF is called Rukisha. Rukisha is a concept that we developed primarily to address people in the informal sector, people with small businesses, people with big businesses as well. And the intention is to help them save towards their retirement. We have incorporated a concept called Save As You Spend into the platform, where for every transaction you make, you're able to save a percentage of it. And over time, you're able to see your retirement funds accrue. One of the other benefits of utilizing Rukisha is you also have access to other solutions within the CPF group of products, among them being investments through the CPF asset managers. You should be able to save towards a specific goal under the CPF asset managers. You should also have access to the CPF insurance products under the laser insurance brokerage services, as well as the real estate products within the laser property management services. For more information on Rukisha, visit www.rukisha.com. You can also access it through the short code *391# or download it in the Google Play Store as a Rukisha app. Talk to us, reach out to us, and we shall help you achieve your retirement goals.
At CPF Financial Services, we've been able to package the solution for both for the individual, for the corporate, and also for groups. At the individual level, we've come up with products that are able to take care of the member both at before retirement and after retirement. For before retirement, we have training for the member to be able to prepare themselves to go out there and be able to save for themselves. Also at that particular level, they can be able to save individually on a continuous basis with as low as 50 shillings every day or 500 per month to be able to take care of themselves at the point of retirement. At corporate level, we have solutions where we carry out fund administration for corporates that have already existing schemes, or they can be able to join our umbrella DC schemes within this called Taifa. We also do gratuity administration to assist corporates be able to administer the gratuity plans for their different staff within the organization. We also have solutions for chamas where we can be able to open up opportunities for them to be able to save and invest as chamas and also enjoy welfare solutions which are always covered under our trust fund called the Momba Trust Fund. As part of our solutions under the management and training arm, we also do management consulting. Under management consulting, we consult for you to do governance audits, we do strategy development, among other consulting services that you might request. We also do trainings. Under trainings, we have trainings that are bespoke to the organization, or they can already be able to come in at best prices to attend some of the trainings that have already been packaged by the CPF arm. For more information, visit our website on www.cpf.or.ke, or you can be able to access the information on the CPF app on the Play Store or the iOS Store.
Brayo bwana, asante kutupeleka holiday bwana. Lakini na swali, uliniambia tunasave na CPF. Kwani ukisave unapata pesa wapi?
Boni, unajua first una save, halafu una spend. Nilikuwa nishaweka kitu CPF kabla sherehe.
Oh, okay. Na kama sina kitu this month nafanyaje?
Usistress. Ukiwa na CPF, unaweza convert Safaricom Bonga Points zinakuwa contribution yako kwa M-Pension. Na ni rahisi sana. Dial *289# au piga 0111 114 000 na CPF watakusort.
Hello, my name is Faith Wanjiru Kinyanjue. I'm a 4th-year student here at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. I'm pursuing a degree in horticulture, and this is my final semester. So I lost my dad in 2018 when I was in first year, second semester, and it was a 1-week illness. After his death, my life was kind of difficult because I didn't know if I was going to continue with my studies because my mom is a housewife. And so when I joined second year, my first semester, my mom introduced me to Lab Trust after she received some phone calls from my dad's workplace. And so we went with her because I'm usually here in Nairobi. So when we went, they assured me that they were going to pay my school fees and I didn't have to worry. So that was like a saving grace for me. And
Yes. Now, the anatomy or the internal structure of the leaf refers to, now you can see how thin a leaf is. Are we together? Now we are studying the layers, we are studying the layers that are between the upper part of a leaf and the lower part of a leaf, all right? And that is the leaf anatomy. Are we together? Now, we are going to be looking at layer by layer and the function. Now, let's start from the topmost layer where we have cuticle. Now, what do you know about the cuticle? What do you know about the cuticle of a leaf? Yes, Clarice?
It is transparent and waxy.
It is transparent and waxy. Yes, let's note that. Transparent and waxy. Now, what is the purpose of the cuticle? Yes, Sarah? Yes, because of the transparency, the cuticle allows sunlight to pass through. Another one? Another purpose? Yes? To protect the internal parts of a leaf. Protect them from what exactly? Protect them from what? I agree with your answer. It's very correct. But I need you to tell me, what are we protecting the internal structures from? Harsh conditions like? Like high temperatures maybe? Okay, so protect the internal parts of the leaf from desiccation. And I've been saying this word in this class. Huh? You remember this word? Yes. Desiccation, which is basically drying up. Are we together? Yes. Now, below the cuticle, we have the upper epidermis. So please add the word upper. Add the word upper to epidermis. Upper epidermis. Now, tell me something you know about the upper epidermis. Upper epidermis of a leaf. Bramwell. Anything, whatever comes to your mind, let me know. Yes, sorry. Yes, tell me first.
It has palisade cells.
It has palisade cells. Please allow me to disagree with your answer. Thank you. Jelimo? Which cells? Yes? Sorry? Yes? Mm-hmm. You have said it's transparent? What have you said? Mm-hmm. The upper epidermis?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Please explain to me.
It has mitochondria, which produces energy which brings about movement of water molecules in and out of the leaves.
Because water molecules leave the leaf. First of all, water gets into the plant by absorption through the roots. You remember we said that? Yeah, so there is no way water gets into a plant through the leaves. All water gets into a plant through absorption by the root hair cells. Are we together? Yes. Now, but how does water leave the leaf or the plant? Through transpiration. You remember transpiration? Ever heard of that terminology? Yeah, so the water exits the plant through transpiration, and that process is through diffusion, is by diffusion, okay? So what we're trying to describe is something like active transport, which doesn't happen in the leaf, okay? Yeah. Now the upper epidermis is thin and transparent. We are writing. The upper epidermis is thin and transparent. Now, the palisade mesophyll layer, you can see it there, right? Now, is a layer that has column-shaped cells. Is a layer that has column-shaped cells that are tightly packed. Is a layer that has column-shaped cells that are tightly packed. With chloroplasts to absorb more light, maximizing photosynthesis. So you can see it clearly. I really like that diagram because it's showing the layers in a clear way, isn't it? Yeah. So you can clearly see the column-shaped cells, the way they are tightly packed together. You can see that they are very green, meaning they have a lot of, what do they have in plenty? Chloroplasts. And then they are able to absorb light and they maximize photosynthesis. So actually the palisade mesophyll layer is named as the photosynthesizing layer of the leaf. Are we together? Yes. All right, we proceed. Now, the layer beneath it is the spongy mesophyll layer. Now, before I talk about it, what can you see in that diagram about the spongy mesophyll layer? Yes, Alvin? They are loosely packed. Yes, Marston? There? Sorry, speaker? Can we call them air spaces instead? Yes? Yeah, the spongy mesophyll has air spaces. And now, those air spaces come as a result of the irregular shape of the spongy mesophyll cells, okay? Now, the work of the spongy mesophyll cell is basically to increase surface area for the diffusion of gases, mainly carbon dioxide. Increases the surface area for the diffusion of gases, mainly carbon dioxide. Now, why am I saying mainly carbon dioxide? Why not oxygen? Yes? Yes, my dear. I agree. So carbon dioxide for a plant is actually more important than oxygen because it's carbon dioxide that helps the plant make its own food. Sawa sawa. Then let's talk about the lower epidermis. Now the lower epidermis is a bit different from the upper epidermis because it has guard cells and stomata. I'm sure you know something about stomata. The way you have said yes, I want to hear. Yes, Sarah? Pardon again?
The stomata are located underneath so that it may control or decrease the rate of transpiration in the leaves.
Okay, what is transpiration?
The loss of water, through water pressure,
Yes. So plants lose water through transpiration. Okay? Thank you for your answer. So that means that we must control the rate at which plants lose water. So stomata basically are the openings that allow gases to get in and out of a leaf, and also that is where transpiration takes place. Now, on each side of stomata is are guard cells. Are they visible in the diagram? Can you see the openings, the pores? Especially on the left side. Is everybody able to see the guard cell and the stomata? Who is unable to see? I come and show you. So this pore, this is the pore. Okay, you see it's like they have just cut it. Okay, so on the left and on the right side we have guard cells. Okay. Now guard cells change their shape according to whether they should open the stomata or close the stomata. So during the day, they change their shape to look like this. Are we together? So they do what? They open the stomata, all right? Now at night, when there is no light, there is no photosynthesis taking place, they collapse. They collapse, okay? They collapse and close the stomata. So they may not close all the stomata, but numerous stomata is closed when transpiration needs to be reduced, okay? So the mechanism through which guard cells open and close the stomata can be discussed in another hour. Are we together? Yes. We can discuss that in another hour, about that mechanism. Now, what have we talked about? The lower? Okay, we have talked about the lower epidermis. Good. Now, let's go to the guard cell. The guard cell. Now, please label the guard cell. Is everyone able to label the guard cell? Do you know which one it is? Okay. So if this is the stoma, okay? So, and this is also a stoma, this is the guard cell, okay? Yeah, the guard cell is basically found on each side of the stoma. Now the work of the guard cell is to absorb and lose water. The work of the guard cell is to absorb and lose water. Absorb and lose water. Absorb and lose water. To open and close the stomata. To open and close the stomata. To allow carbon dioxide to diffuse in, to allow carbon dioxide to diffuse in and oxygen to diffuse out. I repeat again, the work of the guard cell is to absorb and lose water, to open and close the stomata, to allow carbon dioxide to diffuse in and oxygen to diffuse out. Now let's go to the stomata. Let's go to the stomata. Now this is where gas exchange takes place. This is where gas exchange takes place. It opens during the day, closes at night. Opens during the day and closes at night. And evaporation of water also takes place from here. Evaporation of water also takes place from here. Now you find that in most plants, so that they can reduce the amount of water lost, you find that the stomata are found on the lower side of the leaf. Are we together? Yeah, so that is the reason why stomata are found on the lower side, is to just to reduce what? The rate of transpiration, so that we don't end up drying up the plant as a result of losing too much water. Now, there is the vascular bundle. Is it visible there? Now, the vascular bundle has two vessels within it, and we have the xylem and the phloem. Now, the purpose of these vessels is to transport substances within the plant. The purpose of these vessels is to transport substances within the plant. Now, xylem transports water and minerals from the roots to the rest of the plant. Remember, we said water and mineral salts are absorbed from the soil by the root hair cells. So the moment the root hair cells absorb, then the xylem takes up the water and the mineral ions and then transports them to different parts of the plants. All right. Then we have the phloem, which transports sucrose and amino acids around the plant. The phloem transports sucrose and amino acids around the plant. Now, I think it's important for us to go back to the external structure of the leaf, right? Now, we stuck a leaf there, but we did not discuss the external structure of the leaf. And I think it is important, right? Now, let's talk about the midrib. What is the purpose of the midrib? Yes? Anyone raising the hand? Yes? Yeah, the midrib actually is the point of attachment or the point of origin for the veins. And the veins now are very important in what? Transport. So that's the midrib. Now the midrib also gives the leaf its shape. Do you agree with me? Yeah, it shapes the leaf, acts as it's like the skeleton of the leaf, all right? I want to discuss some purposes of other parts, but I've already talked about the vein. I've already talked about the vein that has the vascular bundles with xylem and phloem. And the venules are just smaller veins. Are we together? But the purpose is the same. Then we have the stem. Of course, the stem is the point of attachment between the leaf and the rest of the plant, all right? So could be stem, could be branch. Then the petiole is the leaf stalk. It attaches itself, is where the leaf attaches itself to the rest of the plant. So we can move on to the next part. We can move on to the next part, which is adaptations of the leaves. Adaptations of the leaf to photosynthesis. Now, we are going to do it in form of a table, okay? We'll do this in form of a table. So on the left side, I'll have the adaptation, and on the right side, on the left side, I'll have the feature, and on the right side, I'll have the adaptation. So you're writing this in the exercise book. Now, please assign more space. Don't divide them equally. Who has already divided equally? Please award more space for the adaptation more than the feature. The feature is just one word or two words. Now, the first one is large surface area. Large surface area. Now, can you tell me why it is important for leaves to have a large surface area in relation to photosynthesis? In relation to photosynthesis. Yes, Bramwell.
Photosynthesis in itself is how the plant manufactures its food.
Mm-hmm.
So, for the plant to manufacture enough food for itself, the leaf must have a bigger surface area where the photosynthesis will take place.
Mm-hmm. So, the bigger surface area is to allow photosynthesis to take place?
To favor it more.
You're right. Is he wrong? He's not wrong, yeah? But he hasn't explained his answer sufficiently. Okay? I want to hear from Deborah why it's important for leaves to have a large surface area.
I think when it has a large surface area, it creates enough space for sunlight to allow photosynthesis to take place.
Mm-hmm. Very good. So it allows enough space for sunlight to be absorbed. And what else? And what else? Carbon dioxide or carbon 4 oxide. All right? So it allows absorption of carbon 4 oxide and also absorption of light. So that's the first feature. The second feature is thin. Leaves are thin. Now I want to leave this. I want to leave this with you, Chebi. I want to leave this with you so that you tell us why it is important for a leaf to be thin. Hold the microphone as I go to the board to write.
The leaves are thin for its diffusion.
To reduce distances of
The movement or the interaction of the light with the leaves.
So actually there are two reasons why a leaf should be thin. And the first one is to allow what? Efficient absorption of light. The second one is also to reduce diffusion distances. To reduce diffusion distances so that if carbon dioxide needs to diffuse into the leaf, it can easily get to the palisade mesophyll cell or layer. And then we have the third feature is chlorophyll, presence of chlorophyll. Chlorophyll. We have talked about chlorophyll many times. Can you just write what it is for? It's for absorption of light energy so that photosynthesis can take place. Absorption of light energy so that photosynthesis can take place. Now, the fourth feature is the network of veins. The fourth feature is the network of veins. Why is it important for the leaves to have a network of veins? Why is it important for the leaves to have a network of veins? Sarah? Two? Yes. To facilitate the transportation process within the leaf. And what is most importantly being transported for photosynthesis? Carbon dioxide in the veins. Water. Water is a raw material for this process, so its transport is very important. Then the next one is stomata. These are adaptations. Stomata. Now, stomata allows carbon dioxide to diffuse into the leaf and oxygen to diffuse out. Stomata allows carbon dioxide to diffuse into the leaf and oxygen to diffuse out. Now, group 2, please go for your break. Are you the ones who are crying of hunger? Group 2, please go for your health break. Please let's move swiftly so that the rest of the class can continue. Now, stomata allows carbon dioxide to diffuse into the leaf and oxygen to diffuse out. Now, the next feature is thin and transparent epidermis. Thin and transparent epidermis. Thin and transparent epidermis. What's the purpose of a thin and transparent epidermis? Somebody? Yes, Dolin, welcome back.
The purpose of the thin and transparent epidermis is to allow light to pass through for the process of photosynthesis to take place.
Yes, perfect. It allows light to pass through for the process of photosynthesis to take place. Now the next one is thin cuticle made of wax, or thin waxy cuticle. Thin waxy cuticle. Thin waxy cuticle is to protect the leaf from desiccation without blocking sunlight. To protect the leaf from desiccation without blocking sunlight. Protect the leaf from desiccation without blocking sunlight. Now there's one aspect that I've seen that is very interesting. Number 8, the palisade cell layer at the top of the leaf. Because, okay, when you look at the diagram I've given you of the leaf anatomy, is the palisade at the top or at the bottom? At the top of the leaf, isn't it? Don't you think it is strategically placed there? Okay? For a reason, in terms of adaptations to photosynthesis? Yes, so that is feature number 8. Feature number 8 is palisade cell layer. Palisade cell layer at top of leaf. At top of leaf. Palisade cell layer at top of leaf. Now this is to maximize absorption of light. For what process? Photosynthesis. This is to maximize absorption of light for the process of photosynthesis. Now I'm going to rub the first two so that we can finish. Now the 9th one is the spongy layer. This one, you can tell me why it's important. Spongy layer. Yes, Cynthia. Yes, to increase surface area for diffusion of carbon 4 oxide. Increasing surface area for diffusion of carbon 4 oxide. And we all know that carbon 4 oxide is a raw material in the process of photosynthesis. And then the last one is vascular bundles. The last one is vascular bundles. Number 10. Now these two contain phloem and xylem for transport of substances within the leaf. And I don't need to go into details because we have already talked about that. Now going back to factors that affect photosynthesis. Going back to factors that affect photosynthesis. There is availability of water. Now, Now, how do you think that affects photosynthesis? How does availability of water affect photosynthesis? How does availability of water affect photosynthesis? Lenny, say something. Enoch, say something. Fabian, Evans. Water being a raw material, yes. Yeah, it's like trying to make a meal without sufficient ingredients. Are we together? Will you make enough food? If you don't have sufficient ingredients, you won't, isn't it? Yeah, so that is how important water is when it comes to the process of photosynthesis. So availability of water is key to the process of photosynthesis. Lack of enough water also reduces the rate of photosynthesis, and in turn also even affects the growth of the plant, because the plant only grows by the availability of enough food. Okay, I think now we can go to human nutrition. That was plant nutrition. Now, I'm open to questions on plant nutrition. So remember, there's an activity that is pending. Yeah? Yes, I really want us to still design that investigation. So let me put it here as part of the pending matters. Okay? Designing an investigation. So when I write that, I'll remember what investigation it was about. Now let's go to human nutrition. Thank you. Okay. Now, in human nutrition, we are going to look at diet and balanced diet. Now, there's a difference between those two. Huh? Diet and balanced diet. I'm sure here now, whether you did biology in high school or not, you must be having something to contribute in this one, isn't it? Yeah, because we interact with diet and balanced diet on a daily basis, right? Okay. Now, what do you understand by diet? And then, what do you understand by balanced diet? Diet and balanced diet. Evans, I've not heard your voice for some time. By the way. Oh, he wants the microphone so that he can. Yeah? So that we can hear his voice. Okay.
So, diet, I think, is set of meals. Yeah.
A diet is a set of
Meals.
A set of meals. I agree. And what is a balanced diet?
Balanced diet, I can say, is a set of meals that includes the proteins, carbohydrates, and vitamin. Yeah. All in one day.
Well, I agree, but there are still some scientific aspect missing. Sorry? Anyone who wants to contribute? Difference between, so he said that diet is a set of meals. A set of meals, just that. Then balanced diet is a meal that contains all food groups in the right proportions. Are we together? Yeah, you can eat all food groups, but you're not eating them in the right proportions. And you can see the way the balanced diet has been described there using that triangle of food. We call it the triangle of food. Have you ever seen it? So what should you Now, what should you eat the least? Say that again. Thank you. And then, after that, what should you eat a bit more? Meat and others. These are basically proteins. Are we together? Yeah. But I know there are people who take a lot of proteins. A lot of meat, a lot of milk, a lot of eggs, a lot of beans. So that is unhealthy. You should have how many servings of meat and any other protein? 2 to 3. Now, by the way, this is per day. 2 to 3 servings per day. Okay. You look shocked. Now, what should you eat a little bit more? At least 2 to 4 servings? Fruits. And then how many servings of vegetables? 3 to 5 servings. So I hope after this lesson you will try and... Ama ni ngumu. Servings, like scoops. Hey, but 3 to 5 servings. I think it's 1 serving, but now in the different meals. Like in the morning you take a serving of vegetables, okay? And then at midday you take a serving of fruits. You know, a serving could even mean 1 apple. That's a serving, yeah? I kind of feel like that's what they mean because they have not given us the exact measurements of a serving. So msiende pia kusema ati hatukuambiwa hiyo serving. Natoshana aje. Anyway. And then what should you take the most, but of course moderately, in terms of servings? You should take 6 or more servings. What should you take? Grains, beans, and starchy vegetables, 6 or more servings. So now, I'd like you to list the food groups you know. There are so many images there of food, okay, and there's space on the side. So write the food group, for example, if it's carbohydrates, the uses of carbohydrates, and at least 2 sources of carbohydrates. Well, do we have to write the sources? Maybe one source, yeah? Like you can say wheat. all right, or corn, just to give an example. So, for clarification purposes, I know you're wondering what is happening with the timer. I think it's good if I can clarify, okay? So when we got to 24 hours, the timer switched to days. Are we together? Yes. But ideally, it was supposed to continue counting the time continuously in hours cumulatively, so that even if we do 70 hours, we will know we have done what? 70 hours. So that is what we are trying to work on. So don't think that we have gone back to 0.00 hours. Are we together? Yes. So as it is now, we have done 25 hours because it's counting 1 day, 1 hour, 1 minute, and now the number of seconds. Are you together? Yeah, so it's just the timer that is a bit different, but we are going to change it and give a timer that is giving cumulative time. Okay? So it's 25 hours. Wow. All right? Yeah, let's keep going, yeah? Yes. Okay. So let's write the food groups, the uses, and the sources. Food groups, uses, and sources. Okay, so there was the model of the teeth, yeah? Okay. Okay, thank you. So this one I can open to. Yes, thank you. Oh, nice. That will switch. They're not able to do that now. Okay, now food groups. Now, have you included water and roughage? These include water and roughage. Servings. Martin is asking how many servings of water and how many servings of roughage. Now, for roughage, I know it should be six or more servings. Okay. And then how much water should you drink in a day? 8 glasses. Which size of glass now? Can we say it in terms of milliliters? 2 liters. Now, is a glass 500 ml really?
No.
I estimate a glass to be 300 ml, yeah? So when they say, yes, like the small soda. So you know the small soda? The 300 ml, if you pour it in a glass, it's most standard glasses are 300 milliliters. So when you say 8 glasses, you're taking 2.4 liters per day. Wow. Let's have the discipline. Let us hope to have the discipline. Now, what is the function of water in the human body? Function of water in the human body. We talked about its function in the plants. You remember? Yes. What's the function? Why do you drink water? Yes, Deborah? Used in cooling the body. Can you explain to us further how this happens? Yeah, it's okay. Used to remove waste products from the body. Yeah, it's a medium of removal of waste products from the body. Now, one of the waste products that is carried by water out of the body is urea. Are we together? Urea and salts, excess salts in the body. Like, for example, when you're sweating, you're removing excess water and excess salts. Then urine is basically urea, water, and excess salts. Yeah, so water is a medium of excretion. Another one? Yes, Haron?
Water is a major component of a great part of the human body.
Water is the main is the main component of the human body. Now, what percentage is water in our bodies? 70%. Can you imagine? Is it? Or 70 is earth? Ah. We have a nurse here. She should tell us what percentage of water our bodies are. But I'm going to get the exact figure for you, okay? Yes. Now, but when you look at something like blood, yeah? Do you know blood is majorly water? Yes. That's what makes the plasma. Now, water is what makes the part of the cytoplasm of our cells is made of what? Water. Imagine. So each and every cell in your body has some water in it. Unbelievable, yeah? Very unbelievable. So water is very important. Now, another reason that water is important in our bodies is it softens the food matter in our digestive system and helps prevent what? Constipation. So when you take enough fiber and enough water, you're free from constipation, yes?
Helps in digestion.
It helps in digestion. How? Huh? What did you have in mind when you said the point? How does water help in digestion? You have an answer? Yes?
Basically the same thing you say, like water affects digestion, affects softening the food matter, and the digestive system and preventing constipation.
Yeah. Now, what can you comment about water and absorbing nutrients? Water and absorption of nutrients. I think we should do a practical. Huh? Isn't it? Okay, let's finish this. We'll do a practical. Don't worry. Worry not. Yes.
In the small intestine, let's say food that is absorbed by the body for consumption is taken up by the blood and transported to various parts of the body, which consists mainly of water. So water takes credit for most of the digestion.
Yeah, for most of the digestion and for transport of dissolved substances. That one you need to mention, eh? Transport of dissolved substances. Like for example, when proteins are digested, what do we get? What do we get when we digest proteins? Amino acids, right? So amino acids are soluble in water. So it means that for amino acids to be absorbed and for them to be transported from one place to another, what do we require? We require water. Are we together? Now I want us to do an activity. We'll come back to physical digestion, but I want us to do an investigation so that we break the monotony of theory. Are we together? Yes. I'm going to tell you the subtopic just now. Just now. Now go to 1.64. 1.64. 1.64. Now for this activity, I'll require timers. I'll require timers, eh? Now, they can work in pairs. I don't know if the timers are enough. Okay, now, what are we investigating? The effect of physical activity on the heart rate. So I want around 5 volunteers. I need 5 volunteers to come here. 5 volunteers. 5 volunteers. 1, 2. Alvin, thank you for volunteering. It will really help you. Okay, I have 5 volunteers. Now, what are we investigating? Effect of physical activity on the heart rate. Now, can you write the 5 students? Write their name, just one name. There are 4, 5. So come and join them there. Just pass behind the camera and join them there. Fabian. So we have Alvin, we have Fabian, we have Marlon, we have Cynthia, and we have Haron. All right? Now, I want you to choose somebody you're comfortable with to take your what is it called? Your heartbeat per minute. So they'll measure for the first 1 minute record, for the second 1 minute record, for the third 1 minute record, and then we will get the average heartbeat per minute while you are stationary. Are we together? All right? So choose somebody you're comfortable with. I don't want to impose. So get a stool and sit so that you can be measured. Excuse me?
I'm choosing anyone, like anyone.
Yeah, someone you're comfortable with, no? Someone from, choose someone and then take a seat. Sorry? Lenny, you've been chosen, you've been selected. Just come to where the person who has selected you is. I choose for you, Harold. I choose for you. I choose for you. This one. Yeah, go and measure him. Cynthia, you've chosen Bilha. Ah. So if you're the one who volunteered, have a seat and face us. Now the person who is measuring the heartbeat, can I have somebody recording? Or let me have this manila paper. Mm-hmm.
Person who's measuring should not be among the
Yeah, should not. You volunteered, right? You have a stool. And who is seated there? What volunteered? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to measure? Go and sit there then. Go and sit there. Okay. So everybody has somebody to measure them, right? Now, I don't want you to measure using the wrist. I want you. That's why I asked you to get somebody who you're comfortable with. Mtu hata kunini? Huh? So you just place 2 fingers right here and just count. Are we together? So you start the timer and count how many beats it will be, or rather the person has, per minute. So you take the first one, start the timer again. Take the second one, start the timer again. Take the third one and give me the average. Are we together? Who is measuring you? Yeah, so per minute. Yeah, like there. Yeah, you are able. You can count, right? Yeah. Make sure your fingers are where you can count, and then now start the timer. The person being measured, keep quiet so that you don't escalate your... Has everyone had lunch? Who has not had lunch? Okay, you'll go out soon, okay? Those who are not measuring, try and measure your own. So I want the average for all of them. Fabian, Cynthia, Haron. Then I have Alvin and Marlon. Yeah. Huh? 90 beats per minute. Well, so you have calculated the average. So you took. No, I don't want one. I want reliable data. These ones are arguing here. Umetense, sijatense. Umetense, sijatense. 70. Okay, so Alvin's his average is 70. Bado moja, okay. I need the average. It is reliable when we take several measurements. Are you okay, Bramwell? Okay. Have you gotten the average? It's
69.
I need those averages quickly. Musinyongane tafadhali. Okay, I need Fabian's average. Fabian's average. Ya mwisho. Okay. Alvin is
70.3.
Oh. 70.3. Now the volunteers don't go, remain seated, okay? We need to finish this. Marlon and Cynthia.
71.3.
For who? 71.3. And then for Cynthia? 69.7. Fabian, we are waiting for... Fabian, just breathe in and out normally. Bramwell. Yes. Hii calculator imetoka wapi?
Hesabu madi.
Group 3. Anyone in group 3 who has volunteered here? Wait first, we finish with you because we are collecting data on you. 79. Hey, and why were you saying 70 surely? Where? 90. Now, we are investigating. What are we investigating? The effect of physical activity on the heart rate. So on your workbook, You have Marlon has heartbeat per minute before exercise is 71.3. Then for Cynthia, we have 69.7. Okay? And then Alvin, 70.3. Haron, 69. And then we have Fabian, 79. Are we together? Fabian is, his heart is beating. Now, if you are a volunteer, you can see that there are some stairs. There are some stairs for coming to the lab. Okay? I want you to run down those stairs, run up those stairs, run down, and up again. Then come and sit. We take. So, are we going to be 10 or more after they leave? Will be more than 10? Okay, you can go. Quickly, quickly, Cynthia. Yes, let's get fit. So the ones who are measuring them, be ready with a timer to measure now the heartbeats per minute after exercise. Still, we are measuring the, sorry? Yeah, we are measuring the heartbeats per minute, and we are taking an average of 3 measurements. Why do you think we are taking an average? Alvin, have you gone twice? Okay, sit down and measure them. Why are you being measured? Stand, move. Now, can you sit and measure them? Average, quickly, quickly, before the heartbeat goes back to normal. I want you to give me the change in heartbeats. There's no one to measure you. He has. Let me have the averages for after exercise. Average is 150. Where? For Cynthia. Is that the average or only one measurement? That's one measurement. Get other two. I need the average. Haron. Aaron, you're just a happy guy, man. Huh? Have they finished measuring you? Sorry. Average heartbeats per minute for her is 106. Please record for Cynthia in your workbook as 106. Give me for Haron so that he can go for his break. 130. Average. Okay, record that. 130. 130. Wow. Huh? Okay, can I have the averages for the rest? So for Cynthia is 103, 106, and then for Haron is 130, 4?
78.
Marlon is 78. Fabian? 94. And then Alvin? 75.6. Have we recorded that data? Yes. Now let's look at change in heartbeats. So you are taking the heartbeat after exercise minus heartbeats before exercise. Please calculate the change in heartbeats and the percentage heartbeat. If you are giving us your data and you need to go for a break, please do so now. Yes? Yes? I was recording in somebody's book. Now, for Marlon is 78. Cynthia 106. Alvin 75.6. Haron 130. And then Fabian is 94. 94. Now, imagine from 69 to 130. Hey! Unless the measurements were not taken correctly. Now, can we calculate the change in heartbeats? Change in heartbeats. Now calculate the average change in heart rate after exercise for the 5. So you're taking the change over original times 100. Huh? Change in heartbeats over original times 100. We want to see whose heart calculator. So you see what you've gotten here over the initial, the original, times 100. Yeah, times 100 gives you the percentage change in heart rate. Now, what is the percentage for, what's the first student? Who is the first student? Sorry? Alvin. Like the first student in our list. Hey, somebody has increased by 52%.
It is. So I think was wrong here after the country by.
Who was counting for her own? Bramwell, is it you? You're the one. What time did I start to teach? 5:03. So my hours are being counted from 5:03. So breaks now is 03:03:03. Now, I want to write those percentages on the board. So you'll tell me the individual and the percentage increase. All right? Although some data appears a bit unreliable, isn't it? Anyway. Who is this? Alvin? 7 point? So his heartbeats, number of heartbeats per minute increased by 7.54 after exercise. All right? The next one? Marlon. 9 points. Then we have Cynthia. Hey, sorry? 52.1. Why are you getting a different number, Alvin? Is your calculator? Juu kuna namba ingine pia ulinipe ilikuwa wrong. Okay, the fourth one is Fabian. Percentage? Sorry? 19? 18.99. Then the last one is, hey, where? 88 point? So all these are plus, yeah? Isn't it? Yeah, like we have increased the number of heartbeats per minute based on before exercise and after exercise. So now, what can you conclude? Okay, we need to get the average percentage rate in heart rate. How do we get that? We add all these and then divide by 5. So 7.54 plus 9.4 plus 50. Do this, please, somebody. Plus 18.99 plus 88.41. Divide by 5. What's the percentage increase in heartbeats per minute? 35? Okay. Now, what explanation can you give for this? What explanation can you give for this? Yes.
You can say that the average changes in heartbeat increases with changes in physical activity.
Average changes in
Heartbeat
Uh-huh.
increases with changes in physical activity.
So is it average changes of or average increase? It's average increase, right? Yes. Average increase in heartbeats per minute increases with or increases after exercise. Now, why do you think this is so? The conclusion based on the data is that everybody's heartbeats per minute increased. So, what explanation can you give for this? Sarah, your hand is up. Uh-huh.
You can say maybe the supply of oxygen during the physical exercise was low, so the body tries to like use up the energy, use up a lot of energy to pump for continuously, so it leads to the increase in heart rate as they do the exercise. The flow of oxygen is low.
So the answer you have given me is for explaining change in breathing rate. You agree? Yes. Yeah, because you're talking about breathing. Sorry, you're talking about oxygen. Yeah? Yes. So when there is a shortage, or rather when there is a higher demand for oxygen, then there is a need to breathe faster. Okay? Faster and deeper. Faster and deeper. So you're not wrong, but you have answered the wrong question. Yes, Maston?
This is due to an increase in metabolic activities of the cell.
Increase in metabolic activity. Which metabolic activities? Science students. Yes? Sorry? Respiration, because there is need for more energy. Now, what does the heart do? What's the work of the heart? It's a pump. What does it pump? Blood. To where? To all parts of the body. And by the parts of the body, I mean the organs. Are we together? Yes. Now, so that means that if blood is required more in certain organs, then the heart needs to pump faster and harder. Faster and what? Harder. So when it comes to physical exercise, you find that there is more blood required where? Where the muscles are, because we use muscles to exercise. So the demand, because oxygen is in the blood, so the demand for blood that is carrying oxygen, so it's basically demand for oxygenated blood. Are we together? Yes. Demand for oxygenated blood increases, and this leads to the heart beating faster to meet that demand. Okay? So in 2 minutes, let's write that explanation. And then we do another activity. How are you feeling? What's the response of your body to this endurance?
Adaptation.
All I know is that tomorrow night you will be excited.
Yes.
That's what I know. Yes. You may struggle tonight and part of tomorrow daytime, but when you see tomorrow night, you'll be very excited. Trust me. If you have never trusted me, trust me on that one. Hmm?
I have a question.
Yes, ask.
How do you know this food is low in caloric, like the caloric intake of foods?
Now you have to do an investigation where you measure the energy content of food. Okay? So I have seen people doing investigations. They put the same amount of water on a tripod stand and they put different types of food under. They can put popcorns, they can put wheat, you see, and then they burn the food. Okay? So and then they are taking the temperature of the water. So the water that has the highest temperature change, that food that heated it to that high temperature is the one that has more calories. It means it has more energy in it. Okay? Yes. So by the time now they start writing in food packets that this food has this number of calories, they have already collected enough data to tell the amount of calories that are in that. Okay? Now there's another activity. There's another activity. And this other one is about rate of breathing. Can you look for it? Have we passed it? I think we have passed it. It's behind the one we have just done. Huh? Can you see it? One for respiration. 1 point? 1.79. One point? Or 79? All right. This is 1.80. 1.80 before you get to, actually, .80. 1.80. Now I need 5 other students. I need 5 other students. I need 5 other students. Where? Number of breaths per minute before exercise. Number of breaths per minute after 3 minutes of exercise. So we are even going to time the number of minutes you are exercising. It has to be the same. Because when I told you to go up and down the stairs, some people did not go with a lot of vigor. So the change was small. Can I have five volunteers? Now this area, the last time you didn't volunteer, Dolin, Martin, Sarah, Jessica, Diana, Kujeni. Now, can you hold a stopwatch and tell us how many times you're breathing in a whole cycle, okay? How many times you're breathing in per minute? Hold a stopwatch.
still counting. Should be counting.
No, you are counting in your mind. In your mind. When you're counting verbally? No. You can't count verbally. Where is my book? This one? Okay. So I have my 5 students here. I have Jessica, Diana, number of breaths per minute before exercise. Yours? 40. Really? Like a full cycle? Like? Eh? Yeah. When you can breathe in and out only 20 times a whole minute. We have a nurse in the house. Is it possible? Is it possible to breathe in and out 20 times in 1 minute? Okay. So 40 includes...
No, 40 was individual, like in alone, out alone. That's why I said 20. In and out.
Hey, can you try do again, please? Time yourself again. You also got 20, a full cycle. I repeat again. That's why now the average comes in handy. 32, full cycle. Like, that's one. Yours is 27, full cycles. Is this normal? I just wanted you to, yeah, I wanted you to breathe normally, like, don't now decide I'm starting to breathe and I'm counting. You understand? You get it? Yes. What time is it? 18? 18:46. So maybe 7:03. I can take a break of 10 minutes at 7:03. 7:03, 10 minutes. 7:03. Okay, can I have those figures? Let me have the data. Okay, Jessica, are we redoing yours? Huh? 19. 19, Diana? 20? 26. Dolin? 28. All right. Sarah got 27. So I record 25. Okay, let me record 25, the latest one. And then Martin, 22. 20, so I can do 24, yeah? Because that's the average. Okay, now, I want you to choose an exercise that you will do for 3 minutes. And then now we take... so I'm the one who is going to be timing you all. The time to start and the time to stop. Please, let's concentrate. So find a suitable space and do an exercise for 3 minutes. Still within the room. Remember, we are collecting data to check whether exercise affects. So tell me when to start.
Let's
3 minutes. No, please do it within the room, please.
There's enough space here.
Do it within the room.
Teacher, there's enough space.
Yeah, there's enough space everywhere.
We can jump.
Diana, can I start the stopwatch? A common exercise, jumping jacks. Jumping jacks, okay? Okay, for 3 minutes. Now, you can't jump near that light. Move this way a bit. Okay. I'm starting the clock in the timer in 1, 2, 3. Start. Diana, that's not jumping jacks. 3 minutes. Now, how will we collect data if you don't do? Even 1 minute is not over. Imagine. Let's continue. Push yourself. You're doing well. Continue. Aya, 1 minute is gone. 2 more. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Okay, I've reduced to 2 minutes. So, Jikaze, I've reduced to 2 minutes. I've reduced to 2 minutes, half a minute left. Thank you, Darlene. You're doing very well, Diana. 20 more seconds to go, Diana. Thank you. 20 more seconds to go. Oh, 10 now, 10 now. Thank you. 5 more. And stop. Okay, now hold the stopwatch again and get me the average breaths per minute. Hold the stopwatch again, start it and give me the number of breaths per minute. did. We tested for proteins. The one that turned purple. The one that turned purple. Yeah, it was albumin. The white part of the egg. Okay, now can I have the data? Yep. Let me have the data. Jessica, what are your number of breaths per minute? 20? 22? So, hey, now, after 3 minutes, and then there is after 6 minutes. Wait. Let me spare you that one. Let me spare you that one. No.
It's healthy for them.
To be too much.
It's healthy for them.
Aya, Diana? 30 from 26. Dolin?
35.
Why? Umepumua kweli. And then Sarah? Sorry? 31. Martin? Huh? Sorry? Yeah, you really exercised. Now, assuming that they increase within the same range. So like for Jessica, increased by 3 units. So if probably she was to do another 3, it would be 25. Yeah, if she's to increase from 3 minutes exercise to 6 minutes, it would be what? 25, okay? And then for Diana, the difference is 4. So 32, 34, we are just estimating because we are having mercy on them. Now what's the difference between Dolins? 7. So add another 7. 42. Hey! And then for Sarah, the difference is 6. Add another 7. No, and add another 6 is 37. Then we have 24 to 36, that's 12. So we go to 48. All right. Now, for purposes of explanation. Now, what explanation? Thank you for volunteering. Now, how do you explain this? Now, Sarah, there's an answer you had given me that I want to hear again, now that we have done this exercise. I wish we had a microphone for her, so that we... So we have done 26 hours, eh? By morning we'll have done 30 something, imagine. Yeah. Huh? Nani? Okay, Sarah, explain to us using the point you were telling me. Please listen.
I had said that during the exercise, the body tends, because you are doing exercise, the body tends to have low intake of oxygen in the body, so the heart tends to pump faster, so that it may, like, if it issue the time, like the constant, like your rate to go constant. So it's like the body. Okay.
Okay, now, basically, when you're doing exercise, you're making your muscles work harder than usual, isn't it? So that means that more respiration needs to, more aerobic respiration. Aerobic respiration is the one that requires oxygen. Are we together? And how do we get oxygen into our bodies? By breathing. So, when the demand is higher than usual, it forces you to take many breaths and to take deeper breaths. So the number of breaths per minute increase and the depth. So the depth referring to the volume of air that you're breathing in. Okay? So the aim for this is to meet the demand for oxygen in your body. Are we together? So that is the explanation. So sometimes you find, or rather for me, I find my students confusing what exercise does to the heartbeat per minute and what exercise does to the breathing and what exercise does to the breathing rate per minute. Are we together? So the explanations are different. All right? Have you enjoyed the exercises? Yes. Now let's go back to human nutrition. Now I'm in 1.41. 1.41. 4 minutes out. Oh, group 4, go for your health break. Group 4. Seven oh three. Okay. Now I want us to differentiate between physical digestion and mechanical. Wait. It's the same thing, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. I thought we are differentiating between physical and chemical, okay? So physical digestion is the same as mechanical digestion. Now, what does it mean? Physical digestion. What does physical digestion mean? About it. This is my water. What does physical digestion mean? Yes, Marlon?
Large amounts of food molecules to
Yes?
The size of the food particles.
Okay, so breaking down the size of the
food particles
from
large sizes to small amounts.
I agree. Now, physical digestion involves breaking down of large food particles into smaller food particles that now can be digested chemically. Okay? So basically, physical digestion is like a preparation for chemical digestion. Are we together? Now, physical digestion, we can't really study physical digestion without looking at the teeth, types of teeth, and the structure, both external and internal, and even discuss how to take care of teeth. If we do. Do we? Yes. We do. Now, I have a model of different open like this to see the structure. Okay? Yeah, so teeth are of different types, shapes, okay? Sizes. And as a result of that, they also perform different functions. Are we together? Yes. Now, before I go for my break, I'll want you to probably just come look at this and molar, and which one is there? Molar. Where do I place it? Okay. Come and look at it here as I come in 10 minutes. Now, has everybody been able to view the model of the teeth? Everybody has viewed this? So we are looking at teeth and digestion, and we are looking at the types of human teeth. Now, who can identify for me the incisors in this case? Yes? Yeah, these two are incisors. Now, how did you know they were incisors? Sorry? They are chisel shaped. So, in terms of description, please write that. Chisel shaped. Okay, any other description for incisors? Sorry? Now, incisors have what? One root, nice. What's the function of incisors? Yes? Yeah, biting and cutting, let's note that. And then, what is the position in the mouth? What is the position in the mouth? Sorry? Central. Let's say front, yeah? Front. So the front, normally we divide the jaw in the mouth into four. Are we together? The top left, top right, bottom left and bottom right. So the first two teeth of every segment. Yeah. So when you divide your mouth into four parts, the left and the right side, and then the upper and the lower, the first two teeth of every segment, those are normally incisors. So in total, we have how many incisors? 4. You normally feel even the canine is sharper. Are you able to tell that it's a canine with your, what do you mean? You don't have canines? No. All humans have the 4 types of teeth. Are you together? Alright? Yeah, so what is the work of canines? Okay, first of all, let's start with position. Position in the mouth. Yes? They are found on the 4 segments of the jaws, okay? And I've already explained how we divide the jaws in the mouth into 4 parts, okay? So they are found one on each part, next to the incisors, before the premolars. They are found on each part of the jaw, next to the incisors. So how many do we have in total? We have 4 canines. Now, what is the function of canines? Tearing, holding, holding stroke, gripping, yeah? And then which other one? Biting. Tearing, holding, and biting. Now, let's go to premolars. Okay, well, the description for premolars and molars is almost the same. I'm not saying it's the same, but it is similar. All right? Similar. Now, how do you describe premolars and molars? Some people behind me are not talking. Maston, you've been quiet. Premolars and molars. Yes? They have cusps and ridges. What's the difference between cusps and ridges? Please use this to explain to us. Cusps and ridges. Yes, Travis?
I usually know that the premolars and molar cusp.
Now, ridges are the depressions. I stand corrected. Ridges are the depressions. And then the extensions, yeah, the ones that look like they've been raised, are the what? The cusps. So we have both cusps and ridges in molars and premolars. Now the difference between molars and premolars is that premolars have how many roots? Two roots. What about molars? Three roots. So I know from here only one is visible, but there's another one, eh? Yeah, there's another one, a hidden one, because this is the dark. So from behind, this is what you're able to see. This is a nice model, yeah? Really nice. Now, what is the function of, so position in the mouth of premolars and molars. Let's just combine those two. They are found at the back of the mouth, okay, on every part of the jaw. Now, how many premolars do we have? They are still growing. Oh, interesting. We have 2 on every part. Are we together? And how many molars? Are they 12? Yes. You know, I removed one wisdom tooth. So I was counting. I was wondering why are they less? Yeah? So please note the numbers. How many incisors? 8 for an adult. How many canines? 4. How many premolars? 8. And how many molars? 12. With 4 being wisdom teeth. Are we together? Yeah, 12 molars with 4 being wisdom teeth. So we have 2. Yeah, have you grown the wisdom tooth? Okay. We'll talk later. Yeah, so basically, those are the types of human teeth. Now let's go to the internal structure of a tooth. The good thing is that for this lesson, all diagrams have been provided. Okay? All diagrams have been provided, so now we are looking at the internal structure of a tooth. Now we have the topmost part, the white part. Eh? At least our teeth are white somehow, right? Somehow. So what's the name of the white part of the tooth? That's the enamel. And what is the work of the enamel? What's the work of the enamel? Or rather, what is the enamel made of? Is it soft? Is it hard? And what's, yes? Yeah, it's hard and it is made of calcium compounds. Okay? Calcium compounds. So it forms the surface for biting. It forms the surface for biting. Now beneath the enamel we have what? The dentine. Now the dentine, what does the dentine do? Now, the cells within the dentine help in producing the enamel. Are we together? Yes. So, the dentine now also forms part of the root. So, it is also hard. Are we together? Yes. Now beneath the dentine we have the pulp. Now what is found in the pulp? What is found in the pulp? The nerves and the blood vessels. Nerves and blood vessels. So when your tooth is aching, it means that the infection, or rather the cavity, has gone all the way to the pulp. All right. Then we have the cementum. Okay. Now the cementum interconnects with the dentine and it forms part of the root. It helps in it produces the enamel as well. Now the dentine is hard as well, and it looks similar to a bone. Have you ever removed a tooth and then like the part that has come off the gum is still hard, looking like almost like a bone? That is the dentine that you see. Okay. Now the cementum, or the cement, it covers the tooth root and it helps to anchor it, to cement it into the bone. Now the other function of pulp that I had not mentioned is that it contains other soft tissues that deliver nutrients and signals to your teeth. That's why when you bite something cold, how do you feel? Huh? Do you feel sensitive? Yeah, so the sensitivity is as a result of what? The presence of nerves in your teeth, all right? Now, were you writing? Were you writing the parts of a human tooth and function? If you are not done, take 2 minutes and finish writing that. Now the next thing I want us to talk about is tooth decay. Yeah? Who has been to the dentist and they shed a tear? If I've ever shed a tear, I'm sorry. Me too. Okay? So we need to discuss about the causes of tooth decay and prevention. Now, what does decay mean? When something is decaying, what does it mean? It's rotting. What else? Yes? Please speak up, my students. When something is decaying, it means it's being eaten away. Okay? Now, so tooth decaying is the diminishing of the enamel and the dentine until now we get to the pulp where we have the soft tissue and the blood vessels and the nerves, and that's when you start feeling pain. Okay? The gum starts swelling because it has an infection. I mean, it's not a good place to be in. Okay? Yeah, I would never want to go back there. Now, what are the causes of tooth decay? Please, this is now open. I mean, this affects almost all of us, yeah? Nowadays, I see even small children getting tooth decay. I got tooth decay when I was already, I think, a mother for the first time. But nowadays, I see 10-year-olds, 15-year-olds going to the dentist to extract their teeth. Anyway, what are the causes of tooth decay? Yes, Marlon?
Consumption of sugary foods.
Overconsumption. Okay? So the first cause is overconsumption of sugary substances. Okay? So when you consume sugary substances, what happens? What happens when you overconsume sugary substances? They have bacteria? Yes?
They settle on your tooth, and when they begin to rot, bacteria acting on them, they lose some
Yes, your explanation makes sense. So what is released by the bacteria is acid. Are we together? So think about it this way. You buy chocolate. How many love chocolate? And then you put it on your bedside so that every night before you sleep, you take and then you tell yourself, I'll take this for a whole week, just 1 bar per night. Just one, the small piece, yeah? So you sleep with sugar deposited all over your mouth, and of course you sleep, I hope you sleep with your mouth closed. So the moisture and the warmth causes the bacteria to do what? To overmultiply in your mouth. Wow, that's... Mr. Steve says that he brushes his teeth after every meal. Let's clap for him, We hope to get there someday. Yeah, I've seen someone who carries a toothbrush and toothpaste in her handbag. Even when she takes a snack at 10, she brushes her teeth. Wow. Well, it would be sad if she got tooth decay. High chances. Why? Okay, now there is a third reason. There is a third reason that is not really a cause for decay. You understand? Not really a cause for decay, but like when you get an injury. For example, when you're eating a very hard substance and then you get like sugarcane. Then you get a small crack on your enamel. So it acts as a point of weakness. So every time you eat, some food substances may hide there. Small, tiny food substances, and then bacteria also go to lodge there, you know. So with time you realize the crack widens and widens. How did I lose my first tooth? I was chewing gum. Clarice, you feel me, eh? I was chewing gum, and then I was chewing and chewing, and then my tooth cracked. Like it cracked like this. You know the way an egg does pwa? Like that. So that is how I lost my first wisdom tooth. So I feel like if I had not been chewing, like I had not been exposing it to that kind of activity, I would have saved it, yeah? Yeah, but anyway, it's long gone. I've celebrated 4th anniversary after losing it. Okay, now how can you prevent tooth decay? This is easy. Now everybody should participate as we write. Yes? So we should avoid overeating sugary substances, and then we should brush our teeth as regularly as possible. All right? Now there's one, I don't know if you do it. Yes?
Eating, like, if you love chocolates and sweets and all, it's not bad as long as afterwards you brush your teeth. You might not get stomach.
Have you heard that if it's okay to take the sugary substances, but again you brush your teeth? It's okay, brushing is okay. But nowadays I even see it's even better to clean. After brushing, you also do what? What is it called? These liquids that mouthwash. Yeah? Antibacterial mouthwash. If you're able to keep the discipline, it's okay. Yeah. But now you know sugars harm you in other ways other than just teeth. Okay? Yes. Yes. Regular dental checkups. When was the last time you saw a dentist? Hey, Marlon is just shaking his head. It's like, I can never go there. Huh? Gideon says that he saw a dentist last on a photo. Can you imagine? Just a few seconds, please. But nilikuwa naona moshi. Nilikuwa distracted. All right. Now, what are we doing next after this? Now, the role of the stomach in physical digestion. Now, that tells you that the stomach has both a role in physical and chemical digestion. So let's look at that. Now, you need to note that the stomach has strong muscular walls. The stomach has strong muscular walls. Now, these muscles contract and relax. These muscles contract, relax, and churn the food, mixing it with enzymes and mucus. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Well, the muscles contract and relax to churn the food. To churn the food. Where is my pen? It's so far, eh? To churn the food. Churning is basically mixing. Are we together? Yeah. Now, the walls of the stomach contain goblet cells. Goblet cells. The walls of the stomach contain goblet cells. And these goblet cells secrete mucus. Why do you think it's important for the lining of the stomach to have mucus? Mucus, yes, Bilha. Now I'm confused.
Because in the stomach,
Mm-hmm.
the mucus prevents the stomach from being infected.
Yes. Now, what is produced by the walls of the stomach? What is produced? Yes, HCl, which is corrosive. So, the goblet cells that line the stomach produce mucus, all right? Produce mucus so that we prevent, prevent corrosion of the stomach wall by the hydrochloric acid, all right? So basically the function of the stomach is to, in physical digestion, is to mix the food and make it easier for chemical digestion now to take place. Now let's look at the role of bile in physical digestion. I'm sure the chart has something we could look at. Now please come closer. Now make sure you can see here. Are we together? Because I want to explain, and then now when we sit we write. Are we together? Yes. Now the human alimentary canal. Now the alimentary canal is one pipe that starts from the mouth to the anus. Are we together? So it starts from here, and you can see it's just continuous, elongated, and then here it is modified into a stomach, and then we have the duodenum, which is the first part of the small intestines, and then the folded part of the small intestines is the ileum. Are we together? Then we have the folded part, and then we have the colon, or what we in layman's language say is very important, okay? Because first of all, it helps to moisten and soften the food. Yeah, sometimes you can put something very hard in your mouth, but by the time you swallow it, it's not hard anymore, yeah? Because of the function of the saliva to soften the food and make it easy to swallow. Now, I was talking today about the enzyme that is found in the saliva. Which enzyme is that? Hey, you're very good students. You remember? Salivary amylase. So you see that as much as the salivary glands are not part of the alimentary canal, they are what are they? Organs that are assisting the alimentary canal also perform its function well. Okay? Now we have other organs, and one of them is gallbladder, okay, which stores bile. Now don't confuse. The gallbladder does not produce bile. It does what? It stores it. What produces bile is the liver, not bile duct. What produces bile is the liver. So the liver produces bile, and then it is transported to the gallbladder for storage, and then upon it is taken to the duodenum through the bile duct. Through the what? Bile. So these are called assisting organs in the digestive system. Another assisting organ, so the liver is an assisting organ because it produces bile salts, okay? And it also receives digested food from the intestines. Like it receives glucose and converts it into glycogen. Are we together? Yeah, so converts it from glucose to glycogen for storage. You remember when we were differentiating the plant cell and the animal cell, we said the animal cell stores food in form of glycogen. Who is that who has said starch? You know we are on camera. Okay? Yeah, so we store food as humans or as animals in the liver in form of what? Glycogen. And then for plants we store in form of starch. Sawa? So the gall along the ileum. Now you can see that the pancreas is not connected anywhere to the stomach. Are we together? So the pancreatic juices that are produced, they do not go to the stomach, but they go to the duodenum, and they finish digestion of carbohydrates, they finish digestion of proteins, and digestion of lipids. Then we have the ileum, which is highly folded. Why do you think it's highly folded? To increase surface area for absorption of the nutrients of, or rather products of digestion. Sawa sawa. So what made me bring you here was actually the role of bile. The role of bile in physical digestion. Now bile performs a function called emulsification. Are we together? So now what is emulsification? Anyone with an idea? Hey, Clarice, you're very fresh. Breakdown of? Is it breakdown? You know, when you say breakdown, it could mean composing, which is not the case. Okay? So basically, bile salts emulsify fats, okay? So reduces the fats from large globulets to small globules. Are we together? So increasing the surface area so that now when the lipases act on the lipids, now they can easily digest them. Are we together? From large globulets to small globules. Thank you. So if you feel like referring to this further as we could, feel free, but I think we can sit now and write something. Now, before you go, the large intestines plays a major role in reabsorption. Now, water and mineral salts absorbed from indigestible material, and this is also where the feces are formed, here at the rectum, before being expelled when the anal sphincter relaxes. Are we together? So there is a nerve that is connected to the anal muscle called anal sphincter. And this is what triggers an organism to want to release fecal matter. I'm trying to use the best words. You have noticed? No, I don't want to mention. People could be taking dinner at home as they watch. All right? So any questions so far about the human alimentary canal? So let's go through the objectives in the workbook one by one. But at least you have now the idea of what happens in the digestive system, isn't it? Yes. Thank you. Switch. It'll take how long you to switch? Hapo sure? But see everything is being seen on camera.
Panaonekana kama kulikuwa na somewhere kulikuwa na time lapse, so start change screen ikae kama ile timer immediately. I wanted to bring that screen equal just to this one. They show both the times.
No problem. So this one can be here and the other one here.
Yeah, and then after the next break, now we remove this. So watakuwa na enough time ya kuona hii time na ile kitu and see what we did. And now we remain with that one.
That's okay.
But we do that during the break.
It's something major. Doing it now. What if we are doing an activity? I'm okay. So you are removing it fully out the other one?
The other one. Just put it next to
Are you disconnecting it?
Yeah.
Then you connect it.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to do it during break.
Because I'm going for break at I'm going for break now. Now, which is the next? So, role of bile in physical digestion. We have discussed it. Please write it. Fill that in your workbook. Now, what is the color of bile? I hear some people saying that I puked until I puked bile. Have you ever heard somebody saying that? Ati nilitapika mpaka nikatapika nyongo. Shaisikia hiyo? That nyongo is bile. What is the color of bile? Green, yellowish green, eh? Yeah, that's bile. Yeah, it's possible. When your stomach is completely empty, and there's some bile at the duodenum, it can come back up. It's very possible, actually. Now, another role of bile is to neutralize the acidic mixture from the stomach. Now, did you see where the bile duct has been connected? You saw that? Excuse me? Did you see where the bile duct has been connected? Yeah, so remember that in the stomach we have hydrochloric acid. And so whatever comes from the stomach is acidic. We need a mechanism of neutralizing that acid from the stomach as it gets into the duodenum. So bile contains a salt called sodium hydrogen carbonate. Damaris, please write that for me on the board. Sodium hydrogen carbonate. Just the name. She's looking at the periodic table now. Eh? It's called chemistry. Sodium hydrogen carbonate. Sodium. That's whiteboard. Sodium hydrogen carbonate. Now, hydrogen carbonate is one word with hydrogen starting with a H, with a capital H. Make it one word, thank you. Where is the, it's over there. Now, we were looking at simple chemical reactions yesterday, or was it today? Today. Okay, we didn't look at carbonates and acids. But what do you know about a reaction between carbonates and acids? Huh? What are the products of reacting a carbonate and an acid? Yes, Debbie? There's carbon dioxide, salt, and water. Now, I don't know if I should say this. Huh? Where do you think gas comes from? The gas you release? I want to see if anyone really knows, by the way. Where do you think it comes from? Now, look at it this way. Digestion has occurred in the stomach, and there is that acidic chyme that has now been released to the duodenum. Are we together so far? Yes. Now, the acidic chyme goes and finds sodium hydrogen carbonate that is in the bile salts. Okay? And a reaction happens, and a salt, carbon dioxide, and water are produced. How do you think that carbon dioxide comes out? And it is being formed along the duodenum and the ileum. Have I answered your question? Yes. Thank you. Clap for me, because you would never have known. Huh? Anyway, yeah, so it's important to know the function of these secretions. Are we together? So are we done with the role of bile in physical digestion? Now please don't forget about emulsification. Yes, Cynthia? Yes. It explains it because when you bloat, it means that there is a lot of gas that has been trapped in your alimentary canal and has not yet found a way out. Are we together? When it finds a way out, you feel better. All right? So sometimes bloating comes as a result of too much acid being produced in the stomach. And then now when it goes to the duodenum, there's a vigorous reaction because the bile is also trying to get rid of the excess acid. All right? I hope it makes sense now, eh? Okay. Now, let's look at chemical digestion and its role. I've not seen Alvin. Okay. Let's look at chemical digestion. Now, who can remind us what mechanical digestion is? Mechanical digestion or physical digestion? Who can remind us? Yes?
The breakdown of food substances from large sizes to smaller that can be utilized.
Breakdown of food substances from large sizes to smaller sizes. Yes. Now, can we now define what chemical digestion is? Think about it as I get a chair, because I'm straining to sit on the stool. Excuse me. Can I get a common Now, what is mechanical digestion? Now, the breakdown, let's write. Mechanical digestion is the breakdown of complex food substances into simple molecules, simple absorbable molecules. Is a breakdown of complex food substances into simple absorbable molecules. Now, where does it begin? Yes? This is better. Where does chemical digestion begin? Yeah, chemical digestion begins in the mouth. The same way physical digestion also begins in the mouth. So digestion begins in the mouth. Now, what is the role of chemical digestion? We said that the role of physical digestion is to make the particles smaller so that they can be digested chemically. Okay. Then now, what is the role of chemical digestion? Role of chemical digestion, somebody? Marlon? Okay, now, why should complex food substances be converted into simple food substances? Maybe it will help you answer better. Yes, Marlon?
So they can be supplied to various parts of the body where they need.
Yes? To make digestion easy. But you see, we have already digested. We have already converted them from complex. First of all, we have digested mechanically, and then now we have converted from complex to simple molecules for ease of absorption. Now, the complex molecules are not soluble in water. And remember, we said that one of the roles of water in the body is it acts as a solvent. Are we together? Yes. So chemical digestion now converts from complex, insoluble, unabsorbable molecules to simple, soluble, absorbable molecules. That one I know you won't forget soon. Can we write? The role of chemical digestion is to convert food substances from complex, insoluble, unabsorbable molecules to simple, soluble, absorbable molecules. Sorry? Pardon, from which part? Okay, converts complex, insoluble, unabsorbable food molecules to simple, soluble and absorbable molecules. Now I want you to come with your, probably we can use this time to allow them to readjust the screens. Okay. I want you to come up to the chart. I don't know where there is enough space. Maybe here. Yeah. Come with your workbook. Sorry, Debbie, sorry. I want you to fill in the parts, all the parts. There you go. So you fill quickly and then you go back and sit. By the way, inanisaidia. Please, once you finish, you go back to your chair. Once you finish, go back to your chair. The ones I bought. What do you do? Okay, let's go back to our seats. Have we been able to label the human digestive system? Okay, can we write now can we mention, let's mention the functions of each part of digestion. Are we together? I'm going to try and summarize this as much as possible. I'll try and summarize this as much as possible so that we don't take so much time covering this. Now we'll start with the mouth. So you write the structure and the function, okay? That's what we were discussing here at the chart, so it's now just writing. The mouth is where mechanical digestion takes place. The mouth is where mechanical digestion takes place. Now, when I sit on this chair, are you able to hear me well? Okay. The mouth is where mechanical digestion takes place. Still in the mouth, amylase enzymes start the digestion of carbohydrates. Amylase enzymes start the digestion of carbohydrates. Then we go to the oesophagus. I'm saying oesophagus so that you get the spelling right. Now the oesophagus connects the mouth to the stomach. The oesophagus connects the mouth to the stomach. Oesophagus connects the mouth to the stomach. And this is where the food bolus goes after being swallowed. This is where the food bolus goes after being swallowed and goes down through peristalsis. Remember the name peristalsis? When was the last time you thought about it? Peristalsis. Huh? Peristalsis. So peristalsis is the wave-like movement of food as a result of contraction and relaxation of the esophageal muscles. Contraction and relaxation of the muscles of the esophagus causes the wave-like contractions. If you want to feel peristalsis, put your 2 fingers on your throat, everyone. Maida, put your 2 fingers on your throat. And then swallow saliva. That is peristalsis. Okay, let's go to the stomach. The stomach digests food, e.g. proteins. And then produces hydrochloric acid that gives the correct pH environment. Produces hydrochloric acid that gives the correct pH environment for other enzymes to function. Gives the correct pH environment for other enzymes to function. And also the hydrochloric acid eliminates bacteria. I'm sure you've ever eaten a fruit without washing. Are you guilty as charged? Me too. I'm sure you've ever eaten a fruit like plums or grapes. Mangoes, ooh. You know a grape you feel like you can wipe with your hand, yeah? Anyway, so there are high chances that on a daily basis we consume bacteria, but because we have the hydrochloric acid, it does what? It eliminates the bacteria. Now let's go to the small intestines. Now the small intestine is divided into 2. The first section is called the duodenum. D-U-O-D-E-N-U-M. The first section is called the duodenum. And this is where completion of some digestion takes place. Completion of some digestion takes place. And the second part is called the ileum. The second part is called the ileum, where absorption of digested food molecules is absorbed. Where absorption of digested food molecules is absorbed. Now, I don't want to talk about absorption of the ileum at this point because it's waiting for us ahead in a few pages. So let's be a bit patient. We'll get there. Now, the other part is the large intestine. Large intestine. The large intestine is where water is reabsorbed. This is where fecal matter is stored and removed through the anus or anus. All right. Now, I'm going to talk about the other assisting organs that are not necessarily in the alimentary canal, and I'll talk about 3 of them. The first one is pancreas. Pancreas is also a part of the digestive system, and the pancreas produces the 3 digestive enzymes. That's how important it is. It produces the 3 digestive enzymes: amylase, protease, and lipase. Amylase, protease, and lipase. Amylase, protease, and lipase. Okay, let's go to the liver, which produces bile that emulsifies fats. The liver produces bile that emulsifies fats. I won't talk about the other functions of the liver at this point, because at this point we are looking at digestion only. Are we together? Yeah, so the liver has other functions that I'll talk about later, but for this particular one, bile is the one that is applicable for digestion. And then the last one is gallbladder, which stores bile and releases it into the duodenum as required. Releases it into the duodenum as required. So I think we are done with that segment 1.48. Now I want us to discuss the definitions of important terms when it comes to the process of digestion. All right? Now, what is ingestion? Ingestion. Yes? Intake of substances. Any substances? Yeah, so ingestion is simply feeding. Are we together? Taking in of fluid and solid food matter. That is ingestion. Taking in of solid and liquid food matter. And what is egestion? Yes? Yes, egestion is removal of undigested and indigestible food substances. Removal of undigested and indigestible food substances. Indigestible means maybe you swallowed a baton, okay? Can it be digested? No. So when you ingest it, then it is considered as an indigestible food substance. Now, what is digestion? Imagine these are simple terms. Maybe this is what will be the exam on Friday. Huh? Digestion. What is digestion? Yes, Marlon? It's the breaking down of food particles from large particles and complex molecules into smaller particles and simpler molecules. So I have captured both mechanical digestion and chemical digestion. Can I repeat? How was the sentence starting? Oh, it is a breakdown of large food particles and complex food molecules into small food particles and simple food molecules. All right. Part D, absorption. Part D, absorption. Someone tell us about absorption. Let me stand so that you see I'm still alive. Huh? Absorption. Yes, darling. Oh, my darling, absorption is not assimilation. So you see, we have assimilation as the next one we are supposed to define. Define assimilation. Please be louder.
Assimilation is the taking in. Assimilation is the absorption of the end products.
Why? Assimilation is not absorption, okay? Those two are different processes. Those two are different processes. But anyway, they are confusing, but they are different. Okay, now absorption is the taking up of soluble products of digestion. Is the taking up of soluble products of digestion. Group 1, where are you? Raise your hand. Group 1. Let's finish this statement, then you go for break, okay? For your health break. It's important. Is the taking up of soluble products of digestion into the blood. So that is where the process of absorption stops, okay? Just the taking up of the soluble products of what? Of digestion. Now let's go to assimilation. Darlene, do you want to try again? Group 1, you can go for your health break. Haron, you have gone quiet all of a sudden. Tell us what assimilation is. You know you have very many answers, but you don't like shouting them. Group 1, group 1, group 1. Okay, are you in group 1? Okay, now assimilation is there. Utilization. Now, Haron is giving us the definition for assimilation. So he needs to speak a bit more audibly. Please face the class. Face the class. Haron uko na maringo. He has faced you. Huh? Okay, Harold, please. He's saying he has no idea and he just gave me the answer now. Oh, okay. Let's understand. It's because of the darkness, maybe. Or they're even bringing for you a microphone. So you don't have to face the class.
Easier.
Now, Haron said that assimilation is the utilization of absorbed products of digestion. Is that what you told me?
I have no idea for biology. I don't like biology.
Sorry?
I don't like biology.
You don't like?
Yes, biology.
You don't like biology? Oh no. He likes chemistry. Huh? You prefer chemistry?
I'm a chemist.
Don't worry, we are almost finishing. We have how many pages? Imagine we have only 3 pages. Okay, assimilation is the utilization of absorbed products of digestion. So I'm not mentioning them because we have gone through them, okay? It will just be repeating. Now, alimentary canal versus digestive system. We discussed that here, yeah? The alimentary canal is the continuous pipe. I call it a pipe that is modified into different organs, starting from the mouth to the anus. That is the digestive system. What about, that is the alimentary canal. Then the digestive system is the alimentary canal and assisting organs. The digestive system includes the alimentary canal and the assisting organs. And we mentioned the assisting organs to be salivary glands. Others, Gideon? Gideon, we were here, we were looking together. Assisting organs. Pancreas, you are doubting yourself. Pancreas. Another one? Liver. And then lastly, the one that stores bile. Gallbladder. So that is now what forms the digestive system. Now, I'm briefly going to discuss digestion in the mouth, digestion in the stomach, digestion in the small intestines, the colon and its role in reabsorption. But I think I can divide you into groups so that each group takes one segment so that we finish quickly, isn't it? Now, which group would want to discuss digestion in the mouth? To discuss and present digestion in the mouth. So that group over there, yeah, discuss digestion in the mouth, okay? Now this group over here, discuss digestion in the stomach. Don't go into details. Are we together? Because we have talked about this before. Now, this group here discuss about small intestines, And then the last group there talk about the colon and its role in reabsorption of water. The colon and its role in reabsorption of water. So that we only remain with 2 pages, we move to chemistry so that Aaron will stop getting bored. So please, let's take 3 minutes. 3 minutes. What time did I start speaking in this? Ninakaa nimeshtuka juu kutona. Okay, sawa. Instead of 10. So my lesson has actually started what time? Imeanza what time? Mute. Okay. Okay. Now, I don't see a need for us to present that. Are we together? Yes. Because we have talked about it. And, yeah, it's enough. It's enough for now. The last two things I want us to look at. So let's pay attention. Let me have silence, please. Now, we know that food is absorbed in the small intestines, isn't it? There must be a way that the small intestines are adapted for this function. Are we together? Pictures of the small intestines. And based on those pictures, I will want us to fill the table in the next page that is talking about adaptations of the small intestines to adaptations of the small intestines for absorbing digested nutrients. Now look at those diagrams. Look at those diagrams of the first one is the intestinal wall, and the second one is of a villus. A villus. Now, villi refers to the micro projections that are found in the lining of the small intestines. Now, what is the function of the villi? To increase surface area for absorption. Yeah, you see, you guys, you're very okay. So can we now fill that table quickly so that we go to chemistry? I don't want Haron to run away. So let's look at the first feature. Okay. Now we are looking at adaptations of the small intestines for absorption of nutrients. Okay. Now the first one is that small intestines have microvilli. Small intestines have microvilli. Now the microvilli is found on the surface of the villus. Are we together? Microvilli is found on the surface of the villus. So you can imagine if these are the villus, okay, on the surface of every villus we have microvilli which increase what? Surface area for absorption of nutrients. So for faster absorption of nutrients. So the feature is microvilli, and then the adaptation is how this helps absorption takes place is by increasing the surface area. Now the next feature is vein-walled villus. Vein-walled villus. Now, the villus is only one cell thick. The villus is only one cell thick. So this makes it to have a short distance for what? For diffusion. Short distance for diffusion and active transport. Short distance for diffusion and active transport. Now the third one, which should have actually been the first one, is that The small intestines are very long and highly folded. Small intestines are very long and highly folded with tiny finger-like projections. With tiny finger-like projections called, what's the name of the finger-like projections? Villi, yeah. So this should have been the first one, and then now we talk about microvillas, but it's okay. The one we are going to is number 4. Now the small intestines are supplied with a network of blood capillaries. Small intestines are supplied with a network of blood capillaries that transport glucose and amino acids away from the intestines. I'll repeat. Small intestines are supplied with a network of blood capillaries that transport glucose and amino acids away from the small intestines in the blood. Away from the small intestines in the blood. Now we go to the last one. The last one is lacteal. Now the lacteal is the adaptation, is the feature. Are we together? Now when you go back to the diagram I have given you, you can see the lacteal right in the middle of the villi. Can you see the lacteal, everyone? Yes. That is a feature, okay? And then now let's write the function. The work of the lacteal is to transport fatty acids and glycerol away from the small intestine in the lymph. The work of the lacteal is to transport fatty acids and glycerol away from the small intestines in the lymph. Away from the small intestines in the lymph. You can breathe out. We are done with human nutrition. Huh? It was long, eh? You didn't feel like it was long? Ilikuwa mbaya? Really? I know people who love chemistry and physics. When you do such a long biology lesson, they become a bit overwhelmed, but it's okay. Now can we go to electrochemistry? Yes. Hey, now you can breathe out. You can stretch a bit. We are going to chemistry. Huh? You can bend. You know bending also helps. It helps in the circulation of blood. So as far as I can see, we have done around 27 hours. 27 hours, we just have 3 minutes to 28 hours. Yes. Yeah, so we are doing well. Tomorrow, a time like this will be over 50 hours. Imagine. So it's going to work. Now let's go to electrochemistry. Now they are trying to set for us. Okay, where has it been set? Okay, we are doing one setup of a simple Excuse me, attention, good evening. Let's continue, okay? Thank you, Jessica. We are going to electrochemistry. Electrochemistry. You'll demonstrate for them? Please come closer. We do a demonstration for electrochemistry. What are those? Carbon electrodes. Are we together? Yes. And then the liquid there is copper sulfate. Which is the electrolyte, okay? Yes. So just observe and then we'll discuss it, yeah? So that we'll be discussing something you've seen. And that's the source of Are you observing bubbles? Come closer. Come closer. Oh, yeah. Nice idea. Turn brown. Oh, yeah. So before I even talk about it, which one is the cathode now? Which one is the cathode? The one turning brown or the one that is producing a gas? Cathode. Hey. Ah. Now, which device is this that we use to measure current? My chemist's ammeter. Good. So this is the source of power. It's a dry cell. Are we together? Yes. And then we have wires that can conduct electricity. We have the ammeter to check on the current. We have the electrolyte, okay? We have the inert electrodes. We'll discuss all these. You know, some people have never done chemistry. So they are wondering, what is she saying? I'll take you step by step. Unyo kwa unyo. Huh? Yes. Yeah, so the first thing I'll even want us to do while we are here is to ask ourselves, what is electrolysis? What is electrolysis? What is it? Huh? Watu wa chemistry, si mlikuwa mnagojea hii time?
Your time to shine.
Anyway, electrochemistry is the breaking down of an ionic compound in its aqueous or molten state. Aqueous means dissolved in water. Molten means it has been melted. Are we together? Yeah. So when you break down an ionic compound in its aqueous state or molten state by the passage of an electric current. So in this case, the electrolyte, which is the liquid that is an ionic compound in either molten or aqueous states. So this is what is being broken down by passing of what? An electric current. Very easy, isn't it? Yes. So can we sit and write something as it continues?
Yeah.
Is group 1 back?
Yes.
Okay. Group 2, please go for your break. Thank you. It has worked. Now define electrolysis. Define electrolysis. This is the breakdown of an ionic compound. Define electrolysis. This is the breakdown of an ionic compound in its aqueous electrolysis. Breakdown of an ionic compound in its aqueous or molten state by passing an electric current. By passing an electric current. All right. Now, describe transfer of charge during electrolysis. Now, I'm going to refer to our setup here to describe transfer of charge. Are we together? Now, how is charge transferred from this? How is charge transferred from this battery that carries the energy to these electrodes, or rather the rods that you're seeing? I know you don't know, some of you don't know they are called electrodes. How is the charge being transferred? Through what? Through? Remember, we are using a wire, a good conductor of electricity. So how is charge being transferred? The second objective says, describe transfer of charge during electrolysis. So how is charge being transferred? Yes? Somebody. Say something. Yes? Yes? Yes, you're right. You're not even trying. You're doing it. Huh? So the first thing we need to know is that through the wires, charge is transferred by flow of electrons. Write that. Through the wires, charge is transferred by flow of electrons. That's powerful. Now I want to ask you, how is charge transferred in the electrolyte, or rather in this liquid? How is charge transferred in this liquid? What's your first name again? Lucy. I was doubting myself. I was thinking it's Lucy and then I doubted myself. Now, Lucy, how is charge transferred within this ionic compound? Lucy?
I think.
Louder.
Since it's an ionic compound, that means it has positive and negative charges. So
charges of what?
Of the ionic compound.
So you're very right so far. You've said, since it's an ionic compound, it has?
Negative and positive charges.
Now, where are those charges? In which particles?
The ionic compound.
Yes, all of it is the ionic compound, right? But inside the ionic compound, it has charged particles. What are these charged particles called? Yes. No. So how is energy then electric energy then transferred through the electrolyte, the ionic compound? How does it transfer?
The negative is rotated to the positive.
Yeah, through the negative ions. Through the negative ions. Okay? So we have said that through the wire, charge is transferred through the flow of electrons, and then through the electrolyte or the ionic compound, through the electrolyte or the ionic compound, charge is transferred by flow of ions. By flow of ions. So, meaning that from here, oopsie, it's hot. Meaning that from here, charge is transferred through flow of electrons. Then when it gets here, it is transferred through flow of ions. All right? Yes. Please finish writing that. Okay, now what you can see there in your workbook in 1.51 is a diagram of a simple electrolytic cell. Are we together? A simple electrolytic cell. Now, anytime you see this presentation or representation, this represents positive and this represents negative. Are we together? So if you see batteries arranged like this is positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. Are we together? Now, the battery is the source of energy. So I'm trying to draw the simple electrolytic cell here. And then this is immersed in an ionic compound that is in its molten or aqueous states. Okay? So this here, this is the battery, which is the source of energy. Source of energy. Now here we have an insulated copper wire. I don't know if that is what is appearing in your book. Then here, the electrode, okay? The electrode is, is a rod that we use, okay, to complete the current in an electrolytic cell. So that means that this rod, number one, must be able to conduct electricity as well. Because if you put a rod, like for example, if you put a plastic, can a plastic conduct electricity? No. So that means that you will not have completed that current, okay? So are you able to see when I write in green, or should I shift to black? Let me shift to black so that you don't strain. So we use graphite or platinum. Of course, you know how expensive platinum is, isn't it? So we mostly use graphite. We call them carbon electrodes. Okay? So we use the same on this side and on this side to complete this current. So that means that when the flow of current begins here, coming this way, through the ions of the ionic compound and then back, is that current complete? Is it complete? Is it complete? Yes, so if we are to connect a bulb here, okay, if we are to connect a bulb here, the bulb would light because the current is what? Complete. Now let us label this. Now this electrode is connected to the negative side. What do we call the electrode connected to the negative terminus? Cathode. Now cathodes attract what? Cations. Are we together? What about this one that is connected to the positive terminus? Anode. And anodes attract what? Anions. Anodes attract anions. So is there anything that has not been labeled in your electrolytic cell? None. Where's my book? Okay, thank you. Now, since we have just labeled, can you explain? Because I've been explaining to you. Can you explain like the source of energy, the insulated copper wire, the cathode attracting cations, the anode attracting anions, etc. Please explain something, add something onto that diagram so that you're able to remember. Now, the next page in this topic is very, very important. Are we together? The next page in this topic is very important. Because this now will determine whether you understand this topic or not. Okay? If you are not able to use the terms, and if you don't know their relevance in electrochemistry, it may be hard for you to even answer a question in this topic. Okay? Anyone doing electrical engineering? I should allow them to come and teach this one. Okay, there's none here. Anyway, the first term is the battery. What have we said about the battery? Source of energy, simple. Source of energy. A copper wire, insulator, copper wire. What is the relevance of copper wire in electrochemistry? Yes? Facilitate flow of electrons, or basically connects or creates a current between the battery and the ionic compound. Are we together? Yes, because it's the copper wire that is connected to the battery and is also connected to the ionic compound. So don't you think it is the one that completes that flow of energy? Yes. Now let's look at electrolyte. I hope you are writing, eh? I trust you. Are you writing? Imelda, are you writing? Okay. Now, yes? Copper wire completes the current between the battery and the electrolyte. And then what is an electrolyte? Somebody? An electrolyte? What is an electrolyte? Okay. This is the ionic compound being decomposed. This is the ionic compound being decomposed in its molten or aqueous states. In its molten or aqueous states. In its molten or aqueous states. All right. The anion. An anion is, by now we are aware what an anion is. Chebi, I've not heard your voice for some time. Yes, an anion is a negatively charged ion, not electron. Oopsie. Negatively charged ion. And then what is a cation, Imelda? Positively charged ion. Now, Lenny. Today I'm targeting that area now. Now, Lenny, we are talking about electrodes. Which one is the anode? Sorry? The one connected to the positive terminus. So we also call it the positive electrode. Are we together? And then Jelimo, tell me what a cathode is. The what? The electrode connected to the negative terminus. Are we together? Yeah, so it is also referred to as the negative electrode. Negative electrode. Now, what is oxidation in terms of loss or gain of electrons? Cynthia? Oxidation is loss of electrons. Like when sodium loses one electron, we say that it has been oxidized. Are we together? And reduction is the opposite of oxidation. Now, has anyone come across oil rig? Oil rig. This one was my, this guy was my student, by the way. Huh? This one, I've taught him high school chemistry. Now that time official. Okay? So you guys have not come across oil rig. Alvin, go and shine for them, please. Kuja ushine. And here, what oil rig is. Alvin is now shining. more water with it. Unakunywa? Si tamu. Hakuna maji hapa yenye naweza jazilia nayo. Alvin, are you done? Thank you. This helps you remember the most important aspects of electrochemistry. Are we together? All right? Yeah, once you remember this, you're okay in that topic. Oil rig. Oxidation is loss, reduction is gain. Now there's another one. Alvin, do you still want to shine, Nama? We spare them. Oh, you've already said. Right. Write it on the side, right-hand side. Now, RAC is reduction at cathode. So do you feel with this you can easily even start writing half equations? Like with guidance, this will help you remember, isn't it? Yes, don't worry, we'll write half equations. So there's oil rig and there's RAC. I've given a provision for you to write it there at the workbook. Have you seen it? Harold, it is here. Oil rig and RAC. So feel free. Because I know one of the things that makes it look a bit difficult is that you can't remember which one was oxidation. You can't remember where reduction was taking place, isn't it? Yeah, so this makes it way easier for individuals to remember. Now, another thing that we need to refer to oftenly is the anion and cation activity series. Okay? So, the more reactive an anion is, the less easily it is. Anions. Sorry. Anions. What happens to anions? Now anions go to the anode, isn't it? And what is happening at the anode? If reduction is happening at the anode, at the cathode, RAC, then what is happening at the anode? Oxidation. Okay, so if an anion is highly reactive, it is not easily oxidized. Are we together? If a cation is highly reactive, for example, sodium, it is very difficult for you to reduce sodium because it is highly reactive. So it is important to understand this electrochemical series so that when you find yourself with an electrolyte that has several cations. Are we together? Are you understanding? Yes. When you find yourself with an electrolyte that has several cations, you will be able to tell which one is supposed to be reduced based on the electrochemical series. And I don't know, do they provide this like in your exams at the university? Those who recently did Form 4, do they provide this in the final exam? The electrochemical series? They don't. They don't give it to you, yeah? Do they give you the periodic table? KCSE? Huh? Do Do they give you a periodic table or not? They give you only for that particular question?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. So now let's start looking at specific examples. Electrolysis of molten lead-2-bromide. Half equations and products at electrodes. This is now the enjoyable part of electrochemistry. So please don't forget this. I'm about to rub it so that we do something else, okay? Now, you can find time just to come and see what has been happening here. Huh? Hey, Ona, come and see what has happened. Remember, this was copper sulfate. It has been broken down into copper and oxygen, okay? So the gas you saw being produced on this anion side, the cathode side, yeah? This side is where oxygen was produced, or rather where it was oxidized, okay? Now see how copper has, pure copper metal has deposited itself here. So through passing of an electric current, you know it can shock you, eh? Yeah, this is a complete current. Now is when I've disconnected it, but huh? Imagine. See? Pure copper metal has been deposited at the cathode. So this is a cathode. All right? So we are going to actually write the equations for this electrochemistry. Okay? Yes, but at least you have seen that it's possible, it's doable, it's workable. Now let's go to 1.52. 1.52. 1.52. Now if you pay attention in 1.52 and 1.53, you will be able to do 1.54. Are we together? So pay attention so that you don't get stranded in 1.54. Now, electrolysis of molten lead-2-bromide, half equations and products at electrodes. Electrolysis of molten lead-2-bromide. Now, if it is molten lead-2-bromide, if it's molten, tell me the number and types of ions present in this electrolyte. Number and type of ions present in this electrolyte. Please raise your hand. We said no doubting our answers. Hii mwaka ni ya kuforce. Yeah, when you think the answer is correct, you say it. Bilha? Lead-2 ions. Lead-2 ions and bromide ions. So you don't have to say how many they are to start with, okay? But when you are, you don't have to say how many they are to start with, but when you're balancing the ionic half equation, then probably you'll need to include the number. Are we together? Now, I want you to tell me which one goes to the cathode and which one goes to the anode. Yes? So lead goes to the cathode. Bromine goes to the anode. Good. Note that. Now we said that at the cathode, reduction happens. Are we together? And reduction is gain of electrons. Are we together so far? So equation at cathode. Equation at cathode. Now don't forget oil rig and don't forget rack. Okay? Reduction at cathode. So reduction is gain of electrons. So then we have the lead ions. Remember, because it's molten, the state symbol is, what's the state symbol of molten? Liquid. Now reduction is gain of electrons. So we gain 2 electrons here to give us lead metal. Still liquid because the temperatures are high. The electrolyte is in liquid form, so the metal is deposited in liquid form. So that means that at the cathode, you will find lead metal there deposited, the same way you have seen copper metal being deposited. All right? Any question? Up to there? Now let's look at the equation at anode. Equation at anode. Now oil, and of course if reduction happens at cathode, then oxidation at anode. Okay? Oxidation at anode. And oxidation is loss of electrons. Now, you see, if you want to know whether it is gain of electrons, the electrons will be on the reactant's side. Are we together? If you're gaining something, it is coming to you. If you're losing something, it is moving away from you. So you're going to see what I'm trying to illustrate when we write this equation. Now, remember it's molten, okay? Oxidation happens, so we lose electrons to get bromine liquid. How many electrons are we losing? 2 electrons. Now the reason why I'm balancing it with 2 here and 2 here is because bromine forms a diatomic molecule. Do you remember the diatomic molecules? Yes, so it cannot exist as the bromine atom by itself. It exists as a diatomic molecule. So that is how we end up having 2 of these. And when you look at it like with a critical and a keen eye, you'll realize that we are losing 2 here, but where are the 2 being gained? Here. Because all these are happening within the same electrolytic cell. Both of these are within the same electrolyte, lead to bromide. Now, any question about electrolysis of molten lead to bromide? Any question? Anything someone has not understood? Any addition information? So group 3 members, please finish writing the ionic half equations and go for your health break. I was telling you that because we are losing electrons in oxidation at the anode, then we find the electrons are on the product side. Is there a group outside? Two students are out. Who and who? Oh, group 2. They're here. So it's group 3 going? Are they going immediately? They've been told to go immediately. Okay, okay. Okay, group 3, please go for your health break and come back immediately. Okay, let's continue. Okay, now the next one that we are looking at is electrolysis of concentrated sodium chloride, also known as brine. Half equations and products at electrodes. Now guys, I need you to pay attention for this one. Okay? I need you to pay attention for this one because there's a principle I would not want you to miss. Are we done copying this? Are we all safe when it comes to this? Okay. Okay. Now, we have in 1.53 concentrated sodium chloride. Concentrated sodium chloride. So that means that in that electrolyte, how many electrons do we have? Not electrons. How many types of ions do we have? Clarice? No. We have more than 2. Remember, concentrated sodium chloride. How many types of ions do we have? Yes? I like your answer. Say it louder. 4. Which ones? Which ones? You are right, there are 4. Okay? Tell me which ones. Yes? Hydroxide ions. Imagine you're doubting yourself and you have the right answer. Let me come closer to you. Maybe you'll tell me, yes? Hydrogen ions, good. Another one? Sodium and chloride. I like that. We must clap for you. You know that student who doubts themselves and yet they have the answer. Don't be doing that to yourself, okay? Now, this is where we refer to the electrochemical series. Are we together? We are referring to the electrochemical series. Why? Because we have 2 cations and we have to make a decision which one is being reduced. Okay? Now, can you refer to the electrochemical series and tell me which cation will be reduced? Go and wash your face. Walk faster. Tell me which one is going to be reduced between hydrogen and sodium. Referring to the electrochemical series. Marston, I can't believe you're in class. You're that quiet. Yes? What's happening? Oh, you've come back from break. And Martin? Hey, Maida, Diana, same. Clarice, same. Now, refer to the electrochemical series, Jelimo, and tell me which cation will be reduced in that electrochemical series. Yes, why? Ooh, refer to the electrochemical series. Why have you made that decision in reference to the electrochemical series? It's, yeah. Yes, if it's lower than sodium, then it is easily reduced. Are we together? So, this is highly reactive, so it is not easily reduced. Okay? And then when it comes to the anions, remember this is concentrated sulfuric acid. Not sulfuric acid, concentrated sodium chloride. Why am I thinking about sulfuric acid? Concentrated sodium chloride. So that means that we have the hydroxide ions and we have the chloride ions. Now, in terms of abundance, considering it is a concentrated solution, which one do you think is more is abundant? Is it the hydroxide or the chloride? Is it the, no, don't look at the electrochemical series. For this one, I want us to consider abundance. There's a reason why we are referring to abundance here and not for the cation. If it is concentrated sodium chloride, is it the hydroxides that are abundant or the chlorides that are abundant? The chlorides, isn't it? Because it's concentrated, yeah? Yeah, so then it is the chlorides that will be easily oxidized. Are we together? Because of their abundance. So what does that communicate to you? That communicates to you that there are several factors to consider, all right, when deciding what is being reduced and what is being oxidized. All right? There are several factors to consider before deciding what is being reduced and what is being oxidized. So for the first one, we considered the electrochemical series. And that's when we made the decision that hydrogen will be reduced and sodium will be spared because sodium is more reactive. All right? Then we made a decision to oxidize chlorides and spare hydroxides because chlorides are abundant in this case compared to hydroxides. So now can we write the ionic half equations now that we have made the decision on what to do? Okay. So the ones that we are sparing, I am circling them. And you will know why after we finish the half equations. Now, reaction at cathode. Reaction at cathode. So at the cathode, we are reducing hydrogen ions to hydrogen gas. So we all know that hydrogen gas forms a diatomic molecule, H2. So it goes without saying here that we'll take 2 ions of hydrogen plus 2 electrons to give you hydrogen gas. Actually, bubbles will be seen. Bubbles will be seen at the cathode. Are we together? Same way you saw bubbles here, bubbles will be seen at the cathode. Now, state symbols for these hydrogen ions is aqueous, because as much as it is concentrated, it has still been dissolved in water, so it's aqueous. Now, reaction at anode. Reaction at anode. All right? Now, at the anode, we made a decision to oxidize the chloride ions into chlorine gas. Okay? So, we know that chlorine gas also forms a diatomic molecule. So, going without saying, we take 2 chloride ions and we oxidize them to give you chlorine gas. Oxidizing means we lose electrons from these ions to remain with atoms that bond together to form the chlorine gas. State symbols for this one is aqueous. So, what observation will be seen here at this electrode? What observation will be seen at the anode? Yes, Bramwell. Bubbles, I agree. What other observation? Hey. Some people have not talked. Jessica, if chlorine is being produced at the anode, what observation will be made at the anode? You see now, and you are refusing to raise your hand. Eh? Can you tell them what you have told me? Yes, a green yellow gas will be observed. And when you test it using a colored litmus paper, what does it do? What does it do? It discolorizes it because it is a bleaching gas. All right? So we'll observe a green yellow gas. Now, I want to throw you into the deep end. Are you willing to dive and swim? Huh? Are you willing to dive and swim? You can save yourselves. Now, I'm pulling this stool towards myself so that if you get stranded, you can come and sit here and we chat about that question. Okay? Are you together? Please attempt 1.54. Attempt 1.54. Yes, come. Have a seat. Yes, my dear. Damaris, you want us to have a chat about this question together? Come.
Yeah, we want to where you talk about hydroxide and
Okay, ask, you know, sorry, ask the question again.
When we talk about hydroxide and hydrogen ions, we talk about sodium chloride.
Because it's concentrated sodium chloride, it's not molten. So if it's concentrated, it means it has some amount of water. That is why it is a concentrated solution. Okay? I had some arenes. No, I'll look for it. Okay, so you have understood why?
And now when you talk about dilutes, we still also talk about hydroxide ions.
Yeah, we'll still. So when we are talking about dilute, it means that in this electrolyte, we have 4 ions. We have hydrogen ions from water, hydroxide ions from water, sodium ions from the sodium chloride, and chloride ions from the sodium chloride. Okay? So anytime it is a solution, you must consider the 2 ions that come from water.
So unless it's molten, when it comes to concentrated and dilute,
yes,
you have to introduce, you have to mention the hydroxide and hydrogen that is introduced by the water.
Will you go and try the half equations? Okay, can I communicate something I forgot? Now, in this question here for brine, look up. In this question here for brine, we see that we have remained with which ions? Sodium ions and hydroxide ions. Now, what does that give us? Water. Hello? Sodium hydroxide. So that means that if you test for the pH of this, you will eventually find that it is a higher pH because sodium hydroxide is alkaline. Okay? Okay, please keep attempting 1.54. Sodium? When they ask you the remaining, what product remains behind, then you'll have to mention to them that it is sodium hydroxide that remains, and it is alkaline, and it turns red litmus paper blue. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So like here, this is a chloride ion. So it is supposed to have a negative charge. Okay? Now, we are electrolyzing dilute sodium chloride. Electrolysis is simply breaking down. So we are breaking down this compound using electricity. Now this compound is not just by itself, but it is a solution. That's why it is, and that's why I'm telling even Jessica that it is dilute. Whether it's dilute or concentrated, it means that, what does it mean? It has water. Okay? When I tell you I'm taking concentrated juice and another person is taking dilute juice, all those juices have water in them because they are not pure. Okay? It's just that one has a higher concentration of juice and the other one has a lower concentration. Okay? So now, so in this one now, this particular one, we have sodium ion, chloride ion from the sodium chloride. Then we have hydrogen ion and hydroxide ion from the water. Okay? Now, water is formed by the hydrogen ion plus the hydroxide ion. That's how you get water. Are you together so far? It's formed by ions. Okay? Ions are charged particles that come as a result of loss or gain of electrons. When you go back, we have done all these pages. We tried. You see, when we were drawing them, these are the ions now. So like water now is formed by a hydrogen ion and a hydroxide ion. So for this one now, I don't want to confuse you further. Okay? Allow us to do it together as a class. Then you see, as I'm explaining to others. I know if you have not interacted with this recently, it may be a bit challenging. So there's an acronym that we've been using to help us know what happens where. The oil rig, and the rack, and the oil rig, rack, oxidation at anode. Okay? And then reduction. This is all I want you to get now. Okay? Then reduction. Right then. Reduction at cathode. Then oxidation is loss of electrons. Like you see, when sodium loses an electron to form a sodium ion, that is oxidation. Okay? And then reduction is gain. Okay? Yeah. Well, look at that for now. Yes. Now, this is not correct because we are looking at abundance. Now, we got the halide here, okay, because this is a concentrated sodium chloride. But this is dilute, so you will give priority to the hydroxide. So you'll have 4 hydroxide ions, okay, aqueous, being oxidized to give you water plus oxygen gas plus how many electrons? 4 electrons. Yeah, so this is what I expected. It can't be, yeah, it can't be chloride being oxidized because of the abundance. Hydroxide is more abundant because this is a dilute. Because this is a dilute solution. Okay, I'm coming round checking where we have reached in terms of ionic half equations. Question 1.54. There seems to be a serious discussion here. Had you all written chloride ion are being oxidized? That's what you had written? At the anode? It? Because of the abundance. It's 4. 4. 4. Yeah. So are we set? We are together in 1.54. Now, for the cathode you got? Way, it can never happen. Sodium is very high in the electrochemical series. It is still hydrogen. Yeah, because it has water. As long as it has water, then it has hydrogen ions.
H positives mostly apply for concentrated, whatever in acids.
No, H positive is in any aqueous solution because water is there, and water is the one that gives the hydrogen ions. Okay? So that means that at the cathode, you need to show us reduction of hydrogen happening from hydrogen ions to hydrogen gas. And then you need to show us oxidation of hydroxide ions at the anode from 4 hydroxide ions to give you 2 water molecules and a molecule of oxygen plus 4 electrons. Do that, I'm coming. Wow. Do you know how reactive sodium is? It is not easy to oxidize sodium. To reduce sodium. Okay? So in the electrochemical series, sodium is the second. And then hydrogen is way lower. So definitely hydrogen is the one getting reduced. Yeah, at the cathode. Balance. Set symbols. You see? So please allow me to cancel this, lest somebody sees and thinks we said that is right. No. Because it's dilute, the abundance of this one is scarce now because this is dilute. So it's water that is more. Are we together? It's water that is more. So it's hydroxide ions that are more. So that means hydroxide ions are the ones that will be oxidized to give you 2 molecules of water and a molecule of oxygen. Oxygen is how we write it. Okay? Aqueous. Give you 2 molecules of water plus a molecule of oxygen gas plus 4 electrons. So now when it comes to the anode, consider the abundance. When it comes to the anode. When it comes to the cathode, consider the electrochemical series to make your decision on what is being oxidized, what is being reduced.
What if you say you dilute, if you dilute, you try to bring the number of H ions down.
But the water is the one giving you those H. So the more water you give, the more H you're getting. Isn't H coming from water? Because like in this scenario, where else would it come from? It's from the water. So if you add more water, you're adding more H. So you will get more hydrogen. Tafakari hayo and do corrections. Yes, my girls. Where are we? Are we lost? How did you know this?
Okay, for dilute nitrogen, one which is lower, usually comparatively discharges.
Now, for dilute sodium chloride, consider the abundance when it comes to the anode. Just that. So the one that is abundant is the one that gets oxidized. So in this case, because it is dilute, the hydroxide takes the trophy. So it gets oxidized, as you have written here, to give you 2 molecules of water and a molecule of oxygen plus 4 electrons. Yeah.
So the balancing is fine?
Yeah, the balancing is fine. Even the state symbols are fine. Only that I would want you to put these electrodes on the far end. All right? Yes. Who have I not visited? Have I visited you?
No, yes.
1.54. Oh yes, continue. Hey. Oh, okay. Just a minute. I'm coming to show you.
We have that same question. If the electrolyte was sodium chloride,
Which sodium chloride? Molten, dilute, or concentrated?
and now that it was the electrolyte, if at all sodium will not go to the cathode, which means at the end of the day it will precipitate out sodium chloride.
That is why electrolysis of dilute sodium chloride is also known as electrolysis of water. It is just water that is broken down. You still remain with sodium chloride in the electrolyte. Inaitwa chemistry. Yes, because for the cathode, consider the electrochemical series. Then you choose hydrogen to be reduced. For the anode, consider the abundance. In this case, because it is dilute, hydroxide is more abundant compared to chloride. So it takes the trophy, it gets oxidized to give you, I write it for you.
No,
to give you
still be sodium chloride.
Yes, that's what I was just telling them now, that electrolysis of dilute sodium chloride is also known as electrolysis of water. It's only the water components that get oxidized and reduced in that electrolyte. Okay? All right. So you are here up to here? Yes. Okay, so now electrolysis of concentrated sodium chloride. Okay? Now concentrated sodium chloride. When it comes to the cathode, consider the electrochemical series. Okay? When it comes to the anode, consider the abundance of the anions. Are we together? Now, for this one in the electrochemical series, you can see sodium is way higher. Sodium is way higher than hydrogen, so hydrogen gets reduced. Okay? So hydrogen gets reduced. Hydrogen. We are at the cathode. So we are talking about cations now. We are at the cathode. There is, because if it's concentrated sodium chloride, it has hydroxide, it has hydrogen, it has sodium, and it has chloride. You understand? So that means that this is even aqueous because it's concentrated, meaning that it has been dissolved in water. So this plus 2 electrons to give you a diatomic hydrogen gaseous molecule. Are we okay up to there? Now for this one, you look at the abundance. It's concentrated sodium chloride. Take chloride because it's more abundant, because this is a concentrated solution, meaning it has very little water and a lot of sodium chloride. So chloride ion is abundant, so it gets oxidized. So as usual, we have that, we go get that, plus we lose 2 electrons. Are you together? Yeah, so you just have to remember the oil ring and remember that it is cations that get reduced and it is anions that get oxidized. Right? So now for this other one, I'll just guide you, okay? If it is dilute sodium chloride, it means it has hydrogen ions, hydroxide ions, sodium ions, and chloride ions. Hydrogen and hydroxide ions from water. Sodium and chloride ions from sodium chloride. Alright? Now, remember this is dilute, and that's why this question and this one, I put them following each other so that you will see there is a difference. Okay? Now for the cathode, I still insist, consider the electrochemical series. It will never tell you to reduce sodium because sodium is too high in the electrochemical series. So you reduce hydrogen, this one that has remained. Okay? So you get hydrogen gas. Are we together? Then consider abundance when it comes to the anode. If it is dilute, then this is more than this because it's dilute, so it means it has more water. So then at the anode, we are going to oxidize hydroxide ions to give us water, oxygen, and electrons. So we have 4, okay, I'm just writing it when it's already balanced, 4 hydroxide ions, okay, to give you 2 water molecules plus an oxygen molecule plus 4 electrons. Are we together? So we have made this decision because of the abundance, since this is dilute. So I was telling a group there that electrolysis of dilute sodium chloride is the same as electrolysis of water, because the only thing we have decomposed here is water. We haven't touched the sodium, we haven't touched the chloride. We still leave them in the electrolyte. Yes? Sorry? The one for concentrated?
Yes.
So, you understand this one for choosing hydrogen because it is lower in the electrochemical series. This electrochemical series, hydrogen is lower. So that means if it is lower and sodium is higher, then hydrogen gets reduced easily, more than sodium, which is more reactive. So that one then you have understood for cathode, all right? For anode, consider abundance. This is a concentrated sodium chloride solution, so that shows that the chloride ions are abundant. Are we together? The chloride ions are the ones that get oxidized to give you chlorine gas. So we have made our decision here based on the abundance for the anode. We have made our decision here based on the electrochemical series. Yes. Let me see others. Can we move on now? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Okay, let's continue. Now let's go to electroplating. 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 In the next 40-something minutes, we'll have done 30 hours. Halfway, yeah. Now, electroplating is basically covering a metal with another metal using electricity. It's covering a metal with another metal using electricity. And there's a nice example there of a steel jug that they are trying to cover it with silver. Now, why do you think it's important to electroplate items? There are 2 reasons. Jelimo? To prevent rusting stroke corrosion. Another one? Another reason for electroplating, yes? Almost the same point. Yes, Marlon.
To improve conductivity.
To improve conductivity. How would conductivity, for example, help like the steel jug? By covering it with silver, how would conductivity be of benefit to anyone using that jug, for example?
Not specifying on silver. I'm saying like maybe you have something else and you feel like it's not conducting enough and you feel like you have electroplated with something more conductive.
Am I allowed to disagree with your answer? Yes, Bilha? To improve quality, but majorly is to improve appearance, okay? So we have said it's the reasons for electroplating is number one, to prevent corrosion, and then the second one is to improve appearance. Improve appearance. Now there are two examples there. I've told you the why. Now let's look at the how. I've told you the why. Let's look at the how. That is a simple, look at the lower diagram of a simple electrolytic cell whereby there's a strip of one electrode is a strip of tin metal and another electrode is a strip of iron metal. So we are trying to cover the iron metal with tin. Are we together? Now when you are undertaking electrolysis, the cathode, not electrolysis, electroplating, the cathode should be the object being electroplated. Why? The cathode should be the object being electroplated. Why? Group 4, raise your hand. Oh, you're going to miss electroplating. Go for your health break. Or you want to stay? Okay. Sorry? Yeah. Health kwanza. Health first. Okay, we have released you, group 4. Okay, as I was saying, I was asking you guys, why is it that the object being electroplated should be the one at the cathode? Tell me why. Now, what is going? Yes, Gideon.
The positive electrons in the electrolyte.
Okay, stop there first. You have said a very shocking statement. The positive electrons. We don't have positive electrons.
Positive ion.
Good.
In the electrolyte. We'll move to the negative electrode.
Yes.
Then there's a tendency of corrosion.
Coating.
Coating.
Yeah. Because we are electroplating.
Yeah.
So when they go to the cathode, which is the negative electrode, they coat the way that electrode was coated with copper. You understand?
Yeah.
Like we are explaining how electroplating happens. Okay? Yeah, so he's very right. He's saying that the positive ions will go to the negative electrode, which is the cathode, to be deposited there. So it only makes sense to make the item being electroplated, you make it the cathode, so that when the metal ions come there, they coat it. The same way we saw an electrode being coated with copper over there. All right? Yes? So when you look at the upper diagram, the steel jug is the cathode. Are we together? So it is being, so the item being electroplated is the cathode. The electrolyte is a salt, are we together? Is a salt solution that has the ions that we require to electroplate that particular item. Like in this case, we are electroplating steel with silver. That is why the electrolyte is a silver salt. And then the other electrode is a silver anode, so that we can have as many silver ions being reduced to silver metal and coating the steel jug. Now, how do you write such a thing in terms of notes? Just explain why the steel jug is the cathode and why the electrolyte is a silver nitrate solution and the other electrode is a silver anode. In your own words. Kama utaelewa na kikale, andika na hiyo. Yes? You didn't understand? Okay. By the way, you can use equations. You can use equations to show the reduction of silver ions from silver ions to silver metal. Now, silver has an oxidation number of +1, so it's easy to write such an equation. Can you write that equation now that you're the one who has suggested? Maitha? You're not Maitha. Oh, God. Brian. Because you're the one who has suggested, can you write that equation on your book? I come and check on it. Unaona aremisi yangu. Unaona aremisi yangu. Kama nitatumia? Yeah. Brian, are you done with that equation? Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay because reduction is gain and it has an oxidation state of +1. So when we gain an electron, we become silver. Where are you stuck and you have done it? No, the most important equation here for electroplating is for the cathode because it is the one showing us how the metal ends up covering this particular item. So you're okay, you're safe. Okay. I have 2 books here. Hey, which one is mine? Okay. Now let's briefly look at the hydrogen oxygen fuel cell, how it works. Let's look at the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell, how it works, and the advantages of such engines that are powered by the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cells compared to the petroleum energy. So I think that should be the last part of electrochemistry. You see the way we are finishing those topics one by one. Mm. Now, anyone who knows anything about the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell to share with us before I discuss it or we discuss it? Anyone? Yes? Let me open my notes on this. Now, what is a fuel? What is a fuel? What is a fuel? Hey, you guys, can we stand? Let us stand. Feel free to stretch. Feel free to bend. Feel free to step forward and stretch for around 10 seconds and then sit. You'll feel better. You'll feel way better. Trust me. Do you feel better? You don't feel better? Okay, sit down and tell me what a fuel is. What is a fuel? We are looking at hydrogen, oxygen, fuel cells. Okay, if you want to continue learning while standing, it's okay. Okay? As long as you don't disrupt the class, it's okay. Now, a fuel is a substance which releases energy when burned. A fuel is a substance which releases energy when burned. So, hydrogen-oxygen fuel cells, they power rocket engines, and also in fuel cells to some cars. Some cars use the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell. Now, this fuel cell is an electrochemical cell. All right? Now, in this electrochemical cell, the fuel donates electrons at one electrode. Are you understanding how it works? The fuel donates electrons at one electrode, and oxygen gains electrons at the other electrode, giving us oxide ions. giving us oxide ions. Can you see the screen? Okay? Yeah. Now the hydrogen sorry?
The fuel donates electrons at one electrode.
And oxygen gains electrons at the other electrode. And oxygen gains electrons at the other electrode, giving us oxide ions. So let me write for you the equations for this. So the first one now is the oxidation of hydrogen gas to give you 2 hydrogen ions and 2 electrons. Are we together? Then the second equation is reduction of oxygen to give us 2 oxide ions. All right? So the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell produces electricity by combining both elements and releasing energy and water. So the overall equation for the reaction within a hydrogen fuel cell is very simple. Hydrogen plus oxygen to give you, what does hydrogen and oxygen give you? Good. Now, have I given you the setup of a hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell? So you can see that we feed the electrochemical cell with hydrogen on one side, and then we feed it with oxygen on the other side. So we end up with hydrogen ions. Remember, it's electrolysis. Are we together? So we end up with hydrogen ions and oxide ions. Those two now combine and give us what? Water as a waste product of that hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell. Are we together? So the only chemical product made from the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell is water. That's the only chemical product made. So the last bit of electrochemistry is discussing the advantages of powering engines with the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell compared to using petroleum energy. I know we are used to petroleum energy, isn't it? But based on what I have discussed and described the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell to be, what advantages are there for using the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell? Yes, Haron? Yes. The only waste product is water, and it is a friendly substance. So that is an advantage of using the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell. So when you compare with petroleum engines, you find that petroleum engines produce carbon dioxide and even oxides of nitrogen that are very toxic and harmful. So it is safer environmentally to use the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell and not petroleum for fuel. Give me another advantage of using the HO fuel cells over the petroleum. Yes, Clarice? Yes, they yield more energy per kilogram than either petrol or diesel. Now, anytime you're selecting a fuel, you should select the fuel that is giving you, first of all, safety. Are we together? And then secondly, the one that is giving you more energy. So in this case now, hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell wins because it releases more energy per kg. Give me the third one. Are we writing? Have we written the first two? Okay. Give me the third one. Cynthia, any idea? Actually, that's a disadvantage. Yeah? It's more difficult and expensive to store compared to petrol. And then it is also dangerous because it easily explodes when under pressure. So you have to buy special containers if you want to store it. So some people prefer just to use petroleum because of the danger that comes with the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cells. So when we come to disadvantages, make sure you mention that again, okay? Let me give you another, let me give you two other advantages. Now, there is no power lost in transmission because there are no moving parts in a hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell. There is no power lost in transmission because there are no moving parts. No power lost in transmission because there are no moving parts. And then lastly, for advantages, it is quieter with less noise pollution. Quieter with less noise pollution. Recently, I saw a bus that is powered by, a very big bus that is powered by the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell. And you cannot, you know the way buses make noise? Because of the petroleum and diesel engines. For that one, you could not even hear, like when he starts, it just keeps quiet. Because there are no moving parts, there is no, there are no exhaust fumes. You understand? Because all those are factors that make engines to be noisy. Now let's look at, for disadvantages, you don't have to write, okay? You don't have to write. You can rest your fingers. For disadvantages of the hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell, now, the materials that are used to produce fuel cells are expensive. So those vehicles that are powered by the fuel cells are way, way, way expensive. And then I've talked about, I've elaborated on what Cynthia was saying to be an advantage and mentioned that it is difficult to store hydrogen. First of all, it's a very light gas, very, very light. Secondly, it is very expensive, very flammable. Are we together? Did you see it making a pop sound? And yet we had produced very little volume. We had produced very little volume and it was just exploding here. So you can imagine if you have liters and kilograms of hydrogen gas. Now another disadvantage is that when there are low temperatures, the fuel cells are affected and become less efficient. But a petroleum vehicle, it doesn't matter the weather, it doesn't matter the temperature for the day, it just works. but the HO fuel cells are affected by low temperatures. And then there are few filling stations for hydrogen. Few filling stations for hydrogen. Because now what they do is, the vehicle has a tank where you pump your hydrogen in, and then there is a suction for oxygen from the environment. So the only thing you need to refill is what? Hydrogen. And the number of hydrogen filling stations across the country are very few, very limited. Now, it beats logic to say that hydrogen fuel cells are the best, because that hydrogen is obtained by combustion of fossil fuels, which are non-renewable, okay? And which actually are part of the formation of petroleum. We always say that part of the substances that form crude oil are what? Are what? The fossil fuels. Are we together? Yeah, so either way, even if we are saying that it is friendly to the environment, we also release carbon dioxide and other pollutants in the atmosphere when we try to extract it from the fossil fuels. Are we together? Some fossil fuels, when you extract hydrogen, they actually become toxic and harmful to the environment. So that's it for electrochemistry, unless somebody has a question. Any question on electrochemistry? Okay, then let's move to chemical energetics. I had only earned 10 and you took 10. How do you want 15? I went to 1. Wasn't 1. And then if I entered here, 7, 15. 15, 10, 11, 12, 1. Okay, chemical energetics. Now, what do you understand by chemical energetics? Don't worry, we are going to do an investigation, okay? Yeah, you can stand and maybe relax. Look at the apparatus being distributed as we wait. So, chemical energetics is the study of energy in relation to chemical reactions. Are we together? Yeah, basically analyzing how much energy is used for different chemical reactions, okay? Yes, chemical energetics. Now, can someone define for me an exothermic reaction? Exothermic reaction. Exothermic reaction. I've not heard several people's voices, like Imelda. Imelda, you've been very quiet. I need to know what's an exothermic reaction. Sorry? A reaction that releases heat to the environment. So, at the end of this reaction, is the temperature lower or higher? Yeah? Higher. What about energy? Remember, those are two different things, eh? So, at the end of an exothermic reaction, is the energy lower or higher? Lower. I agree with you, lower, yeah, because it has been released to the environment. It has been lost to the environment. Are we together? But in terms of temperature, the end temperature of an exothermic reaction is higher than the starting stroke initial temperature. Now, an endothermic reaction is the exact opposite of that. It gains energy from the environment. So it absorbs heat energy from the environment. And so the end temperature for that is lower than the starting temperature. The end temperature for an endothermic reaction is lower than the starting temperature. Now, what is activation energy and which symbol do we use to represent it? Let me rub the board so that activation energy and the symbol we use to represent it. Yes, Biuha. Have you heard what she has said? What has she said? Yes, write that down. Activation energy is the minimum energy required for a reaction to take place. Good. Okay, now we use reaction pathway diagrams to describe an exothermic reaction and an endothermic reaction. So I don't know if we are ready for the investigation or we do the reaction pathway diagrams first. We do the investigation? All right. So what are you giving them? Aha. So you are receiving ammonium chloride. You are receiving ammonium chloride. Is it here? Sorry? Sodium hydroxide, yes. Ammonium, yes. So are you providing them with both NAM? Okay. Okay. Where are the stickers? The label? Now, you have just received ammonium chloride salt. Ammonium chloride salt. I want to give you stickers so that you label that, okay? NH4, the difference. They'll still confuse. Okay. Okay, then you're receiving sodium hydroxide pellets. Now, we don't have to label, it's okay. So we are going to dissolve those two substances while checking the changes in temperature before and after, all right? So, we start. Oh. Yeah. Yes, yes. Now you need to measure the initial temperature for the water you will use to dissolve that. Yeah. For the water first, because it will tell you the initial. We are just simply diluting until it fully disappears, Miss, right? So you first of all check, we are checking whether it's which one is endothermic and which one is exothermic in terms of changes in temperature. So first of all check the initial temperature of this water, because it is this water that you will use to dissolve. So this water will tell you initial. Are we together? Then you put the water up to halfway there, the boiling tube, okay? And keep stirring using the thermometer until whatever you're trying to dissolve fully disappears and fully dissolves, and that's when you can read the final temperature. Then you can be able to see if the temperature went high, that is an exothermic reaction. If the temperature goes lower, that is endothermic. Then you'll be able to tell us between sodium hydroxide and ammonium chloride, which one is exo, which one is endo. Simple, easy peasy. Nieleze ama ninyamaze? You know what you're doing? Explain. Water up to halfway, yeah? Yeah, but stirring until it dissolves fully, okay? Yeah. Make sure you read the highest temperature or the lowest temperature, depending on whether it's going higher or lower. So I'll have 36 minutes. Now please, when you're stirring sodium hydroxide, do it as far away as possible from your nostrils, from your nasal cavity, because that's an alkali. It can irritate your breathing system when inhaled. Yes. You have interacted with it? Ah, you do. Is there any group that has finished and has initial and final temperatures for both?
Sorry?
Hiyo template tunatumia kuedit hiyo flyer yangu. Sasa natengeneza ya 30 hours done.
So tutengeneze ya 30
hours alafu mweke kwa Instagram. Alafu kufanya 40
wacha wakija edit. Sina kopi yako ndio hiyo.
I wanted like a flyer yenye kuna 30 hours. I don't know. I'm requesting as a flyer.
Please share with me your findings. By the way, my dear ones, why is it taking so long to dilute some salt? Just Okay. Is that sodium hydroxide? Okay. Can you do it a little bit away from?
You have done that? Yes. Can you imagine? We have written, you have taught. How is it behaving?
Okay, now I'm serious now. I'm very serious. I need the data. Okay, now what's the initial?
The initial temperature for water was 24.
24 degrees Celsius.
Sodium hydroxide it went to 89 degrees Celsius, the Stochiometry reaction. And then ammonium chloride, 17 degrees Celsius.
Ah. All right. Have you heard, you guys? Huh? That their sodium hydroxide moved from the initial 24 to 89 degrees. 89 degrees. Now, once you're done stirring sodium hydroxide, place it on those benches that you are not using. I don't want anyone to inhale any irritant fumes.
ati tumetrend tunapata tutrend excel na chako sawa.
You know, it is very interesting to just listen.
The motivating factor.
Remove it from your head. Remove the thought of sleep from your head.
Like unafunza utasema vizuri. Kuna mtu mwingine mtu angekuwa shalala tamu. Unakuta umeanza kupata usingizi alafu
inakuja uchovu siji umebweka na klasi. Ukisinzia ndio umechoka genuinely.
Then unatoka nje. Okay, from Mombasa. Give me your data. Sorry? Ammonium chloride. Where were you holding the thermometer? Hey, unless ammonium chloride is not supposed to be exothermic. Can you repeat for ammonium chloride? Yeah. Okay, find initial. Excuse me? Please assist us with ammonium chloride in a boiling tube. Ammonium chloride in a boiling tube. So that we repeat an investigation with them. NTV are coming at 5 a.m. So we shouldn't have students outside at 5 a.m. Okay. So all students should be in class. What's the period? What will be the period of them going up? So that we time their breakfast and tea breaks. I'm not sure. Maybe maximum 30 minutes. Okay, they have given me their data, but I think it's a bit faulty because their ammonium chloride temperature has gone up.
For everyone?
Huh?
For most
no, for everyone. No, for them it has gone down because it's endothermic. Okay, and you guys? Oh, you have not done any investigation? Oh.
Was 25, final was 18.
Nice.
For sodium hydroxide, initial was 26, final 44.
You look less sleepy now. You look less sleepy.
Yeah. It's because I took that snap during the day.
Okay. Now, you guys, how did it end up at 89?
It's very hot.
Yeah, that's like almost. It was producing fumes. Where is it now? Put it as far away as possible from you. Yeah. No, don't bring it here. It's producing fumes. You can see.
We got the ndio picha angalia hivi sasa tutapanga picha
Okay, is there any group that has not gotten reliable data? Has it worked now?
18.
Oh, you had misread. I knew. There must have been something wrong. Now, before we go to calculations, okay, before we go to reaction pathway diagrams for an exothermic reaction, we have set some microscopes for you. Miss, can we finish with the microscopes and then we'll come back to energy, chemical energetics? Okay? So the permanent slides for I'll do. Vanessa. Jessica, sorry. Jessica will manage. She'll manage. Now, can you go to portion 1.58 of your workbook? Portion 1.58 of your workbook. Now, those are permanent slides that have been prepared way in advance for us to be able to view what is already in our workbook, okay? Now, can you observe the permanent slides provided for you? So you are observing the roots and the stems as at how they are in 1.58. Let me tell you. Have you guys moved this?
Many years. I'm not seeing anything. Maybe I'll buy it.
Hey, Miss, is there anything really visible? Are you able to view anything? Let me see. Okay, let me see what yours is. You don't have a microscope? Let me see what is visible in yours. Hiya, let me see. I like.
Thank you.
May I? May I?
Okay.
It's Mia. Mia?
Teacher.
Very clear.
Angiosperm. Well, interesting.
Very interesting.
Wow.
It's very clear.
Okay, now once you're finished viewing, okay? Just put it on hold until we get there in terms of coverage. Are we together? All right? At least I'm glad you've been able to view that. That one for the angiosperm is really looks nice. Clara, has this been uploaded in your platform?
I think that bado tunaionea tu kwa platform yako.
Like the photos we have been taking many.
I think we still have haja upload in our.
Oh, she's taken many.
Unajua si lazima kupe consent form before she upload.
So you guys are actually the center for many in Africa.
Yes, I wish hii kitu ungeleta huko. Kwa sababu huko tumebeba lab yote tumeleta hapa.
It's okay. The other one was low. The other one was low. It's true, yeah. Chemical energetic. Tukifika hapo. Yes, tukifika hapo. Okay, can we be settled now? Thank you. Clap for yourselves. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. I always tell you to take a photo of what you have seen with your eyes. Have you taken a photo of what you have seen with your eyes? Are you sure? Allow me to take a photo. Yes, you can. Sorry. It's okay, they have not heard though. They have not heard. Okay. Okay, please let's go back to chemical energetics. Let's go back to chemical energetics. That was a scientific viewing commercial break. Was it nice? Yeah. Now let's go to reaction pathway diagram for an exothermic reaction. Reaction pathway diagram for an exothermic reaction. Now I want to say something. Even as a teacher, I still used to get confused when it comes to this reaction pathway diagrams. I don't know if there's anyone who has experienced the same. Yeah, because I used to confuse energy with temperature. Now if you look at energy as if it is the same as temperature. Now, those are two different parameters. They even have different units. Are we together? But I don't know why, for some reason, when you're a when you're a scientist, rather, you keep confusing energy with temperature. Are we together? Yeah, so I hope that will not be the case for us. Now, now, the y-axis is energy in kilojoules per mole. Are we together? And then the x-axis is the reaction pathway. Now, remember that we said that in an exothermic reaction, energy is lost to the environment. Are we together? Yes. So that means that if I am to draw a reaction pathway diagram for an exothermic reaction, I will start at a high. Are we together? Now give me an example of an exothermic reaction. HCl plus sodium hydroxide, all right? And then here we have activation energy. And down here we have products, and the products are sodium chloride plus water. So the products have a less energy than the reactants. Are we together? Now, this is activation energy. That is activation energy. And these are reactants. and products. Now, when we start calculating enthalpy change, or rather energy changes, you'll understand these reaction pathway diagrams better. I'd like you to also consider the x-axis to be also the progress of reaction. Progress of reaction. Progress of reaction. So that is for an exothermic reaction. Now, basing your knowledge of this reaction pathway diagram, I want you to draw one for an endothermic reaction, considering that endothermic reactions take energy from the environment. So the product will be at a high compared to the reactants. Please do that in 2 minutes. Sure. Feel better. Now, between the reactants and the products, we have the energy change, which is referred to as enthalpy change, represented by delta H. Enthalpy change represented by delta H. So I want, when you finish the reaction pathway for endothermic reaction, you say done. Done, done. So that when everyone is done, we can discuss it and move on to the next thing. It's taking too long. Hey, I've realized you'll never call me. Now, please don't just write reactant product. So you just even put the dissolving of ammonium chloride, surely. Put at least one reaction that you know that is endothermic. This is my fine. Yeah. Okay. So it's gone here. Sasa huyu ananipigia leo. Okay, now let's go to calculating enthalpy changes using bond energies. Calculating enthalpy changes using bond energies. Now, there is no other better way of teaching this than making you practice these calculations. Are we together? Yes. Do we have our calculators near? Yes. Do we have our brains fresh? Yes. Whose brain is not fresh? Mine is very fresh. Huh? Yes. Thank you. Okay, let's go to 1.57, the second page, for calculating enthalpy change of a reaction using bond energies from secondary sources. Now, why am I calling them secondary sources? Secondary sources. Why am I calling them secondary sources? Bond energies from secondary sources. Huh? Yeah. Secondary sources because you are not the one who has collected that data. Are we together? Primary sources, like when we took the heartbeats per minute, that is primary data, okay? It is data that belongs to you. You have collected it yourself. You understand it yourself. You have proof that you collected it. But secondary data, you get it from other sources. You get it from literature. You get from textbooks. You get from charts. Like a periodic table is a secondary data. Are we together? Anyway, I'll start by talking about the formula for calculating energy change. And this particular formula is enthalpy change equals to energy in kilojoules per mole minus energy out in kilojoules per mole. Now, before I wrap this diagram, this reaction pathway, Now, energy in is the one for reactants. Are we together? So when reactants are the bonds for reactants are being broken, bond breaking energy is energy in. Bond making energy is energy out. Where are bonds made? Where are they made? In the product side. That is where we make bonds. So basically when we are calculating enthalpy change, we add all the bond energies for the reactant side. We also add all the bond energies from product side, and we do energy in for reactants minus energy out for products. Now, what is the unit for energy? Kilojoules in chemistry. It's kilojoules per mole. So that means that if you're looking at a chemical or symbol equation, and there is balancing of the equation that has taken place, you must multiply the bond energies by the number of moles. Are we together? Don't forget that one, because the bond energies that you have been given are in kilojoules per mole. They are for 1 mole. All right? So the moment you now balance that symbol equation, you have to multiply with the number of what? Moles. Great. Now, before you calculate the enthalpy change, you must balance the equation. Same way we balance the equation before we do stoichiometric calculations. All right? And that reminds me that 1.33 is pending. You remember 1.33? Yes, don't worry. We still have 30-something hours to go, so. Sorry? It's possible, it's possible. Now, for an exothermic reaction, the enthalpy change, that delta H, the answer is usually a negative number. While for an endothermic reaction, delta H is a positive number. Now, look at me, everyone, and try and answer my question. For enthalpy change to be a negative number, what does that mean? What does that mean in terms of bond energies, bonds in, bonds out, energy in, energy out? Like exactly, how can you explain this? Yes, Sarah? Please say it again. Mm-hmm. The energy in is higher than the energy out. Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, because the formula is in minus out. So for you to get a negative figure, out must be higher than in. Are we together? So that way you're able to explain for an endothermic reaction as well. Now, were we all able to draw a reaction pathway diagram for an endothermic reaction? Anyone who had a challenge? Be humble and raise your hand if you had a challenge with the reaction pathway diagram for endothermic reaction. So you all managed. Hey, tap yourself. Tap. Okay? Nice. Okay, let's look at example 1. Complete the energy level diagram for this reaction. Now, on your diagram, show the product of the reaction, the arrow representing the energy change labeled delta H, and the arrow representing the activation energy labeled delta A. Now, is this an endothermic or an exothermic reaction? They have just given us information that is not so clear. Now, first of all, what are the products for this reaction? Have you ever seen such a reaction? Huh? Can we ignore that one, please? Huh? Because it doesn't make sense. Huh? Example 1 in 1.57. I think it has insufficient information. 1.57. No bond energies, nothing.
I think there was a typing. There could have been a typing error.
Now let's ignore that one, please. I know you are happy, but there is example 2. Can we look at example 2? Now the energy level diagram shows the energy profile for the reaction between zinc and dilute sulfuric acid. Before we even proceed, is that an exothermic reaction or endothermic? Exothermic. Now complete the diagram by adding the formula of the products, including state symbols. Now what do we get from this? Zinc sulfate aqueous plus water. Is it water? Water or is it hydrogen? Isn't it hydrogen? It's a metal and an acid, so it is a salt and so we have progress of reaction. Okay, and then here we have energy. Now, what are we required to do? This is zinc plus sulfuric acid to give you zinc sulfate plus hydrogen gas. Now, this is aqueous and solid aqueous. Now, what is this? What's this? Lenny, what is this? Oh, you know, he was busy talking, so I wasn't sure he was with us. And then, what is this? What is this? Delta H. Are you together? Is there anything else we are required to do? Is the reaction endothermic or exothermic? We have explained that it is exothermic because energy is being lost and released into the environment. Now let's do example 3. Oh, example 3 is a nice one. We do example 3 together, and then you do, we have problem 1 and problem 2. Huh? We said I do examples and then you do? Problem. Nice. Okay, example 3. Now if you pay attention to how example 3 is being done, I don't think there's any question on chemical energetics that will ever really bother you. You just need to know the steps. Now, chloroethene, let me wrap this, makes more sense. Now, chloroethene is, okay, let me just write the equation in terms of the bonding. Are we together? So, Okay, are we together? So chloroethene, okay, this chloroethene, ethene because of the double bond. Are we together? Yeah, if it was a single bond, it would have been ethane. Now, chloroethene can be manufactured by 1,2-dichloroethane. And the equation can be represented as shown below. Now, some bond energies are given, and we are required to calculate the energy needed to break bonds. So we are calculating all energies on the left side because that's the energy needed to break bonds. Are we together? Now, hydrogen to carbon. What's the bond energy per mole? Hydrogen to carbon bond. Refer to the table, please. 410. Hydrogen to carbon is 410. So I have another 410. I have another 410 and another 410. Now, carbon to carbon is 350. You're doing well. You're doing well. What about carbon to chlorine? 340. And then another carbon to chlorine is 340. Please use your calculators to give me the final figure for energy needed to break bonds. Use your calculator to give me Can you give me the total energy for breaking bonds? Please give me the exact nice figure, not different figures. Yes? 26? 2670, good. So for this, for breaking bonds is 670 kilojoules per mole. Now, I suspect B is asking us to calculate the energy released when bonds form. Now, we are referring to the same bond energies given. Now, carbon to chlorine was what? 340. Carbon to hydrogen is 410, another 410, another 410. Then we have 610 here for carbon-carbon double bond. And then hydrogen to chlorine is 430. 430. Again, please calculate this for me and give me the total. Give me the total number. Give me the total number for energy released when bonds form, yes? 20? 2610. 2610 kilojoules per mole. Now, what is the enthalpy change? How do I calculate it? Energy required to break bonds minus energy required to make bonds. Are we together? So I'll do 2,670 kilojoules per mole minus 2,610 kilojoules per mole to give me negative. Is it negative? Positive, yes. To give me positive 60 kilojoules per mole. What does this tell me about this reaction? What does it tell me? It is an endothermic reaction because of what? The energy used to break bonds is more than the one used to make bonds. Now I want to divide you in two groups. Are we together? So that you crack your heads together and solve the problems. I have this group on this side, all of you attempt problem 1 together, and this group here attempt problem 2 together. But problem 2 is so short anyway. Still okay. Problem 1 and problem 2. Now, we are not taking more than 3 minutes to do that. So don't start stories. Oh, I'm feeling sleepy. Oh, I don't know what. No stories. One more minute to finish the problem. I'm seeing people working individually. Are we almost? Okay, one more minute. So please choose somebody to come and solve the problem on the board in the next 1 minute. Okay, Gideon, I feel like you're the one who should do for your group. Oh, okay, Cynthia is up for the first group. Which problem are you doing? 1 or 2? Okay, okay. The black pens are there. Listen to her, please.
For the reactant, and so for the reactant, there is CC bond.
Excuse me, this group, kindly pay attention to her. Have you done problem 1? Have you done problem 1? And which one are you presenting? Problem 2. That's why you're making noise.
CH bond. You can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it will be CH is for 10, and 6. And then there is also another bond which is Cl bond. So for making bonds, it's for the reactor, for the products formed. Then for the product formed, the CC bond, which is 350. Oh, sorry, carbon. Then carbon, hydrogen. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it will be for 10.
Mm-hmm. Okay, those who had from this group, those who had done it from this group, is that the same thing you found? Okay, then okay, this group, please present quickly. Present quickly so that.
Martin, nimelala. You have the equation there. So
Speak. Hey, ongea tu na hiyo kitu.
it's not working. Okay. So we are given this. Then we are told the reaction is exothermic. Complete the energy profile diagram for this reaction, include the position of the product. So once we know the reaction is exothermic, this is what will happen. So these are the reactants.
Is the mic working? Working. Okay.
So our products will be here, which we were given, this one. So we are then told and include an arrow to show the activation energy labeled as A. This is our activation energy, and an arrow to show the energy change of the reaction.
Okay, I think you've indicated everything, yeah? Appreciate him, appreciate Bill Hash, he presented. Are you the one who presented for? Or it was Cynthia? Oh. It's okay. Now, so in your own time, if you have not done one of the problems, make sure you do it so that you understand what we are doing. All right? Now, we shift now to transport in plants. Oh, yeah, he's reminding me of 1.33, our pending matter. Okay. Can we do that? Let's go to 1.33. .33. It must have been 1.33, yeah? Are we all there? 1.33. The mole and Avogadro constant. Facts and formulas to consider. This one will wake you up totally. Huh? Totally. Finally doing moles. Now I have given a few formulas there. And these formulas are the ones we will use to solve different questions going forward. So we have example 1, example 2, example 3. Then we have problem 1 and problem 2. That is all there is in 1.33. Are we together? Yes. And I'm sure we'll do well in it. Now, concentration, also known as molarity, can be measured in grams per decimeters cubed or mole per decimeter cubed. I repeat, concentration, also referred to as molarity, can be measured in grams per decimeter cubed or mole per decimeter cubed. Now the mole, or MOL, is a unit of amount of substance that 1 mole contains 6.02 times 10 to the power of 23 particles. And these particles can be atoms, ions, molecules. This number is called the Avogadro constant. Okay? So if I'm talking of 1 mole, it doesn't matter if it is 1 mole of atoms or 1 mole of ions or molecules. They all have 6.02 times 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 23 particles. And that is called the Avogadro constant. Now the amount of substance, the mole, equals to mass in grams over molar mass. No. What does that mean? Is there something I left? Okay. Amount of mass, which is the mole, is the mass in grams per molar mass. Yeah, it's per molar mass. I knew there's something I've left there. So can you put the slash after grams? Mass in grams per molar mass. Now to calculate amount of substance, which is moles, mass, molar mass, relative atomic mass, and number of particles using the value of the Avogadro constant, you must consider the amount of substance. Now molar gas volume is taken to be 24 decimeters cubed. Now these units sometimes can be a bit confusing, especially if you're not very conversant with them. Now, what else is equivalent to a decimeter cubed? What else is equivalent to a decimeter cubed? Yes? A liter. 1 decimeter cubed equals to 1 liter. Are we together? Now, how many centimeters cubed are in 1 liter? 1,000 centimeter cubed. So that goes without saying that 1 decimeter cubed also has what? 1,000 centimeters cubed. So when I say that there is molar gas volume of 24 decimeters cubed, I can choose to use it as 24 decimeters cubed. I can use it as 24 liters. I can use it as 24,000 centimeters cubed. So they all refer to the same volume. Are we together? Unless probably a question or the problem you're trying to solve insists or requests that you use a certain type of unit. Any is acceptable by me as a chemistry teacher. Because it means the same anyway, right? Okay, calculate the number of moles, I'm in example 1, and the mass of solute in each of the following solutions. Number of moles and the mass of solute in each of the following solutions. Let me rub what is on the board. Now look at 1A. What's the first step we should take for that? 1A in example 1. What's the first step you take there? Aaron? Yes? Mm-hmm.
Calculate the mass
Mm-hmm.
of the solid. The equivalent is 18.5.
Yeah, so in this case now, we have the concentration and we have the volume. Group 1. Group 1. Dondokeni. Group 1. Hey, group 1. Oh. Group, you know the way you go for breaks, you guys, it's like you don't feel like, hey, group 1. Hey, Dolly, finally. Yeah, so we have, let me share with you the concentration triangle. Now look here. Look here. Everybody look here. This is the concentration triangle that I use. Okay? Concentration triangle. So, if I want to calculate the number of moles, Alvin, are you blocking people? Okay. Alvin, you can stand at the back, don't worry. We are okay even if you stand at the back. Okay. If I am calculating the number of moles, I'll do concentration times volume. Are we together? Now, in this question, we are being asked for the number of moles, and we have already been given the volume S 2.00 liters, which is 2.0 decimeter cubed. I said 1 liter is 1 decimeter cubed, isn't it? Yes, so I have volume, which is 2.00 decimeters cubed, times I have the concentration, which is 18.5. So it's 18.5 times 2, which is 37. Okay? So this is 37 moles. That is example 1A. So do you think it makes it easier to use the concentration triangle? Huh? No. Yeah, much easier. Sorry? Now, when you have the number of moles and you have the relative molecular formula from calculations from the periodic table, you can now calculate the mass. Yes. Okay, let's look at B. Okay. Calculate the number of moles. Are we together? Concentration triangle. Using the concentration triangle, what volume do we have in this case? We have 100 ml. Can we convert this into decimeters cubed? So we have, I'll grab the previous one. We are looking for moles, and we have, what is the concentration? Concentration is 3.8 times 10 to the power of negative 5. So that is 0.00038. Are we together? I don't like those negatives. To the power of I don't know what. Concentration times volume. So concentration is 0.00038 times volume, which is 100 over 1,000. Why am I dividing it by 1,000? Why am I dividing the volume by 1,000? Sorry? Yeah, to change it into decimeters cubed, because that is the standard unit for this. Tell me how many moles we get there. Remember, we are dividing by 10 already. So it's 0.00038. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3.8 times 10 to the power of negative 5. Okay, sorry. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Allah? It's 5. Ah, okay. Okay, thank you. I've seen. Moles. Now let's look at C. Again, we are still using the concentration triangle, okay? Moles over concentration times volume. Now for C, which information do we have? We have volume as 5.50 liters or decimeters cubed. All right. Then we have concentration, which is 13.3. Okay. This is 13.3. So it's so direct, like it's so straightforward, especially when you use this concentration triangle times 5.50 decimeters cubed. Now, what do we get here? This is moles. Yes? 13.3 times 5.50. 73.15 moles per decimeter cube. No, moles. We are calculating moles, not concentration, yeah? So it's moles. $73.15 moles. Now using the same, can everybody attempt example 1D? Are we all attempting question 1D? Do not forget to convert that volume into decimeters cubed. I think time is up for that. What number of moles have we found? Sorry? 5 points?
5.85.
Sorry again? 5.85. Good. Now let me do example 2. Let me do example 2. Now, what volume of a 0.20 molar potassium sulfate solution contains 57 grams of potassium sulfate? Now, the first thing now to do here is to find out the number of moles that make these 57 grams. Are we together? Yes. Okay. This is what I mean. Moles over concentration times volume. Are we together? Moles over concentration times volume. So now, we don't know the number of moles, but we have the mass. Are we together? Now, can you refer to your periodic table so that we calculate the mass of potassium sulfate together? The mass of 1 mole, yeah? 1 mole of potassium sulfate. Anyone who has already calculated? 174 grams is 1 mole. What about 57 grams? 57 over 174. 0.3276. So we already have the number of moles to be 0.3276. Now, what is the concentration? 0.20. So how do we get the volume? We'll do 0.3276 divided by 0.20. Stochiometry can be very 1.64. Is it 1.64 decimeters cubed? Convert this into centimeters cubed in case you are asked. Yes? Into centimeters cubed. 1,640 centimeters cubed. Okay. Okay. Let's go to example 3. Imelda, come up to the board. Come. Are you not Imelda? Beautiful Imelda. Now wrap the board and stay there. You'll guide us through this question, okay? Happy Thursday. Good morning. How are you? How is the new day? Imagine we are finishing this tomorrow. It's a good way to look at it, right? Yes. Yeah. Imagine tomorrow a time like this will be done. Yes. Tomorrow, Friday midnight will be done. We'll be sleeping. Tomorrow is Friday. Or we go up to Sunday. At your service, my students. Imagine. Yeah, you know, we'll never see another Valentine's Day for this year. I'll never forget. Aaron, you're too serious with life. Today is 15 February 2024. We finish tomorrow. We finish tomorrow. So when it gets to midnight, today we'll write we finish today. Naendelea poa. Oh, you were not to do it. You were to. Okay, Rab. And you. Now, can we do example 3 together? Imelda we will be guiding her on what to do, okay? Now, a student prepares magnesium sulfate. Are we all in example 3? Yes. A student prepares magnesium sulfate crystals by adding excess magnesium to dilute sulfuric acid. Now, let me ask you first, why do we add excess magnesium? Yes? To ensure all the acid has been reacted. Good. So magnesium sulfate crystals have the formula that where X is a whole number of molecules of water, the student heats the crystals to remove the molecules of water. The student heats a sample of hydrated magnesium sulfate and finds it has lost 0.140 moles of water. Are we seeing not grams but moles of water, and has 2.40 grams of magnesium remaining? Determine the value of X. So I think here the solution is to, anyway, let's follow the steps. Calculate the molecular mass of magnesium sulfate. Please give her the figures she needs. Magnesium is 24, sulfur is 32, and then oxygen is 54. Great. So at least we have earned ourselves 1 mark. Now determine the number of moles of magnesium sulfate formed. Formula number of moles. Mass over relative atomic mass. So we are doing 2.40 divided by 120, which is what? 0. So see, now what's the mole ratio here? Can I intervene at this point? Yes. Okay, thank you. Let's appreciate Imelda. Now, I am intervening because we now need to determine the value of X, which is water of crystallization. And I'm so glad that we did this experimentally. Isn't it? Yes. Now, magnesium sulfate in terms of moles to water, are we together, is 0.02 is to 0.140. Okay, the 0.140 we have been given as prior information in the question. We didn't have to calculate the number of moles of water. All right? Now we divide all this by the smallest. Okay. So it's 1:7. So what is the formula of hydrated magnesium sulfate? Magnesium sulfate dot 7H2O. Without sweating. Okay. Are we done with example 3? Now, I want us to do problem 1 and problem 2 together if you don't mind. Okay? Which group is out? Only. Huh? Okay. Now let's look at problem 1. What is the final concentration of the solution produced when 225.5 milliliters over 0.09988 molar solution of sodium carbonate is allowed to evaporate until the solution volume is reduced to 45 milliliters. So what is the final concentration of the solution produced? So then we are working with 45 milliliters as the volume. Are we together? So I think my favorite thing is normally the concentration triangle. It has made my life easy for many years. Okay. So what are we calculating here? Concentration. Concentration equals to moles, moles over volume. Are we together? Now, final concentration. Wait. Okay. We already have the concentration here, the first concentration, isn't it? So we have 0.09988 times. So we are dividing this by 1,000, isn't it? So it's 0.2255 equals to, we divide 45, okay, equals to x times 0.045. Are we together? Yes. So then x equals to 0.09988, all right, times 0.2255 divided by 0.045. Hey, tumeni calculator tafadhali pwani. Use calculator, use calculators. So the final concentration is 0.5 molar. 0.5 molar. I'd like to do flame tests with different salts. I'd like to do flame tests after this. Thank you. Let's go to problem 2. Let's go to problem 2. Now, when potassium is added to water, it reacts vigorously and a colored flame is seen. The equation for the reaction is shown. So that's potassium reacting with water to give you potassium, hydroxide and hydrogen gas. Now calculate the volume in centimeters cubed of hydrogen gas formed when 2.34 grams of potassium is added to excess water at room temperature and pressure. Use the following steps. I want you to understand the question first before I start calculating anything. Are we together? Do you know what you're being asked for? Huh? What are they asking you for? Sorry? You're being asked for the volume in centimeters cubed of the gas. But now, the only information we have is the grams that we used for potassium. So we have the grams, we have the mole ratio, which we have extracted from the balanced chemical equation. Are we together? So first of all, the mole ratio between potassium and hydrogen is 2:1. Now how many moles of potassium are there in 2.34? So we do 2.34 divided by 39 to give you 0.06 moles. So if potassium, and it's a ratio 2, has 0.06, what about hydrogen, which is a ratio 1? So you just divide by 2 to give us 0.03 moles. Now how much is 1 mole of a gas in terms of centimeters cubed? 24,000 centimeters cubed. Now you see the question here has specified you work in centimeters cubed. I saw somebody saying that because we are told to work in decimeters cubed, they work first of all in decimeters cubed, and then when they get the final answer, they again convert to centimeters cubed. That's not working smart, really. So 1 mole is 24,000 centimeters cubed. What about 0.03 moles? First of all, we remove these 2 zeros. Okay? Then we remain with 720 centimeters cubed. 720 centimeters cubed is the volume of hydrogen gas produced. So, we are done with problem 2, yeah? Right. So I can comfortably remove this now, yeah? All right. So, before we go to nutrition in plants, I want us to do flame tests. Are we together? Yeah. That's qualitative analysis, testing for cations. Okay? So you're going to do the flame test analysis in your exercise book. In your exercise book, not in the workbook. There's no space for that in the workbook. So I want everybody to be able to test a few cations. How many are you testing? Sodium, potassium.
Sodium.
Potassium. This is lithium. Copper. Oh, great. Then we'll give them wooden splints. So flame tests. So we are providing you with different types of salts, and we'll guide you on how to test for the color of the flame. Please let's. You may. Now, one thing you need to note is that different salts have different colors of flames. Are we together? Yeah, so there are those that are typical of certain cations. So, like for example, if the color for cation X is yellow, regardless of what X has combined with, it will always produce that color. So flame tests are constant and very easy to carry out. I had seen the wooden splints somewhere. Wooden splints. I saw them somewhere. Wooden splints. No, these are skewers. I had seen wooden splints. Now, how many do we need? 3. Okay. So we are going to distribute out some wooden splints. So this is how you do the flame tests. Are we together? You open the tap a bit and you make sure you put some water on the wooden splint. Okay? Put some water on the wooden splint, and then the side that you put some water, you dip it in the salt that you're testing. Are we together? Then you pass it gently towards the Bunsen burner. Then you will clearly see the color. Do not put it directly until the wooden splint starts burning, please. Make sure you have all you need. I think we are testing for around four cations. 4 cations, yes? Okay. Please let's be a bit fast because we are. Have we connected the Bunsen burners? Now be careful about the microscopes on the benches also. Which salt is that? Huh? Yeah, kidogo tu. That's sodium, yeah? Which color of flame is that? Yellow. Wow, let me continue doing it. I like doing it. Hey, I like it. So please name the salt, the cation that it has, and the color of flame. Now there is another experiment I once saw being done somewhere. Let me try it out, and then if it works, we'll do it. Do you have spirit? Yes. You have spirit. Please assist me. I try out something. If it works, we'll do it with the class. I need Excuse me, I'm not feeling the excitement of testing the flames. Ama mmezoea hii mambo, huh? Which salt? Have you already tested it? What have you seen? Sorry? Ah. Have all the groups tested for sodium cation? Any color? Hey. Put it again. Which salt is that? Lithium. Is it pink? Pink. Don't do it.
I don't know.
Assist me with that. All right. Where is the spirit again? Where is that lithium salt? There is no other. This is little. Excuse me? Kidogo. Now, my nice thing has worked. So, excuse me, sir. I'm going for a break. When I come back, we are going to make lamps. We are going to make lamps. We are going to make lamps using spirit, beakers, and the different salts. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So guys, can you just come and see an interesting way of investigating for the color of flames? So you soak the cotton wool in a flammable liquid like the spirit, okay? And then you sprinkle the salt on top of the spirit that has, on top of the cotton wool that has spirit. And then you just enjoy the colors. Imagine now if you have like 5 salts. We'll do that after I come back, okay? You have 5 salts and then you test for their colors, like, so it can burn like this, like for a long time. Are you together? Yes. Yeah, so you just come up with innovative ways of doing things. Instead of splint 2 kila saa. Eh? What if you test for it like this by creating lamps of different colors using the salts? Are you together? So, Mark, so you'll put for us like maybe 5 different types of cations. We have sodium, lithium, copper, potassium. Which is the 5th one? Magnesium. There's calcium, yeah? Okay, and calcium. So just 5 beakers with cotton wool inside soaked, okay? And then we'll sprinkle each salt. We'll sprinkle the salts for ourselves, but you can soak for us the cotton wool, okay? And then we'll make such. So I think for these ones we can let them. Or you want to continue enjoying seeing them?
Yes.
Can we switch off the Bunsen burners now? And they are very hot, eh? Be careful. Now that color for lithium, what have you named it? Lilac is for potassium, please. Lilac is for potassium. Yes? Now what do we call the study of such? Like study of cations, study of their flames, their behavior, their abilities to dissolve with different substances. What do we call that? What do we call that study? Yeah? Qualitative analysis. Qualitative analysis. I think we can now switch them off. I want to deny them oxygen. I put a lot. You need to switch this off, Mark. No, don't. You'll get burned. No, remove your hand. No, don't put water. It will break the beaker. Aye. Now, can you note down each cation you have tested and the color you have found? Hala? Go and write the cations you have tested and the colors you have found. Hey, you're writing using a marker pen. Who told you the marker pen is yours? Give it to me.
Let me give it to you.
Don't use a marker pen to write. Now that one we are writing in the exercise book. It is at the back under miscellaneous topics. Miscellaneous or extra topics. Ushaifanya ile? Ushaifanya ile flame test? Unaweka kwa mabika. Now, are all the groups back? Yes? Okay, so group 2, you can go for your health break as we plan to come and start on transport in plants. Now, before we start on transport in plants, we are going to design that investigation. Are we together? Yeah, I gave you work to design an investigation. You fumbled and fumbled and fumbled until we postponed. Yeah, what were we investigating?
Photosynthesis.
Effect of light intensity on photosynthesis. It's at 15. It's at 15 past. Yes. It's at 15 past. It's at 15 past with a 6 minutes carried over. So I'm going for 36 minutes. Now let's go to transport in plants. Transport in plants. Now, in transport in plants, it is impossible to study about transport in plants without looking at xylem and phloem. Now, I understand that there are permanent slides that are showing the parts that I have printed for you in that workbook. Now, were you able to see what you were? Yes? Were you able to see what you were supposed to see in these microscopes? Huh? Anybody who saw anything tangible? Because I don't seem to see. Okay, which one was visible? Now, in transport in plants, we have two types of transport vessels. Are we together? Yes. We have xylem and phloem. Now, what is the main difference between xylem and phloem? Main difference between xylem and phloem. I would advise you to check on the pictures and see what you can observe. What's the difference between xylem and phloem? Structural difference and functional difference. That is why there is space down there for you to write. Now, can you analyze the two pictures and give me the differences between xylem and phloem? Yes? Mm-hmm.
Xylem has a thick cell wall made of lignin, while phloem has a thin cell wall made of cellulose.
Okay, xylem has a thick cell wall made of lignin, all right, while phloem has a thin cell wall made of cellulose. Perfect. Another one?
Okay, you can say xylem has one-way flow of sap, while phloem has two-way flow of sap.
Yeah, so that is a functional difference. It's a difference that affects how they work. Are we together? So we can say that xylem has one-way flow of sap and phloem has two-way flow of sap. Another one, the diagram is guiding us very well, yes? Good. No end walls in xylem. So xylem basically is like a straw. You know the way a straw is open end to end? Yes. That is how a xylem looks like. But a phloem has end walls and perforations. Now, how many have eaten sugarcane in their lives? You see those joints? The joints for sugarcane, the ones you tell that guy to remove, the hard ones. Those are the end walls of phloem. So you find that it's a continuous vessel and then an end wall. Then like that. Now, another functional difference. Another functional difference, yes? Good. Xylem transports water and minerals from where to where? To the rest of the plant. Great, great. Now, look at the next page. Now, do you remember when we were doing the anatomy of the leaf? It must have been on Valentine's Day. Yesterday, yeah? When we were doing the anatomy of the leaf. Now, we mentioned that within the spongy mesophyll we have vascular bundles, okay? And we know that we have flowering plants, monocots and dicots. So the appearance of the vascular bundles of monocots and dicots is different. But the main and the common thing is that the phloem is found on the peripheral. Peripheral means on the outer part. Can you look at the first one for the root? Which vessel is found on the outer part? Phloem. And which one is found on the inner part? Xylem. Same case to stem. All right? Same case to the root down there, and the same case to the stem down there. So I think for the first one is dicot, and then for the second one is monocot. So we have some celery and some, what is it called? Food color. Did we get food color? We do. Which color? Okay, we'll do that investigation after. Yeah, so we want to dip some celery in food color and allow the xylem, or is it the phloem? We'll see. Okay, we'll see which one absorbs, and then now we can be able to see clearly whether the xylem is on the internal or the external and how they appear. We are going to look at them under a magnifying glass against a white tile, okay? Yeah, so that's the investigation I would want us to do when it comes to that. So the activity is in the 3rd page of that textbook. The third page of that topic. Investigate using a suitable stain. So the suitable stain we are using in this case is food color. Investigate the pathway of water through the above ground parts of a plant. So we are going to use celery stalk and food color investigation. All right, so let's look at relationship of xylem vessel to its function. Relationship of xylem vessel to its function. Now, a xylem vessel is like a long drain pipe. We are writing. Are you seeing my lamps are still lighting? My different colored lamps. Now, a xylem vessel is like a long drain pipe which is made of many hollow dead cells. Which is made of many hollow dead cells joined end to end. A xylem vessel is like a long drain pipe which is made of many hollow dead cells joined end to end. Now, the end walls of the cells have disappeared and a long open tube is formed. The end walls of the cells have disappeared and a long open tube is formed. Now, xylem vessels start at the roots of the plant all the way up to the stem, branching out into every leaf. I repeat, xylem vessels run from the roots of the plant right up through the stem, Okay. Now, water moves into a root hair cell by which process? Water moves in down a water potential gradient. Down a water potential gradient. I'm going for break in the next 1 minute. I think that is the only thing I needed to add when it comes to the root hair cells. What is the next objective? Nice. The pathway taken by water through the root, stem and the leaf as root hair cells, root cortex cells, xylem and mesophyll cells. That's quite interesting. Right. So when I come back, we are going to look at how water is absorbed by a plant. All right? Thank you.
CPF is a financial services company that offers a whole host of solutions to the Kenyan public and across the globe. We have been recognized both locally and internationally as a trusted brand, and the following are some of the reasons why you should be working with us. Currently, we provide fund administration services to the largest schemes in the country. One of them is Lab Trust, which is the oldest. Having been established in 1929, it currently has a fund value of about 30 billion Kenya shillings and membership of about 20,000 members. The County Pension Fund, which is also one of the largest in the county space, and the Public Service Superannuation Scheme. Overall, we have total assets under management of 100 billion. One of the biggest challenges in the social security sector has always been enabling people save towards their retirement. And one of the solutions that we have developed internally as CPF is called Rukisha. Rukisha is a concept that we developed primarily to address people in the informal sector, people with small businesses, people with big businesses as well. And the intention is to help them save towards their retirement. We have incorporated a concept called Save As You Spend into the platform, where for every transaction you make, you're able to save a percentage of it, and over time, you're able to see your retirement funds accrue. One of the other benefits of utilizing Rukisha is you also have access to other solutions within the CPF group of products, among them being investments through the CPF asset managers. You should be able to save towards a specific goal under the CPF asset managers. You should also have access to the CPF insurance products under the laser insurance brokerage services, as well as the real estate products within the laser property management services. For more information on Rukisha, visit www.rukisha.com. You can also access it through the short code *391# or download it in the Google Play Store as a Rukisha app. Talk to us, reach out to us, and we shall help you achieve your retirement goals.
At CPF Financial Services, we've been able to package the solution for both for the individual, for the corporate, and also for groups. At the individual level, we've come up with products that are able to take care of the member both at before retirement and after retirement. For before retirement, we have training for the member to be able to prepare themselves to go out there and be able to save for themselves. Also at that particular level, they can be able to save individually on a continuous basis with as low as 50 shillings every day or 500 per month to be able to take care of themselves at the point of retirement. At corporate level, we have solutions where we carry out fund administration for corporates that have already existing schemes, or they can be able to join our umbrella DC schemes within this called TAIFA. We also do gratuity administration to assist corporates be able to administer the gratuity plans for their different staff within the organization. We also have solutions for chamas where we can be able to open up opportunities for them to be able to save and invest as chamas and also enjoy welfare solutions which are always covered under our trust fund called the Momba Trust Fund. As part of our solutions under the management and training arm, we also do management consulting. Under management consulting, we consult for you to do governance audits, we do strategy development, among other consulting services that you might request. We also do trainings. Under trainings, we have trainings that are bespoke to the organization, or they can already be able to come in at best prices to attend some of the trainings that have already been packaged by the CPF arm. For more information, visit our website on www.cpf.or.ke, or you can be able to access the information on the CPF app on the Play Store or the iOS Store.
Brayo bwana, asante kutupeleka holiday bwana. Lakini na swali, uliniambia tuna save na CPF. Kwani ukisave unapata pesa wapi?
Boni, unajua first una save, halafu una spend. Nilikuwa nishaweka kitu CPF kabla sherehe.
Oh, okay. Na kama sina kitu this month nafanyaje?
Usistress, ukiwa na CPF unaweza convert Safaricom Bonga Points zinakuwa contribution yako kwa M-Pension. Na ni rahisi sana. Dial *289# au piga 0111 114 000 na CPF watakusort.
Hello, my name is Faith Wanjiru Kinyanjui. I'm a 4th year student here at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. I'm pursuing a degree in horticulture, and this is my final semester. So I lost my dad in 2018 when I was in first year, second semester, and it was a 1-week illness. After his death, my life was kind of difficult because I didn't know if I was going to continue with my studies because my mom is a housewife. And so when I joined second year, my first semester, my mom introduced me to Lab Trust after she received some phone calls from my dad's workplace. And so we went with her because I'm usually here in Nairobi. So when we went, they assured me that they were going to pay my school fees and I didn't have to worry. So that was like a saving grace for me. And since then, my school fees has always been paid. my upkeep is always in check and my house is always in check. I've never lacked anything since then. In second year and up to now, I'm in my 4th year, final semester. And as you can see, due to lab trust, I'm able to carry on my project. Here's one of them, and I'm studying the plant diseases, and I'm using a treatment known as silicone. Then I'm controlling the disease to see if it is going to be controllable. And this has become my passion, and I love agriculture so much. Right now, I'm in my final semester, and by next year in January, I'll be done with school. And my plan is, if I'm going to get a job, I can join the scheme, the lab trust scheme, and ensure even if when I'm going to have kids later in future, their lives are going to be catered for even in my demise, because CPF has done that for me, and I'm very grateful. Because if it weren't for them, I don't know if I could be even here in school. And thank you so much, CPF, for fulfilling our lives. I have 2 sisters at the moment, one in college and the other one is in grade 4 in primary school, and they have been paying for their fees as well. And we can say our life has never been the same, and we are so happy for CPF and how they have helped us. And thank you, CPF, for fulfilling our lives and making us smile again after everything.
In an uncertain world, trust is everything. Introducing Tamka Security Services Limited, your trusted partner in security solutions. At Tamka Security Services Limited, we understand that security is not just about protection, it's about peace of mind. That's why we specialize in providing comprehensive security solutions for homes, residential areas, and malls. Our team of highly trained security guards equipped with state-of-the-art technology ensure round-the-clock surveillance and protection. From guard services to canine units, from installing electrical fences to providing quick response in times of emergencies, we also offer bodyguards and event security. Tamka Security Services Limited is your one-stop solution for all your security needs. With our commitment to excellence and swift action, you can rest assured that your safety is our top priority. Choose Tamka Security Services Limited for security you can trust. We are located at Rimpa along Magadi Road, and you can contact us on 0202 595098. Tamka Security Services Limited, protecting what matters the most.
His Excellency Mike Mbuvi Sonko, the Good Deeds Ambassador, crowned for his generosity in helping the needy. Sonko's move to help the needy is his way of life and started way before he joined politics. Hundreds of needy people from all walks of life can attest to this. Mariam Abdallah has been in and out of hospital, but Governor Sonko has always been there for the family.
Namshukuru sana mheshimiwa, yeye na familia yake, anawaombea sana kila nikiswali Mwenyezi Mungu awajalie kila la kheri. Natoa shukrani zangu kwa mheshimiwa Sonko kwanza. Mwenyezi Mungu amjaze kila la heri. Amuondoshe matatizo yake, mazito amfanye mepesi. Familia yake Mwenyezi Mungu aijalie salama. Amenifariji mimi na amenisaidia mtoto wangu. Sikupata usaidizi wowote Mombasa zaidi ya kwamba ni hao katika wataja. Hamna mheshimiwa yote alikuja kunisaidia. Lakini nasema Mwenyezi Mungu yuko pamoja na yeye. Tumekuja naye karibu vizuri. Alhamdulillah, na ubaguzi. Ni mwanamume ambaye sijui niseme nani. Anifadhili kwa kila kitu.
Tunakwambia rudi after 2 months, lakini umetupatia karatasi ile kule Mombasa. Unajua umeshona na chuma ile kutumia. So watamtoa.
Umeshakatia ndege
kila kitu waziri alipasha shughuli.
Sawa. Kidogo ya dawa na supu damu ile kwa. Haya, shika tuenda kununua naye dawa. Sawa.
Kwa majina naitwa Mariam Abdallah Kombo kutoka Mombasa. Nimeshukuru sana kusaidiwa na mheshimiwa. Operation zile zangu za kwanza alinisaidia nikafanyiwa, na hizi za pili tukarudi tena pia amenisaidia yeye. Namuombea Mungu sana yeye na familia yake. Mwenyezi Mungu ampe afya, ampe umri, ampe nguvu na amlinde na azidi kuwa na imani ya kusaidia.
Not once or twice has Governor Sonko intervened when the elderly are being neglected by the community.
Wewe nani mheshimiwa?
Hapana, hapana, wewe kuja mami.
Wacha kufanya hivyo.
Hapana, mama, wacha mama ingia ndani. Hapana, hapana. Hapana, haiwezekani.
Twende mami sasa ile hapa.
Nimembariki nimempa baraka na mbariki zaidi. Apande juu. Amen. Ile yote tutaweza. Barikiwe na Mungu. Tusikutane nangu.
Asante.
Asante sana. Baraka kwa.
Hakuna mtu atakutoa hapa. Sasa uko na kocha uko naye.
Times society neglects elderly people. A 100-year-old granny in Embo was forced to spend nights in jail for contempt of court, unable to pay a fine of 100,000. Sonko came to her rescue. Same story for a 106-year-old granny who was evicted from her land in Pangani, but Sonko helped her get it back. Several other people have also gotten back their grabbed land through the help of Governor Sonko.
Itakuwa registered kwa hiyo title yako na utarudishiwa hii shamba. Shamba yako itarudishwa kwa sababu tunaregister hii imetoka kotini. Kwa hivyo itarudisha hiyo shamba kwako sasa. Yes. Please. Hiyo tutafanya mara moja na itarudi. Sawa.
What I have to say is that today I have managed to have access to Mheshimiwa, which not many people can have. I think it was God's grace that maybe our dad had done something very good for us for today Mheshimiwa to be standing here and assisting me, because we just seen Mheshimiwa in the papers, we hear about him, but today I've seen it with my own eyes what work he does.
He has such a compassionate heart.
Ninaguzo sana na moyo wake wa huruma.
You know there is politics.
Kuna siasa.
And there is a core.
Na kuna mwito.
This man is not a politician.
Huyu si mwana siasa.
When I watch the way he handles the poor people,
ninapoona jinsi anawashughulikia watu maskini,
then I know
basi najua
there is something extraordinary in his life.
kuna kitu kisicho cha kawaida ndani yake.
Governor Mike Sonko, through Sonko Rescue Team, has continued with his charity work, which he began even before joining politics. Meet baby Kyla, a 1.5-year-old baby. Governor Sonko met Kyla's mother in Westlands, who narrated her daughter's woes to the governor. Sonko was touched by the story of young Kyla, who had lost her eyesight at a tender age and vowed to help her seek medical attention in India. Weeks later, she is back after the surgery. Kyla was received by Nairobi County First Lady after landing at JKIA.
Wow, you can see God is good. This is a miracle. Wow. Baby Kyla, God bless you. Wow.
Since the day she was born, I noticed that she had some problems with her eyes, and I came to meet Sonko, and I told him about my story, and he decided to help me.
Beautiful baby Candy Chelangat, whose life was threatened by a cancerous tumor in her eye. Sonko took the initiative to pay for her medical attention in India. She is now a happy child in school. It is a story of joy.
Happy today, so thank you Sonko for everything you've given me. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Late March 2019, Governor Sonko donated tons of relief food to the drought-stricken counties of Turkana and West Pokot. The governor traveled by road to Turkana, where he distributed the assorted foodstuffs and set a medical camp for the needy.
He has brought a lot of food. We have gotten maize meal, vegetables, fruits, water. He brought bowsers full of water, rice.
With 24/7 monitoring and rapid response capabilities, you can trust us to be vigilant guardians. Don't leave your security to chance. Choose Champion Security and take the first step towards a safer tomorrow. Contact us now to learn more about our comprehensive security service and join countless satisfied clients who have made the smart choice for their protection needs.
In an uncertain world, trust is everything. Introducing Tamka Security Services Limited, your trusted partner in security solutions. At Tamka Security Services Limited, we understand that security is not just about protection, it's about peace of mind. That's why we specialize in providing comprehensive security solutions for homes, residential areas, and malls. Our team of highly trained security guards equipped with state-of-the-art technology ensure round-the-clock surveillance and protection. From guard services to K9 units, from installing electrical fences to providing quick response in times of emergencies, we also offer bodyguards and event security. Tamka Security Services Limited is your one-stop solution for all your security needs. With our commitment to excellence, you can contact us on 0202 595098. Tamka Security Services Limited, protecting what matters the most.
CPF is a financial services company that offers a whole host of solutions to the Kenyan public and across the globe. We have been recognized both locally and internationally as a trusted brand, and the following are some of the reasons why you should be working with us. Currently, we provide fund administration services to the largest schemes in the country. One of them is Lab Trust, which is the oldest. Having been established in 1929, it currently has a fund value of over 30 billion Kenya shillings and membership of about 20,000 members. The County Pension Fund, which is also one of the largest in the county space, and the Public Service Superannuation Scheme. Overall, we have total assets under management of 100 billion. One of the biggest challenges in the social security sector has always been enabling people save towards their retirement. And one of the solutions that we have developed internally as CPF is called Rukisha. Rukisha is a concept that we developed primarily to address people in the informal sector, people with small businesses, people with big businesses as well. And the intention is to help them save towards their retirement. We have incorporated a concept called Save As You Spend into the platform, where for every transaction you make, you're able to save a percentage of it. And over time, you're able to see your retirement funds accrue. One of the other benefits of utilizing Rukisha is you also have access to other solutions within the CPF group of products, among them being investments through the CPF asset managers. You should be able to save towards a specific goal under the CPF asset managers. You should also have access to the CPF insurance products under the laser insurance brokerage services, as well as the real estate products within the laser property management services. For more information on Rukisha, visit www.rukisha.com. You can also access it through the short code *391# or download it in the Google Play Store as the Rukisha app. Talk to us, reach out to us, and we shall help you achieve your retirement goals.
At CPF Financial Services, we've been able to package the solution for both for the individual, for the corporate, and also for groups. At the individual level, we've come up with products that are able to take care of the member both at before retirement and after retirement. For before retirement, we have training for the member to be able to prepare themselves to go out there and be able to save for themselves. Also at that particular level, they can be able to save individually on a continuous basis with as low as 50 shillings every day or 500 per month to be able to take care of themselves at the point of retirement. At corporate level, we have solutions where we carry out fund administration for corporates that have already existing schemes, or they can be able to join our umbrella DC schemes within this called TAIFA. We also do gratuity administration to assist corporates be able to administer the gratuity plans for their different staff within the organization. We also have solutions for chamas where we can be able to open up opportunities for them to be able to save and invest as chamas and also enjoy welfare solutions which are always covered under our trust fund called the Momba Trust Fund. As part of our solutions under the management and training arm, we also do management consulting. Under management consulting, we consult for you to do governance audits, we do strategy development, among other consulting services that you might request. We also do trainings. Under trainings, we have trainings that are bespoke to the organization, or they can already be able to come in at best prices to attend some of the trainings that have already been packaged by the CPF arm. For more information, visit our website on www.cpf.or.ke, or you can be able to access the information on the CPF app on the Play Store or the iOS Store.
Prayo bwana, asante kutupeleka holiday bwana. Lakini na swali, uliniambia tunasave na CPF. Kwani ukisave unapata pesa wapi?
Boni, unajua first una save, halafu una spend. Nilikuwa nishaweka kitu CPF kabla sherehe.
Oh, okay. Na kama sina kitu this month nafanyaje?
Usistress. Ukiwa na CPF, unaweza convert Safaricom Bonga Points zinakuwa contribution yako kwa M-Pension. Na ni rahisi sana. Dial *289# au piga 0111 114 000 na CPF watakusort.
Hello, my name is Faith Wanjiru Kinyanjui. I'm a 4th-year student here at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. I'm pursuing a degree in horticulture, and this is my final semester. So I lost my dad in 2018 when I was in first year, second semester, and it was a 1-week illness. After his death, my life was kind of difficult because I didn't know if I was going to continue with my studies because my mom is a housewife. And so when I joined second year, my first semester, my mom introduced me to Lab Trust after she received some phone calls from my dad's workplace. And so we went with her because I'm usually here in Nairobi. So when we went, they assured me that they were going to pay my school fees and I didn't have to worry. So that was like a saving grace for me. And since then, my school fees has always been paid. My upkeep is always in check and my house is always in check. I've never lacked anything since then in second year, and up to now I'm in my 4th year, final semester. And as you can see, due to lab trust, I'm able to carry on my project. Here is one of them, and I'm studying the plant diseases, and I'm using a treatment known as silicone. Then I'm controlling the disease to see if it is going to be controllable. And this has become my passion, and I love agriculture so much. Right now I'm in my final semester, and by next year in January I'll be done with school. And my plan is, if I'm going to get a job, I can join the scheme, the lab trust scheme, and ensure even if when I'm going to have kids later in future, their lives are going to be catered for even in my demise, because CPF has done that for me, and I'm very grateful. Because if it weren't for them, I don't know if I could be even here in school. And thank you so much, CPF, for fulfilling our lives. I have 2 sisters at the moment, one in college and the other one is in grade 4 in primary school, and they have been paying for their fees as well. And we can say our life has never been the same, and we are so happy for CPF and how they have helped us. And thank you, CPF, for fulfilling our lives and making us smile again after everything.
In an uncertain world, trust is everything. Introducing Tamka Security Services Limited, your trusted partner in security solutions. At Tamka Security Services Limited, we understand that security is not just about protection, it's about peace of mind. That's why we specialize in providing comprehensive security solutions for homes, residential areas, and malls. Our team of highly trained security guards equipped with state-of-the-art technology ensure round-the-clock surveillance and protection. From guard services to canine units, from installing electrical fences to providing quick response in times of emergencies, we also offer bodyguards and event security. Tamka Security Services Limited is your one-stop solution for all your security needs. With our commitment to excellence and swift action, you can rest assured that your safety is our top priority. Choose Tamka Security Services Limited for security you can trust. We are located at Rimpa along Magadi Road, and you can contact us on 0202 595098. Tamka Security Services Limited, protecting what matters the most.
His Excellency Mike Mbuvi Sonko, the Good Deeds Ambassador, crowned for his generosity in helping the needy. Sonko's move to help the needy is his way of life and started way before he joined politics. Hundreds of needy people from all walks of life can attest to this. Mariam Abdallah has been in and out of hospital, but Governor Sonko has always been there for the family.
Namshukuru sana mheshimiwa, yeye na familia yake, anawaombea sana kila nikiswali, Mwenyezi Mungu awajalie kila la kheri. Natoa shukrani zangu kwa mheshimiwa Sonko kwanza. Mwenyezi Mungu amjaze kila la heri. Amuondoshe matatizo yake, mazito amfanye mepesi. Familia yake Mwenyezi Mungu aijalie salama. Amenifariji mimi na amenisaidia mtoto wangu. Sikupata usaidizi wowote Mombasa zaidi ya kwamba ni hao katika wale wataja. Hamna mheshimiwa yote alikuja kunisaidia. Lakini nasema Mwenyezi Mungu yuko pamoja na yeye. Tumekuja naye karibu vizuri. Alhamdulillah, na ubaguzi. Ni mwanamume ambaye sijui niseme nani. Anifadhili kwa kila kitu.
Nikwambia rudi after 2 months, lakini umetopatia karatasi ile kule Mombasa. Unajua wameshona na chuma ile kutumia. So watamtoa.
Umeshakatia ndege
kila kitu waziri alipasha shughuli.
Sawa. Kidogo ya dawa na supu damu ile kidogo. Haya, shika tuenda kununua na dawa. Sawa.
Kwa majina naitwa Mariam Abdallah Kombo kutoka Mombasa. Nimeshukuru sana kusaidiwa na mheshimiwa.
Were you able to write the different salts and their tests? So I want you to come close here. So that I show you another different method of testing for the flames. Are we together? So I think at this time I can get the spirit. Oh, the gloves are over. Okay. How are you feeling? I told you tomorrow a time like now. Where will you be? Tomorrow a time like now? Darling? Huh? On your way? Okay, so I have 5 different types of salts here. And what... So the first thing to do is to soak the cotton wool with Now, what do you know about spirit? Have you found the lid? Have you found the lid for this? So anyway, one person should just get the order of these salts, okay? So this is calcium hydroxide. Which cation is here? Then we have lithium chloride. So there we are testing for lithium. Then here we have copper chloride. Which color is this now? Huh? Are you seeing how it immediately changes color to green as soon as it gets into contact with spirit? Then we have sodium chloride. So we are doing the celery stalk investigation. After this, and what's this? Potassium iodide. Right. So other than using the splint to test for the flame, this is also another method. Oh, okay. Skewers are that's a skewer. So this was calcium. This is lithium. This is copper. This is sodium, and this is potassium. Are you now clearly seeing the different flames? Eh? Which one is this now? Which color is that? Because this is clearly yellow. This is pink, green, lilac, that is purple, and that. Can you spot any color? No. The cotton does not actually burn. It's the salt that burns. That's why you're seeing the color of the salt visible there. It's just that we can't switch off the lights in the lab. I don't know. We can, right? Yeah, we can, so that we're able to see. We are switching it off for a few seconds. Just for a few seconds, eh? We are not switching off the video lights. Yeah. The video lights are still too bright, so it's okay. The colors would have been visible in a very nice way in a dark room, but it's okay. All right? Yeah, let's move to something else then. This was an alternative method of testing for the flames. So now we can Now we are looking at the pathway taken by water. Are we together? The pathway taken by water through the root, stem and leaf as root hair cells, root cortex cells, xylem and mesophyll cells. So basically that is the order. Are we together? So think about a water molecule. Imagine you are a water molecule. All right? What path would you follow until you get to the spongy mesophyll cell or the palisade mesophyll cell, where you will be used as a raw material for photosynthesis? Are we together? So that pathway that is taken by water through the root, stem and leaf is what I want us to look at now. Is that iPad? Okay, thank you. Celery. Celery. Oh. Okay. So we are describing the water uptake, all right? So the first thing that you'll need to note there is that plant take in water from the soil through the root hairs. Excuse me, it's here. You see that upper space, that is where we are writing. That's where we are describing the water uptake. Plants take in water from the soil through their root hairs. Now this water is carried by the xylem vessels to all parts of the plant. Now the root hairs are on the edge of the root. You know, some students imagine that root hairs are on the inside of the root. No. Root hairs are on the edge of the root. And then the xylem vessels are in the center. Okay? Are you imagining? The root hair cell is at the edge of the root, and the xylem vessel is at the center of the root. Yet this water molecule has to travel from the soil into the root hair, then access through osmosis to the center of the root where the xylem is, and then it can be taken up to the rest of the plant. Are you not? Is it starting to get clearer? Yes. So now water travels through by osmosis through the cortex from cell to cell. Now I have given you a diagram that is at least trying to explain this. That's a cross-section of a root. Now I have another better diagram here. Okay, look at this. This is actually better because it's showing you from the soil all the way to the xylem, the path that a water molecule will have to take. Are you seeing? This is a better diagram, isn't it? So it's showing us the cortex cells. So the water molecule is moving from the soil to the root hair cell by osmosis, from the root hair cell through the cortex cells all the way until the xylem cell, through which process? Photosynthesis. Osmosis, not photosynthesis, osmosis. All right? Sorry about that. So movement of water through the cortex cells via osmosis. All right? So this diagram is giving a better picture than what you have in the handout. So what statement have we said? Okay. Some water seeps through the spaces between the cells. We are writing. Some water spills through or seeps through the spaces between the cells or through the cell walls without entering a cell at all. Some water seeps through the spaces between the cells or through the cell walls without entering a cell at all. Now, it becomes easier when the water gets to the xylem, okay? So once the water reaches the xylem, it moves up the xylem the way a drink moves up a straw. Once the water reaches the xylem vessels, it moves up the way a drink moves up a straw. Now the pressure at the top of the xylem vessels is lower than the pressure at the bottom. The pressure at the top of the xylem vessels is lower, while the pressure at the bottom is higher, and this causes water to be pushed up all the way to the top of the xylem vessels. This causes the water to be pushed up all the way to the xylem vessels. Now the pressure reduction at the top of the xylem vessel occurs as a result of transpiration. Now I want you to imagine when you're taking a drink using a straw, what basically are you doing? You're trying to reduce the pressure at the top. Are we together? Yes. And then because the pressure is more where the drink is, the drink comes up. Are we together? Yeah. So in a xylem vessel, what reduces the pressure at the top is transpiration. We said that transpiration is the loss of water from a plant through the stomata of the leaves. Are we together? Mm-hmm. So as water is lost, the pressure is reduced at the top, and then the water is pushed up by the pressure from beneath. Now, any question? Any question about the pathway taken by water through the root, stem, and leaf? So let's go to the next investigation, where we are using a suitable stain to show the pathway of water through the above ground plants of a plant. And we have chosen the celery as the choice of the above ground part of a plant. This is because the celery easily absorbs, the water when it is put in it. And then we are going to use red food color. I believe this is food color, right? Yes, red food color. Then we are going to cut a cross section of the xylem, not the xylem, the stem, the celery stalk, okay? We'll cut a cross section, a thin cross section, place it on a white tile and observe using a magnifying lens. I'm sure We have magnifying lenses. Now, how many do you want to dip in the food color? I can see you have around 3 each. Huh? Can we dip all of them? And then how long are you taking to time them? 20 minutes. Now, can you hold them like this and slice off just the thin end so that you insert a fresh end? Slice off the thin end, okay? Chop off. And then now you'll just dip inside the conical flask. There is no problem. Can we agree on the time we are using to time this? 7 minutes. We can start with 7 minutes, right? As we do something else. So make sure you start the timer for 7 minutes. I'm coming around checking how you're dipping the plants. We need all the students in class at 5. Not really. The top is not hot. The top is not. Have you been able to dip and start the timer? All right. Then we can go to transpiration. We can go to transpiration. Keep checking on your timer. Now let's go to transpiration, please. Transpiration. Have we all started the timer? Okay. All right. So let's define transpiration. Let's define transpiration. This is the loss of water vapor. This is the loss of water vapor from plant leaves by evaporation. This is the loss of water vapor from plant leaves by evaporation of water, at the surfaces. I repeat again, I'm starting again. This is the loss of water vapor from plant leaves by evaporation of water, at the surfaces of the mesophyll cells. Evaporation of water at the surfaces of the mesophyll cells, followed by diffusion of water vapor through the stomata. So this losing of water from the leaves through the by the process of evaporation is now considered as evapotranspiration. Are we together? Evapotranspiration is the evaporation of water from the surface of the leaves, leading to loss of water by the plant. Now, functions of transpiration. Functions of transpiration. Functions of transpiration. Number one, transporting mineral ions. Number one, transporting mineral ions. Number one, transporting mineral ions. Number two, providing water to keep cells turgid. Providing water to keep cells turgid in order to support the structure. Providing water to keep cells turgid in order to support the structure of the plant. Providing water to keep cells turgid in order to support the structure of the plant. The next one, providing water to leaf cells for photosynthesis. Providing water to leaf cells for photosynthesis. Now, keeping the leaves cool is another function. Keeping the leaves cool. Now, we all know that evaporation causes. What does evaporation cause? From your physics, Fabian, what does evaporation cause? What does evaporation cause? Yes, Jelimo? Yes, it brings about a cooling effect. Can we remove hoodies, please? No, like not all of it. Sorry, I didn't mean the whole sweater, like the hood itself. Yeah. That is simply covering yourself. We are fighting, isn't it? Now, we have several factors. We have several factors that affect transpiration. And I mentioned 4 in this case. I want us to discuss these factors and how exactly they affect transpiration. Yes, Gideon. 7 minutes. We are over. Can we add another 5? Let's add another 5. Now we have several factors that affect transpiration, okay? The first one is temperature. Now, can you explain how temperature affects transpiration in terms of kinetic theory? Kinetic theory. Sarah?
Increase in temperature increases the kinetic energy of the molecules, which causes the molecules to vibrate more, and this leads to how can I say it? This leads to the molecules now after we have the vibration has increased. It leads to the molecules separating further, and they change now from the they change from the liquid to the gaseous state. Now they start evaporating.
Okay, I agree with that. So basically, when the temperature is higher, substances, or rather, particles gain kinetic energy, so they move faster. Now remember, the process of transpiration is basically the movement of what? Water particles, all right? So the higher the temperature, the higher the rate of transpiration. Are we together? So that also means that there are high chances that transpiration takes place more during the day than at night, because during the day, because of the sun and, you know, there are high chances that temperatures are always a bit higher in, you know, our environment during the day than at night, isn't it? Now, so you need to explain this point in terms of kinetic energy. So kinetic energy makes the water molecules to evaporate and diffuse away faster than when we have lower temperatures. Now the next factor is the speed of wind. What happens when the wind speed is high? High wind speed. High wind speed. Lucy?
When there is high wind speed, the transpiration increases. This is because when there is wind, there will be movement of leaves.
There's movement of? Yeah, there's movement of the leaves, yes. But also, the wind sweeps off the water that is at the surface of the leaf, creating a higher difference in concentration gradient. Are we together? Yeah, so you find that when the wind sweeps off the water particles that are at the surface of the leaf, then other water particles do what? Diffuse from inside, because now the concentration gradient is steeper. Which words are you using to explain that? So when there is good airflow, I'm giving you the words now to use for that. When there is good airflow, water vapor is removed from the air surrounding the leaf. When there is good airflow, water vapor is removed from the air surrounding the leaf. So this sets up a concentration gradient, which triggers water loss through diffusion. Now let's talk about humidity. Or had we talked about it? No, we didn't talk about humidity. Now, what happens when there is high humidity? When the air is saturated with humidity, will transpiration happen more or less? Yes? Less, I agree, less. Why less? Yes? Speak up. Concentration gradient is not high. So if the concentration gradient is not high, the rate of diffusion of water molecules is also low. Are we together? Yeah, so the lower the concentration gradient, the lower the rate of diffusion of the water molecules. Okay. And the last one is light intensity. Now, when there is bright light, stomata tend to open more to maximize on photosynthesis, okay? When there's bright light, stomata tend to open more to maximize on photosynthesis. And in the process now, when the stomata is open, we end up losing water from the internal parts of the leaf. We lose water from the internal parts of the leaf. Can we check on our celery stalks? Let's check on our celery stalks. Yes. Sorry. Sorry? Yes, yes. Sorry? To do what? Okay. Let me see. Do we have extra plasticine? I wanted us to see whether we can make the model of a hat. Okay. We have. Sorry? It's very far. Tonight. So there's this practical I need arranged. This one for, do you have this workbook? Do you have this workbook?
Yes. Which one?
You have it on soft? Do you have this workbook?
In soft copy? Yes.
No. Haikuwa nikiongea sana hivi venye tunaongea. Do you have the workbook? In soft copy? Ulitoa wapi soft copy? Oh, I thought I gave you a hard copy. Oh, that time when you were You were writing the apparatus and the things to order. But will that be enough, really? This is practical for factors affecting rates of reactions, concentration of HCl and magnesium. For HCl and magnesium, the one I've attached the confidential instruction. We do that towards morning. We do that towards morning. Have you followed this confidential instruction? It's there. It's after 1.70. Now, you can extract one of the celery stalks, place on a white tile, do a cross section and see if. Are you sure? Huh? Yeah. Now, can you now view this using a magnification lens and draw in your book what you observe? Then we are going to label together and see where the xylem is located. So where there is the dye, that is the xylem, where you see the dye. Do you have magnification lenses? Sorry? Which one? I want the hand lens. Huh? Oh, there are no hand lenses. Okay. You can actually even draw without magnifying it. Can you see? Yeah. Can you draw that small cross section of the celery stalk and label the xylem? Draw the small cross section of the celery stalk and label the xylem. You can cut several pieces for your friends. You've seen it? Oh, you followed this? Okay. So they do in pairs. Groups. Or we do this now. We do this in the morning, towards morning. This. When you see now, I'm covering blood vessels. This blood vessels. Do you see? You see, I'm now covering from here. Because this won't take long. You can now start placing. Yeah, so that we're able to, collect data and answer that question as it is. Okay, I believe now we are done drawing. Guys, Now, when I give an instruction for us to draw, let us just do it because we are wasting time. Like now I asked you to draw, none of you has drawn. We are wasting time. We'll keep doing the same thing over and over. It would have just taken you 2 minutes. Imagine drawing that will take you 2 minutes. You don't even have to draw it perfectly. Yeah. This is what you have observed, isn't it? Yeah, that's it. Now, we are not drawing here, we are drawing here because this is where we investigated. Now let's go to the next part. Explain the mechanism by which water moves upwards in the xylem in terms of a transpiration pool that draws up a column of water molecules held together by forces of attraction between water molecules. Have you understood that question? Explain the mechanism by which water moves upwards in the xylem in terms of a transpiration pool that draws up a column of water molecules held together by forces of attraction between water molecules. So in short, we are trying to explain how water moves up a plant from the roots to the leaves. Now you have heard me mention transpiration pool. Now, because water is always being used by leaves at the top parts of a plant, the effective pressure at the top of the xylem vessels is greatly reduced always. I had explained that when you reduce pressure at the top, you cause the lower pressure to push the liquid up. Now, this is known as the transpiration stream. The fact that water is being used at the top and more water is being pulled from the bottom, that gives us the transpiration pool. Creating a transpiration stream. Creating a transpiration stream. So what is a transpiration stream? Now, water molecules we are explaining transpiration stream. Are we together? Now, water molecules are attracted to each other by cohesion. Water molecules are attracted to each other by cohesion. Now, I'll mention on the side that cohesion is the ability of like molecules to attract each other, okay? So when water molecules attract each other by cohesion, they create a continuous column of water. When you're taking a drink using a straw, do you see the continuous stream of the fluid? Yeah, something similar to that is what happens in the xylem vessels. So there is a continuous stream from the roots to the leaves via the stem. There is a continuous transpiration stream from the roots to leaves via the stem. So what does transpiration do? It produces attention. Not attention like attention, no. It produces a tension. Hey. Are we together? It produces attention or pull. It produces attention or pull. And now, in addition to the cohesive forces, water is pulled up through the plant. In addition to the cohesive forces, water is pulled up through the plant. So do you agree with me when I say that the more the transpiration, or rather, when we increase transpiration, we also cause water molecules to be pulled up by xylem vessels quicker? Yes, because we are increasing the pull. Are we together? We're increasing the tension, the pull, and that causes more water to be absorbed. Now, I don't know if I gave you this diagram. Do you have this diagram in your workbook? All right, let's talk about wilting. Now, what is wilting and when does wilting happen? What is wilting and when does wilting happen? When does wilting happen? Let me hear your views. Yes? Yes?
Process by which the plant loses excess water.
Mm-hmm. So wilting is when plants lose excess water. Mm-hmm. How else can you describe it? How else can you describe wilting? Yes? Where is your tag? How else can you describe wilting? So wilting occurs when plants lose more water than they are absorbing. And this leads to their cells becoming flaccid. Do you remember flaccidity? Yes. Wilting occurs when plants lose more water than wilting occurs when plants lose more water than they are absorbing, and this leads to flaccidity of the cell, and the whole plant droops. And the whole plant droops. Now, prolonged wilting could lead to stagnation or the death of a plant. Stagnation of growth or the death of a plant. Now, when cells do not have enough water, it means that the cell walls cannot support the plant, when cells do not have enough water, I'm still under wilting. When cells do not have enough water, it means that the cell walls cannot support the plant. Cell walls cannot support the plant, and the plant starts to collapse. Cell walls cannot support the plant, and the plant starts to collapse. So that tells you that as much as transpiration is important, like because of transpiration pool, we are able to absorb more water, there must be a balance between transpiration and absorption. Now, group 4, you need to go for your health break. How many are going for their health break now? Please take your break now. Don't take a prolonged one and come back. Now let me throw this to you. What is a potometer? What is a potometer? Potometer. Now a potometer is used to investigate the effects of environmental factors on the rate of transpiration. A potometer is used to investigate. A potometer is used to investigate the effect of environmental factors on the rate of transpiration. Is used to investigate the effect of environmental factors on the rate of transpiration. Right. We'll do the demo, and then we collect data together, then we answer the questions. Yes, when I get there. I'm just following the order of the book. Yes. Now let's go to translocation. Yes, Gideon. Oh, sorry. You can stand, no problem. Now, what is translocation? Translocation. We are still in transport in plants. Okay? Before I even go to translocation, can you give me the 2 soluble products of photosynthesis? 2 soluble products of photosynthesis. Hello? 2 soluble products of photosynthesis. Glucose, which is in the category of sugars, very good. And another one? Yes? Oxygen, but I'm talking about soluble products, like in terms of foods. Amino acids, good. So now, these products of photosynthesis are made in the leaves. Are we together? And they have to be transported to the different parts of the plant that requires those food substances. Are we together? So this is done through the phloem vessels, or rather the phloem tubes, which are made of living things. Now, we said that one of the main differences between phloem and xylem is that phloem is made of living cells, and xylem is made of what? dead cells. That's one of the main reasons. Now, phloem contain holes. We are writing here. Phloem contains holes in the end cell walls, and these are called sieve plates. Sieve plates that allow easy flow of substances. These are called sieve plates that allow easy flow of substances. So then, after all these things I've been telling you, how then do you define translocation? How then do you define translocation? Somebody? Translocation. I keep forgetting your name because I've never seen such a name. Omol. 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 Javan. Yeah, Javanese. So, Javan, can you define for us what translocation is based on the background information I've given you?
The movement of substances
Mm-hmm.
from one region to another.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can we define translocation together? Hello? Yes. We are defining translocation as the transport of sucrose and amino acids. Transport of sucrose and amino acids in the phloem. Transport of sucrose and amino acids in the phloem from the regions of production. Which are the regions of production in a plant? The leaves, where photosynthesis takes place. Okay? Go and wash your face, then come. So basically, when we are transporting the sucrose and the amino acids from the regions of production to the regions of storage or use, to the regions of storage or use, that is called translocation. Now, where food is made in a plant, that is called the source. So we always transport these substances from the source to where it is stored or used, which is called the the sink. So we transport them from the source to the sink. Let me write it for you. So I've said that the sources is where the food substances originate, or rather are made. Food substances made. Okay? The location where food substances are made. All right? And then the sink. This is where there is storage or use. So think about a plant. Think about a plant. The main source for a photosynthesizing plant is? What's the main source for a photosynthesizing plant? The leaves, okay, where photosynthesis is taking place. And then give me examples of sinks. Give me examples of sinks. Yes? Fruits, is an area of storage or use. Very good. Bilha, yes. Stem. The roots, yes. Because is food used or stored there? Yes. Now I want to describe for you a scenario, then you'll tell me where the source is and where the sink is. Are we together? Yes. Now when I take a seed and I plant it and I wait for it to germinate, for that particular stage of life of that plant, which one is the source? Can I rephrase the question again? Yes. When I take a seed and plant it, and I wait for it to germinate, of course that is a stage in the life of the plant that will come from that seed, isn't it? So, what is the source for that plant? Yes? The seed, the cotyledon, or rather the storage part of the seed. Are we together? Then what are the sinks? What are the sinks? Huh? The shoots and the roots. The plumule and the what? And the radicle. Plumule and radicle. Now think about a plant that is growing in an area that experiences the 4 seasons. The what? The 4 seasons. Summer, winter, autumn, and spring. Now, what happens in autumn? What happens in autumn? Yes, Sarah? Uh-huh. Okay, like for example, when it is spring, okay, when the temperature is friendly, all right, when it's raining, when the plant is thriving, the source is still the leaves. Are we together? The source is still the leaves because photosynthesis is taking place. But when it's autumn, so the source is the leaves, and then the food is probably stored in the stem and the roots and, you know, in other storage organs of the plant, like even fruits. Are you together? Then now we get to autumn. I'm just saying them randomly. Are we together? I'm giving an example. Then we get to autumn, and then the plant sheds all the leaves. What happens? What was the sink becomes the source, because the source has been diminished. There is no more photosynthesis. So what I've been trying to explain in the last few minutes is that at different stages of a plant and in different seasons, Lenny, at different stages of a plant and in different seasons, the source can end up being the sink or vice versa. Are we together? The sink can end up being the one that is now offering nutrients and food substances for the plant. Now, did we have such a... Okay, describe translocation as the movement of sucrose and amino acids in phloem from sources to sinks. Yeah, we have it in the next page. Why do some parts of a plant act as sources sometimes and other times as sinks? Can you sit and write? I'll come around reading your answers and seeing how you understood my explanation. The first objective in the next page. So I explained, now I want you to explain why some parts of a plant can act as sources and sometimes acting as sinks. So please talk about the different development stages of a plant. Are we together? Now I'm even giving you leakage again. Talk about the different development stages of a plant, and then also talk about the different seasons and how it affects the plants. 2 minutes. Let me hear how you have described that. Welcome back. Bramwell, Bramwell, please write several sentences. Haron, attempt. You must attempt. Don't leave blanks in your workbook. We are going to scan some of these workbooks and upload them to the website. So, people wake up early. Okay, let me hear some of your responses for that. I'm interested to see what you've come up with at 3 a.m. Which sentences are you making at 3 a.m.? Sarah, you seem to be in deep thought. I'm waiting to read your answer.
No, I just want to get a rough idea first. Of what
A rough idea. Someone help Haron. Haron, are you okay?
I'm not okay.
Tell me, what's the problem? You have a headache. Hmm? You need to? That question. Guys, okay. Thank you for offering to give us your answer to listen to. Oh, it's for my own consumption. Ah, nice. I'll read it to them, okay? Okay, let me read this so that some of you can get an idea of what I was looking for. While if you want to copy this, you can copy because it is correct. Are we together? Yes. So Bilha says that there are two factors that influence parts of a plant acting as sources or sinks. Now the first one is during the development stage of plants, where the seed acts as the sources and the plumule and radicle act as sinks. Now as the plant grows fully, the leaves become the source and the seed becomes the sink. So they change in different development times. Now also in different seasons, during spring the leaves act as sources due to increased photosynthetic activity due to the favorable conditions, while in autumn some plants shed all their leaves, hence the roots become the sources. So it could be roots or it could also be stems, all right, for the plants that store food in the stems. I need manila papers. I need manila papers. Now can we sit in groups of 4? Are these the only ones? Do you have others? Now try and clear your bench of the many things that are on it. Okay. Thank you, sir. So I'm going to supply you with some material, and I would like you to make a model of an open heart. So there is the thread here. Okay. I'll give you toothpicks. I'll give you masking tape. I'll give you cotton wool. Now in your own creative way, I want you to make a model of an open heart. Now that one is in page, which page is it in? Now please refer, I'm not saying you make exactly like that one, okay? But you can refer to 1.60, refer to 1.60 and see whether it will guide you. Now, from your model, I want to clearly see all the 4 main vessels that are connected to the heart. That is the vena cava, pulmonary vein, pulmonary artery, and the aorta. So you must straighten this paper. It must be very, very flat. Now if you need thread, there is thread here. Maybe the thread will guide you in segmenting. Now if you need cotton wool, it's here. Let me bring you scissors and tape. Scissors. Scissors will help them. Okay, there is also glue stick. Now I'm giving you as many resources as possible so that you see what to use. Are we together? So there is glue stick. Let me place them here. We have scissors here. We have tape. We have toothpicks. Okay? Now, I don't know if anyone was left with molding clay. I can see some bit of it here. Is there any more? Anyone who needs molding clay? So we are using the resources we have for. So by the time I'm coming to your desk, I need to see. No, you're not an open heart. Now it can be as simple as possible because I want you to be able to show the 4 chambers. The 4 chambers of the heart. The auricles, the left auricle, the right auricle. Now tomorrow you'll be able to interact with a real heart of a goat. A real heart of a goat. Now the figure in 1.60 is guiding you. Is guiding you. You can open it. Open it. So you see that one is at the top, it's closed. Yeah, you can just open it.
Hakuna diagram yenye iko simpler, manake ni ngumu ku-cross hizi vitu.
Okay. Can I draw for you an open one? Yes. Wow, you are waiting. Okay. Let me draw for you an open one, at least showing what I expect to see. Then we see what you're able to come up with. My black, okay. Now I'll start with the septum. The heart has a septum, isn't it? The septum separates the right side and the left side. Now remember, when we are naming the heart, we name it opposite, okay? So this is the left, the right, and this is the left. Are we together? Yeah, we do that because the book is facing you, but when you're facing in front, this is the right and this is the left. Are we together? So then we have the vena cava. Are we together? So I'm just showing you something that you can draw. Okay? Okay, so this is the right atrium. Are we together? And this is the right ventricle. And these are the tricuspid valves. We also have valves that All right? So that's the right side, according to me. No, we have a nurse who is looking. Have you ever seen a real heart of a human? Gosh. Hey. Then this is the left atrium, and this is the left ventricle, and these are the bicuspid valves. All right? Now you can see that I have thickened these walls. Okay? So these are thick walls of the left ventricle. The reason is because the left ventricle is the one that pumps blood, oxygenated blood to the rest of the body, to every part of the body. So it needs to send out that blood under high pressure. Are you together? So this is where blood comes in through from the other parts of the body through the vena cava. Of course, we know the vena cava is divided into two, the superior and the, is it inferior? Posterior, inferior, yeah. Okay, superior and inferior vena cavas join here to bring in blood into the heart. So the right side of the heart only deals with deoxygenated blood. Are we together? And then blood flows this way to the right ventricle through the tricuspid valves. The valves open downward, and then when blood tries to go back to the atrium, they do what? They close. So they actually prevent the backflow of blood. Then from the right ventricle we have the pulmonary vein that takes blood to the lungs. Takes deoxygenated blood. Let me specify. Takes deoxygenated blood to the lungs. Takes deoxygenated blood to the lungs for oxygenation. All right? Now blood comes back. So on the left side it is oxygenated blood from lungs. You guys, this is pulmonary artery. And you're all quiet. Huh? This is pulmonary artery. And then this is pulmonary vein. Oxygenated blood from the lungs to the heart through pulmonary vein. Okay? So blood flows down, oxygenated, then out from the aorta to the rest of the body. Are we together? So, I want to see. I've not even thought about the heart. I was just showing you We have tape, we have masking tape, we have cotton wool, toothpicks. Hey. We have the thread. Well, I just want to see. And it also doesn't have to take so long. I'm going round giving my input now. Am I welcome? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. You are doing well. Just quicken thy steps. Okay. Interesting. By the way, the thread and the tape will work magic for you. In which group are you in and what are you doing? Huh? No, you're not being seen even in the camera. Now, it's something that should take a very short time because the aim is not perfection. The aim is to understand. The aim is to understand the parts of the heart. So as you're making it, seek to understand what exactly you're making.
Sina stage vile tutachorana napo. Naingia hapa na crisscross iko na valve, iko na cover. Iko na valve nyingine ni hii.
So let's have the final product soon. Is this your final product? Yes? It's okay. But now we can't even see the valves. Yet the valves are very important. The valves are actually very, very important. We also cannot see the thickened wall. So Haron and your team, you're going to use permanent markers to label that, yeah? And then use sticky notes to write your names so that we know it is your work. Nice. RV. It's something so simple. I wish you can see what Marston has done. So something so simple. It's not as complex as, and it has taken a very short time. Now, why do you think that as we make this, let's discuss the heart. Why do you think the septum is important? Why do you think the septum is that important? Just say the answer if you have an idea. Yes. So the septum prevents mixing of oxygenated blood and deoxygenated blood. Sorry, what are you looking for? Permanent markers have been on the benches. How will you label the septum? Maybe you can draw an arrow like this. Septum. Now please finish that. We have a demonstration to do that will enable us answer a chemistry practical question within that paper, within that workbook. Okay, I think we can suspend that and finish as we keep getting free time. So, like when I am off for a break and you have been left in class, you can proceed with that. Are we together? Yeah, because it's taking quite some time and we need to continue. So can you suspend it somewhere? And then you'll continue and show us your final product before the end of this lesson. But by this lesson, I mean before the end of tomorrow. You show us what you've been able to make as a group. Okay? So now let's officially start on transport in humans. 1.59. 1.59. Let's go to 1.59. Now, why do you think transport is important in the human body? Open discussion. Why do you think transport is important in the human body? Why is transport in the human body important? Yes?
To facilitate the transfer of digested soluble food substances to the various body parts where they are required.
Now he has a very valid point for transport of digested food substances to body parts that require them. Is that a valid point and an acceptable point? Yes. Another reason why transport is important in the human body? Yes, Cindy? Facilitate removal of waste products. We can have even as many as 5. And there's one that I'm really looking for. I want to see if someone will come up with it. Yes? Helps in the transportation of? First of all, you know red blood cells themselves are transport cells. Okay? There's one I'm looking for. Yes? Haron. For gaseous? Is gaseous exchange part and parcel of transport? How? If you prove to me it's part of transport, I'll accept. You can prove? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so before the gases inhaled before they reach the lungs, they have to go through the nose, so you have to inhale, so they have to be transported.
Now, when I ask about transport, can we think about the blood? Let's think about the blood, okay? Otherwise, almost everything else then is being transported. Okay? Think about the blood when I talk about transport. Why do you think transport through the blood is important in humans? In humans. Yes, Bram?
The blood will facilitate the transport of oxygen as oxyhemoglobin. So it will facilitate in the breathing.
Yeah, so it's important because it ensures that all parts of the body get oxygen, which is vital for survival and for operation of organs. Yes? Help maintain a constant body temperature. Very good. Now, when it is hot, what happens to your blood vessels under your skin? Yes? They move. Yes, what is that called? What is that moving closer to the skin of blood cells called? Please close the window if you're coughing. What is that called? Yes, Fabian? Vasodilation. Are we together? Hey, there's one point I'm really looking for about transport. Yes?
Can we say they help in protection, general protection of humans, of the human body, as they, when someone has been injured or something, the platelets go to the open cut and make a clot.
Yes. It's actually through transport that we're able to do what? To get platelets to the point of injury. Yeah. And the platelets are able to form a scab through the blood clotting process. Yes?
Through the transport, we are capable of excretion.
Through transport, we are capable of excretion. Now, have you ever thought about... Yes?
Helps in transmission of nerve impulses.
Transport? No. The blood has nothing to do with the nervous system. Remember, we are talking about the blood, the heart. That's what we are talking about in terms of transport in humans. Are we together? Now, hormones are made in glands. Okay? How do you think the hormones get to the target organs? It is through the blood. So the blood actually transports hormones. You can note this down. The blood transports hormones. The blood transports hormones from production glands, to action organs. From production glands to action organs or target organs. So there we have the single circulatory system of a fish and the double circulatory system. Now, what is a single circulatory system? First of all, how many chambers does a single circulatory system of a fish have? How many chambers does the heart of a fish have? Yes?
One chamber.
Where is it? Oh no. But you can see that the two of them are categorized as the heart. Yeah? Now, are you seeing the heart?
Yes.
How many vessels does it have? 2 vessels. Only the ventricle and the atrium. So that means that a single circulatory system only allows blood to pass through it once. Okay? From the body through the lungs to the, from the body through the heart back to the body maybe, or to the lungs in one cycle. Sounds like it would be a deal, but it has many disadvantages. So in a one or a single system circulatory system, there is only one flow of blood. Are we together? Only one flow of blood. Blood flows only towards one direction. But in a double circulatory system, we have the systemic circulatory system, and we have what? The pulmonary circulatory system. So the pulmonary flow and the systemic flow. So in a double circulatory system, blood passes through the heart twice. Now it may look like it's a lot of work, but actually that is more effective than the simple one of a fish. And I'll let you know why. Now when you compare a single circulatory system and a double circulatory system, you realize that a single circulatory system, blood travels through it at low pressure. So there is loss of pressure. But in a double circulatory system, when blood enters the heart once and it is pumped to the lungs, then back to the heart, its pressure is raised again, afresh, before being sent to the body. And this makes it very efficient in supplying cells with oxygen and glucose. I'm going to repeat that point again because I know some people are writing. I'm talking about advantages of double circulatory system. Are we together? Now, one of the advantages is that actually one advantage of double circulatory system is put as a disadvantage for the single circulatory system. Now, the fact that the single circulatory system loses a lot of pressure and cannot travel as fast. But if it is a double circulatory system, I was explaining, blood comes to the heart the first time, and then it is sent to the lungs. Are we together? Yeah. Where it is oxygenated. Then it is sent back to the heart, where it is re-energized again and pumped under pressure. Okay, the pressure is raised again so that it is sent to the body. Now, this makes the cells to be supplied with oxygen and glucose they need for respiration faster and more frequently. I'll repeat again. When blood returns to the heart a second time, its pressure can be raised again before being sent to the body, ensuring that cells are supplied with oxygen and glucose faster and more frequently. Faster and more frequently. can see you're still going on with your models, eh? All right, where was I? Yeah, so we have talked about the double circulation. And now let's go to the human heart. In my own power as an artist, I tried drawing the human heart on the board. I also tried making new make models of the same to ensure that you understand the parts and also the flow of blood through the heart. Now the flow of blood through the heart twice, not once but twice. So now a lot can be said about the heart, the mammalian heart, but I think the most important thing is to know the parts and how those parts are related with the function of that organ. The most important thing is to know the parts and how those parts are related to what? The function. So as I said, when you're labeling the heart, you do opposite. Because the literature you're using, the book you're using facing you, if you're to turn it and label the heart as if it was on the chest, would it be on the opposite side? It would. It would. I'm saying, when you label like this and then you turn, okay? Yeah, so you're supposed to label it opposite. Now, let me give you a few facts about the mammalian heart. Do you want to write them down? Now, the first one is that the mammalian heart has 4 chambers. The mammalian heart has 4 chambers. The upper chambers are called atrium. The upper chambers are called atrium. And the lower chambers are called ventricles. The lower chambers are called ventricles. Alex, what's that? The upper chambers are atrium and the lower chambers are ventricles. Now another fact is that the upper chambers receive blood while the lower chambers pump blood out of the heart. Blood is received in the upper chambers, the atria, and then it is released by the lower chambers, the ventricles. Now another fact, the left side of the heart, deals with oxygenated blood, while the right side deals with deoxygenated blood. The left side deals with oxygenated blood, and the right side deals with deoxygenated blood. I'm not done with the facts. Blood is brought to the heart by the veins and taken away from the heart by the arteries. I repeat, blood is brought to the heart by the veins and taken away by the what? Arteries. Another fact, the two sides of the heart are separated by a muscle wall. The two sides of the heart are separated by the muscle wall called septum. That ensures that there is no mixing of oxygenated and deoxygenated blood. The septum ensures there is no mixing of oxygenated and deoxygenated blood. I want to see if you remember your high school biology. What does myogenic mean? What does myogenic mean? Myogenic. Any idea? Hey, you didn't listen to your yes, Martin? Kutokuacha. Nini kinakosa kuacha? So like myogenic means that the heart pumps blood non-stop. Yes? No. Yes? Without fatigue. Not really. Now myogenic means, okay, so we say that the heart beats myogenically, meaning that it beats without any muscle or brain stimulation. It beats without brain or nervous, actually not brain but nervous stimulation. The heart beats without any nervous stimulation. That's why your heart beats when you're asleep. You know those times when you sleep like someone who is leaving us? Yeah? Like when you've been given a break to go and take that health break. How did you find yourself on the bed? Gone, isn't it? Oh, kwa hivyo you've been going to sleep. Yeah? Yeah, like when you're very, very tired and you sleep and you don't have time to think, is my heart beating or not? Have you ever had to think whether your heart is beating or not? Or you sleep and you say, hey, let me adjust myself so that my heart can beat. You never think about it, right? Yeah. Now, that is why even when someone is in a coma, yeah, their heart still beats. And I hear someone can stay in a coma even for months. And the heart is still doing what? Beating. It's because the heart is a myogenic organ that beats or contracts and relaxes without nervous stimulation. Tumeandika? Have we written that? All right. Wait. Okay. Now the last fact I want to give you about the heart is that it is made of a muscle tissue. It's muscle tissues that contract and relax. And the heart is one of them, one of the muscle tissues. Now the muscle of the heart is nourished by the coronary artery. Okay? Now when you look at the workbook, there is a diagram of the heart being surrounded by the coronary arteries, carotid, oh, it's my book again. Oh, it's here. Now, I'll go to where there is coronary heart disease. Now, that is the external structure of the heart. And you can see that it is just a muscle that contracts and relaxes to pump blood, and it is nourished by coronary arteries. And so that means that if there is a problem with the coronary arteries, then there will be a problem with the pumping of blood through the heart or by the heart. Now this is a very nice diagram. I don't know how it missed your notes. Is it there? It's not there? Hey, I wish I put this one. It looks so easy to understand, isn't it? So this is the open heart I was requesting for. Can I give you sticky notes to write your name and those of your group? So this one is very clearly labeled. Very clearly labeled. So this is the open, like a cross-section of the heart going down, or rather the longitudinal section of the heart. Okay? Now, can we stretch so that our blood can circulate better? Please stand up. Now, who knows how to conduct stretches? Chebi, please help us stretch. We need our blood to circulate better. Huh? What do we do? Huh? Maybe you can just rotate your hands like this. And then you can do backstroke. Then you can bend. Ooh. Okay, let's continue. Do you feel better? Yeah. I feel better, by the way, when I do that. Okay. Now, 1.61. Flow of blood twice through the heart. Flow of blood twice through the heart. That's what I want us to look at now. So I had wished your model would have been ready so that when I'm telling you that blood is moving from this part to this part, you're seeing the part right in front of you. But it's still okay. Probably this discussion will help you design your heart better. Okay? Yes. Now, blood enters the heart from the body through the vena cava. Good morning. Oh, how are you? Blood enters the heart from the body through the vena cava into the right atrium. Into the right atrium. Into the right atrium. Where does the blood go after that? Yes? Yes? It then goes down to the right ventricle through the tricuspid valves. Now, I always remember tricuspid is for the right side because the right side starts with RI and tri also has RI. Imagine that's the method I used to remember. So blood flows down to the right ventricle through the tricuspid valves. Did someone say pardon? Oh. And then blood flows out through the pulmonary, deoxygenated blood flows out through the pulmonary artery to the lungs for oxygenation. Deoxygenated blood flows out of the heart through the pulmonary artery to the lungs for deoxygenation. For oxygenation. For oxygenation. And then oxygenated blood goes back to the heart through the pulmonary vein. Oxygenated, is that a hyena? In the school? Hope it. So oxygenated blood flows back to the heart through the pulmonary artery into the left atrium. Into the left atrium, full stop. What have I said? Oxygenated blood flows back to the heart. Oxygenated blood flows back to the heart through the pulmonary vein into the left atrium. Left atrium. It then goes down to the left ventricle. Don't worry, we are about to be done with this. It then goes down to the left ventricle. It then goes down to the left ventricle through the bicuspid valves. Through the bicuspid valves. Through the bicuspid valves. You know you'll write. Are you okay? Can I send you to the ambulance with a note to go and get medication? I'm serious. So you say you are unwell, but you are laughing when I tell you. Huh? No, this one will not sleep. He's strong. Okay. Now the left ventricle has thick walls to enable it to. The left ventricle has thick walls to enable it to pump blood under high pressure to the rest of the body. Thick walls to enable it to pump blood under high pressure. Under high pressure. Under high pressure. To the rest of the body. To the rest of the body through the aorta or aorta. Aorta. Through the aorta. Well, that is the flow of the blood twice. Now, just through that flow of the blood twice, you can already tell all the functions of the parts of the heart. Just by describing that flow, you can tell all the uses of the parts of the heart. Now, how do you monitor the activity of the heart? Like you saw us trying to count heart rate per minute. Was that really accurate, by the way? Do you think it was accurate? Until we were told that somebody's heartbeat has moved from 65 to 169 to... Hey! That was not accurate information. It was not accurate data. Now you measure the activity of the heart through these three methods. The first one is electrocardiogram test, which is the ECG. Is there anyone who has ever underwent an ECG? I did one time. I wondered, hey, I had a cold, and then when I went, I don't know, they thought it was what? They started doing ECG. Well, that was my first interaction with this machine. Now, the work of the ECG is to actually compare the heart impulses with the normal heart impulses of actual people he has helped, or rather treated. Are we together? Yeah, so you can see that we have results of a normal ECG there. Does it look regular? What are the characteristics of a normal ECG when you look at that? Yes? Now, when you compare the results of a normal ECG and an inconsistent ECG, you can clearly see the difference between a normal ECG and an inconsistent ECG. Now, how can you explain that? Comparing the two impulses, or rather the two sets of electric impulses, heart electric impulses. How can you explain? Maston? Yeah, and defined irregular. Okay. Now the other way is by measuring the pulse rate. It is possible to tell whether you have a heart problem through the pulse rate. It could be too high, it could be too low. So that could be a pointer that there is a problem and that there is need to seek help. The third one is listening to the opening and closing of valves through the stethoscope. Now, as long as those impulses, or rather the opening and closing is regular, then there is no problem. But the moment it's like a door, yeah? When you have a door that keeps disturbing you, when you try to open, sometimes it refuses, yeah? It's a sign that there's a problem with the door itself and it needs to be attended to. So, measuring these parameters does not really mean that the heart now will not work, but it means that there's a problem that requires what? To be? Yeah, there's a problem that requires attention. And on that, yes? This echo, isn't it also like a form of ECG?
This one you measure ECG, you measure the impulses
Mhm.
of the system and diastole.
Mhm.
With echo, you rely on the sound.
Oh.
When it's the same,
Uh-huh.
stethoscopes are different.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Thank you for that. Now, talking of heart problems, let's discuss the coronary heart disease. The coronary heart disease. Now, we said that the heart is made of a muscle, and this muscle is always contracting and relaxing without stopping, and it should not stop at any one time. Are we together? So, what nourishes the heart muscles? What nourishes the heart muscles? The coronary artery. So the coronary artery actually supplies oxygen to the heart muscles. So now that means that if the coronary artery is blocked or is not able to bring the nutrients to the muscles of the heart, then it shows that the heart cannot contract and relax as it should, and so the function, it starts failing basically. When it's unable to do that, we say that it's a form of heart failure. When your heart is unable to contract and relax as it should. Now look at heart attack. Heart attack. Heart attack. Heart attack. How many groups are outside? One. Okay. Now, heart attacks basically come as a result of the blockage of coronary arteries, which is called coronary heart disease. And there are different levels at which the